So I'm sorry, everybody. I actually worked today, unusual. So I'm actually running late myself. And I just locked myself out of my fucking house. I had to shimmy in my goddamn bathroom window. So I'm not pleased about that.
Dude,
You should have
I've done
live
that so
streamed
many
that,
times.
Horseradish. Come on. That's the content I want to see.
My wife is going to
everybody.
absolutely clip it from the security cameras, I'm sure. But no, I'm actually running late myself. And I just locked myself out of my fucking house. I had to shimmy in my goddamn bathroom
I'm sure
window.
I can find a way to bribe Auntie to put it in the Discord.
Actually, you probably can. She's always willing to embarrass me any chance she gets. So, all right, y'all are distracting me.
5 minutes missing from that.
I know what that was. That was fucking funny. Good shit, Lethe. Good shit. Okay. I'm sorry. My green screen shit the bed for some reason. So that's why. Because it's got wrinkles. Happens to the best of us with age. Select color. Pick screen color. Boom. We'll do that one. Okay. 10, 10, 10. And grind that bitch up till it disappears. Yeah, just like that. Beautiful. Close. Can I just say that since I started streaming, that was absolutely the most difficult part of this whole fucking game for me, was getting that green screen to work. Like, I'm not even going to go through all of the bullshit that I had to fucking try, but I swear to God, like, I literally painted an entire wall of the studio green screen. Like, just because I'm like, okay, this will work, right? No, it still was just absolutely retarded. So,
yeah, you really should have just gotten what I did, which is a retractable green screen that I just pulled down behind me here.
Yep, nope, I did that. I couldn't get that. Yep, exactly that one probably, because it came in a circular bag. But the thing is, it still wouldn't fucking work. Like, I couldn't get the lighting right. So, like, I had like 6 different light sources at one point, going from every possible direction.
Fucking around with the chroma and the color key filters and OBS, it takes a little bit of work to get right, but once you do, it's usually pretty good.
For sure. Yeah, and that's the thing, is once I got it set up, I generally okay, cool. Yep, okay. All right, cool. Yeah, one person's running like super late. Like, again, this is the game we play.
Is Tyler still debating today?
Tyler will be debating. Yes, actually, I'm surprised he's not in here.
I always love a Tyler debate.
Tyler is actually coming through for me because he found himself a debater and a debate prompt. Because again, like I said, I had of the 6 people for tonight, all but 2 flaked out for the night, and that was AnCom and Confluence. You guys, everybody else that was supposed to be debating tonight, fucking, even though they said they were going to be able to be available, couldn't. So here we go. Actually, I guess Tyler came through because I think he was. Yeah, that's right. He was on, but the person he was supposed to be debating flaked out. Whatever. It's a game.
I would judge them, but I sadly flaked out on you on the 29th, so I guess I can't judge too hard.
Okay. No. See, that's not flaking out, my dude. That's not flaking at all. You are saying up front, nah, dude, can't be there. Sorry. Oh, okay, cool. Not a problem. What's flaking out is, yeah, dude, I'm totally available. I'll be there. Oh, this is my position on that. Oh, that'll be a great debate. And then the night before, you text me, sorry, bro, something came up. Oh,
yeah, that's not good.
I've flaked a couple of times, but generally I try to be good about, like, if I say I'm gonna be there, then I'm there. Like, sometimes shit comes up and it's just unavoidable, but.
And that's it. Like I said, I don't take it personally. Life is life. We're fucking playing grab ass on the internet, for Christ's sake. You know what I mean? Yep. Like, if you've got real shit to do, go do your real shit, bro. Welcome in, Chief. Welcome in. You know what? Yep. We got enough people. I'm just going to go ahead and click the button and get her started. Oh, nope. Okay. Even I'm running late this time as well, Chief, so feel free to mock me as viciously as you like.
Nah.
There we go. Let's see if I can actually get this part to work first try. For some reason, whenever I do stream on what the hell?
What up, Confluence? I popped in his chat the other day too.
Over on YouTube, eh?
Yup. Oh, he just.
I don't know if
went away,
I don't know if I follow you. I think I do. I know I've watched a few of your videos, and I'm pretty sure I would have clicked sub. So I will definitely go back and try again. I'm just gonna leave that alone. Control V. Yeah, there we go. Did that work? I think that worked. It's starting. I hear the gears running. I hear the engine starting. So we might actually end up just starting with the people that we have here if my stream actually starts. I am not prepared for tech issues tonight. That is not, I am not going to have that.
There was that one time where we just had to reset the stream key and that got it back on,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
As a last desperate maneuver if necessary.
You can just run the entire thing through Sora AI and just let AI take care of it.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means, but okay. Fuck it, let's do it live.
Hello, pretty much, yeah. That's what that means.
Am I misspelling podcast? Oh, I am. It's podcast there. That's not good.
Yeah, when you misspelled podcast to poke ass, I think you may have
A different
other
kind of
problems.
stream.
Yeah.
Wow. You look like you're joining us from the secret garden.
So Tyler, did you choose the debate prompt MOK overrated? Yeah.
That's not me. No, I like
Tyler, good to see
I'm
you.
okay with it. Substantially necessary.
Tyler, I love your
see that.
background. It's so beautiful.
Thank you. My wife set it up. For me.
I was gonna ask if your wife's. I figured that. Good taste in design, though.
If you have like some like Halloween like fairy wings you could throw on, that would be amazing.
I
You
do.
could
but
be
you
do like a
can't
little
tell
cherub.
Yeah, do you have like
Have
a
someone
do
put
you have
on
a
some,
cosplay that you could
cheeks
do?
for you too?
I
Take
do
the
on
shirt
my
off,
OS.
shirt off, wings on, rosy cheeks.
You
Make
got
it
a
happen.
sub.
I agree.
Sub, $9.99 a month. You get to see up my butthole.
Oh,
at the
someone's
clubhouse.
losing their debate tonight.
How you not to see that?
How much to hold the
Yeah, right.
camera?
Just keep your $9.99 if you don't want it. Ain't no one shaming you.
I'll get my credit card out right now.
But Lethe, I could just say if you did cake sitting in a diaper, you would make a killing.
Is
Yeah,
that
seriously making
it's
me
a wild
uncomfortable.
compliment, or I'm not sure.
Just saying, just throwing it out there. You got the face for it. You can cake sit, my dude.
I just have to take the compliment.
All right, so I figured out what the problem was. I didn't notice that on my other screen it keeps asking me to confirm that I am me. So I have now told it officially that I'm me, and it seems like it is allowing it.
Set your security question to: would you watch Lethe squat in some fucking banana cream pie? And it's yes is obviously the answer.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! It went from eating to squatting in.
Yes, that's what cake sitting
That's
is.
cake sitting. That's cake
Yeah.
sitting.
Oh, that's a thing.
It is
Yeah.
sadly it is a
Apparently it
thing,
is.
and Lethe probably would. He probably would be good at it. I guess. Like I guess I do agree with Tyler. I don't know why, but I do agree.
If you look over your
Horseradish, this is the
shoulder,
internet we're talking about. If the question
I know.
is that a thing? The answer is yes.
Yes,
if you
yeah,
look
no,
over
you're
your
right.
shoulder
Without exception.
covered in some lemon meringue, oh my!
The objectification is real.
I know.
Can you like
Like,
make him
dude,
full
you
screen
should
so we
know
can
this
objectify him a bit
with HR.
more? You know.
Lethe, you knew what this was when you started. Don't give us that shit now.
I keep being
Yeah.
told this, but I don't know it to be true.
All right. So before this gets any further in the fucking gutter,
Are you live?
yeah,
right?
like I
Are you
said to
live
you-
right now, Horseradish?
I am indeed, yes, sir.
Okay,
So hello everybody, welcome in, and here we
Welcome.
are to the most depraved debates on the internet. Again, as always, we have a few people who are running a little bit late, so we're just going to kind of bullshit for a couple of seconds, but we are going to go ahead and get started with the people we have on hand. So Confluence, last time you were here, yeah, you did dip out early. You're welcome to dip out at any time, as everybody here knows, our regulars know, but if you stick around, the real fun generally happens after the debates. That's when people take their shirts off and start yelling at each other when they get drunk. So, or really,
I should have stayed around. Is there going to be cake sitting at the end? That's what I want to know.
I was about to say, now that we know that there is the possibility of cream pies, is that right? Am I using that correct?
No,
Anyways.
I don't think you are. Lethe didn't sign up for that. I mean, you have to pay a lot more to Lethe for him to do that, you know.
I'm sure he's left a few cream pies in his day, but you know.
Lethe, can you comment?
Given I know for a fact he has a child, fairly certain that's true.
Yeah.
Then there probably has been one or two. All right. Well, so, and just like that, we went from being family friendly to hard R. And when I say hard, boys. All right. So, welcome in, Groofus.
I want to point out, all I did was say he had a family. So if that's not family friendly, I don't know what is.
Well, no, it was the cream pieing, I believe, that actually I was the one who pushed us over the cliff. So
yeah. Come on, man. You always take it there. Why do you got to do that?
I take full credit for it. So why do I always take it to the cream pies? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, come on. Every time.
Really
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Because he's not an edgelord.
Better question is, why wouldn't he?
Oh, I like the edgelord joke, right? If I'm understanding that right, you know.
That was indeed, yes.
Okay, I got that. I picked that up.
All right, so because we're doing this out of order, it unfortunately will confuse a lot of people. Anybody who has already started voting, but for those of you who are just tuning in, we are going to try to get this party started a little quicker since we do have two of our judges and two of our debaters. Poor Tyler here was supposed to go first because he's got a hard bedtime, but unfortunately his opponent is running a tidbit behind. So.
He must retire back to the garden before the hour gets too late.
I need to tend to the owls.
So, okay, I got to ask, did you use that in your wedding? Like, is that what that is, man? Because that's really what it looks like. It looks like you guys were like, go ahead.
It looks like
his
wife
outside
likes plants.
The first frost happened last week, so we brought everything in. That's all.
It looks like some midsummer festival that you have going on in your background.
Yeah, it really does. Like some
looks
straight
like you rented it
pagan
out for
shit.
like a wedding this weekend.
Tyler, you're so pagan coded right now. It's crazy.
I mean, I'm loving it.
Neighborhood kids trapped in the closet for sacrifices later.
You have to, just in case.
Wonderful soundproofing.
Yeah, that's exactly what we all expected. Actually.
We rejoice in the winter solstice.
All right. So, is anybody, Lethe, are you going to be streaming? Is anybody else on Twitch streaming?
I'm currently streaming.
You are. Well, then I'm going to go ahead and send you that invite for the touching tips. Oh, did you? How do I let you in? Oh, right. No, that's somebody else. Lethe. It says that. Okay, hang on. Notifications.
Sure, I'm muted.
Yeah, I don't know how to let you in the door, sir. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to work on it there, Rook. Appreciate the good looking out. I'm running late today because now that I'm working on Saturdays, I only have like a 3-hour window and I had to go blow some leaves. I put that pause in there intentionally. So yeah, I had to like
and that's
really
how Tyler
rush
got his background.
Exactly. And then for all the fun, I locked myself out of the house, so I had to shimmy my fat ass in through a fucking bathroom window. Wasn't pleased about that. So
like the Beatles
here we
song.
are. What Beatles song involves
she came
shimmying
in
your fat ass
through the bathroom window from Abbey Road.
Oh, okay.
Get hit.
Yeah, no, I guess that lyric.
The Beatles, you heard of them?
I'm a bit of a fan. Oh my, those are some lovely
I heard there was
begonias.
this one person, Yoko Ono, right?
Yeah, she was
There
she
was
was
wonderful
the
artist.
she was the thumping
Are you
heart
sure
and
you brought him
soul
in
of the
early
band.
enough?
That's what I heard.
I don't know if those flowers were brought in early enough. They looked a little droopy.
All right. There we go. Yeah, they did look a little droopy, but
No, it's just the plant. Those are nice.
we try not
Everything's
to
healthy.
touch. All right. So now I also have to tell you, AnCom, that Confluence, in full disclosure, was not thrilled because I did kind of fuck him over. I waited a little longer than I maybe should have. I was busy all week and did not let him know about the prompt change in a timely manner. And by that, I mean like he found out 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I am so
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, no. So when he first sent me the prompt in question, I was like, I don't agree with the wording of it, but I agree with the basic spirit of it. And so
Someone
when he gave
disagreed
me
with the prompt?
right.
Right?
So
Imagine
when
that.
he gave me, or so when he told me about the prompt, I was like, okay, I would like to make some changes to it if I can, because I'm like, that way I can defend it more ably if I actually agree with the substance of the prompt. And he was kind enough to oblige me there, but you and I both found out fairly early or fairly late in the game of the prompt change. I was, I was hoping that would, or I was hoping that the prompt would change. I did not know if that would be the case. So, yeah.
Again,
Sorry.
for
I
the
guess.
Don't worry, we'll
It's
grade
my
it on
bad.
a curve.
Yeah, it's 100%
Yeah,
my
everyone keep
bad.
that in mind. Keep in mind.
Yep. And for those of you who do not know, I was out of town for a full week. That's why I didn't stream it all last week. I was supposed to be doing my debates last week, but instead I was in Vegas. So that said, I'm still trying to play catch up on everything now. Trying to get back into the swing of real world. So yeah, so that said, it was definitely me who dropped the ball. I was like literally at a poker table when I was texting you, AnCom. So like I said, it slipped my mind and I fucked up.
Speaking of horse, do you mind checking your audio devices and making sure that you're using the proper mic and everything? Because you sound different.
Do I?
That's what
Maybe
happens
it's
when you
not-
have catch up on
Maybe
everything.
just not super close, or I don't know, something's different.
Nope. So what it is you guys are probably, I'm guessing that my what do you call it? Discord has decided to change its microphone. Yep, there we go. Thank you. Good call.
That's why I make the medium bucks.
Yes, it is. And
Oh
it's
yeah,
Oh,
listen
there
to
we
that.
go. Oh
Is that a
yeah.
little better?
There you go.
Oh, so much better.
Now we got the
apologize.
Now we got the
I'm hard.
sexy horseradish voice.
Stop,
All the
you're gonna
blood
make me
rushed from
blush.
one head to the other so fast, I got dizzy.
Yeah,
This flower is wilted.
y'all were getting me through the microphone on the camera, so that was the low guy special. Do you say logi, logi? How do you spell that, or how do you pronounce that? Logi. That we all use the same fucking brand, I'm sure.
Oh, Logitech.
Talk about Logitech? Yeah, I've never said just the Logi part of it. I always say the whole word.
Okay, no,
you know?
on the actual camera it just says LOGI.
It
didn't
does.
occur to me that it's Logitech.
Are you
so,
using
yeah,
that 822 or whatever it's called? You know, you probably are.
992.
Or yeah,
it's the
922.
1080p one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Not made for its audio.
No,
Sure. So,
bad audio.
no, it is not Odd Rook. The after party is going to be starting at about 8 o'clock. However, we had a couple of late arrivals, and so I'm just kind of getting everything situated and set up now. So, that said, now that we're actually going to go ahead and get this, I think everything's dialed in. I think everything's working, except Lethe's walking off. But you know what? He's not in this debate. Our first debate is not. Yeah, and you guys aren't even set up in the right placement. This is so goddamn janky, people.
Scuffed.
All right. It's okay. Logi like logic. Got it. All right. So normally the way this would work is there's going to be 9 people and all of the A's are going to be on the top and all the N's are going to be on the bottom and the J's and M's are going to be in the middle. And it's all fucked. So people are probably going to trickle in as they see fit, hopefully. Also, oh, you know what? I'll bet you that's the new guy right there. Nope. That's okay. Nope, it was AnCom calling out my wife. She's gonna love that. All right, so as I was saying, we're gonna go ahead and get this fucking party started, gents. So, for those of you who are just now tuning in, tonight is debate night. We have a whole slew of, well, 3 1v1 debates tonight, and they're kind of going to be going out of order. So for those of you who are tuning in from the Discord channel, the voting is going to be out of order. We're going to be doing 2, 1, then 3, I believe. So with that said, I have put the debate vote in the chat. Nope, that's not it. I'm going to do that one more time for everybody, just so that we can get those votes secured. For those of you who do not know, the way that this is going to work is we do not go based on popularity. We go based on persuasion. So what we're going to do is we are going to have a vote at the beginning of the debate, and we're going to have a vote at the end of the debate, and we are going to award the audience participation vote to whichever debater swayed the audience more, which side changed the most. So that's why your votes are very, very important, especially if you voted before. Make sure you vote after. Otherwise, why are you even here? Now, the way that this is going to work, our format is going to be a modified Lincoln Douglas format. We're going to do a 3-minute open followed by a 2-minute cross from the negative. Then negative is going to have a 3-minute open followed by a 2-minute cross from the affirmative, which is going to roll straight into a 10 to 15 minute open conversation period, which can go up or down based on the judges and frankly my own whimsical decision based on whether or not I feel like the conversation is productive and moving forward. Following that with a 3-minute close from each side, starting with the affirmative. Then after that, we will go to questions from the judges. If the judges during the course of the debate feel like there are some questions that should have been asked or that they want to kind of get some clarification on, or they're still on the fence about where they're going to put their vote, sometimes they will offer us questions. I will actually be the one who reads the question to you so that way you guys aren't persuaded by the reactions of the judges. After that, we're going to go to the 2 judges. We have Doomer down there on the bottom, and we have Let's Chief in the top right. Both of them are the most unbiased debate judges I think I've been able to find yet. Yes, Lethe, you're on the top 5, my friend, but the 2 of them really do have a tendency to have a record of voting based on your actual skill and not their opinion on the prompt. So that is super. Oh, there's your, yes, I accept you. I accept you. Nope. Okay, so it's still not working. All right, I'm going to try and send you that invite now, Lethe. Shit, can you, I forgot that we weren't actually fucking streaming together yet. Yug. So if you would be so kind as to, when you do get in, send the invite, or I'm sorry, send the vote. There you go. I sent you an invite. For some reason, it wouldn't let me. Whenever I clicked yes to yours, it said no. So, all right, there we go. Cool. And we're in. And I guess, you know what, now that we're sharing, I will go ahead and just do it myself in case. There we go. All right. So our first prompt of the night, everybody. Once again, this is going to be AnCom in the top left versus Confluence in the bottom right. Well, at least there's that sort of balance there. And our prompt today is going to be about sex work. Voluntary sex work should be legalized in the U.S. and regulated for health and safety. Now, once again, for those of you just tuning in, you may have missed the fact that I kind of changed the prompt on the 2 debaters last minute. Originally, it was just sex work should be legalized and regulated in the U.S. But we did want to put a little bit of more specificity in it so that we didn't get too far into the weeds. So I'm going to read that one more time. It's written above their heads. Voluntary sex work should be legalized in the U.S. and regulated for health and safety. I don't feel like there's any terms in there that I need to help clarify. So without further ado, if everybody is ready, judges, are y'all ready?
Yeah, I am.
Cool. Debaters, are y'all ready? AnCom Confluence? I will take that as a yes. So we got 3 minutes on the clock.
Is my camera working?
I heard you there. Yep. We see your beautiful ginger beard, sir.
It's not going on my side, so I was.
That's
what
okay.
What the hell?
Yep, that's all right.
I'm judging you for that.
That's it. Yep. Points gone.
Well, as long as y'all
gone.
can see me, it's. Oh, it's gone? Okay, let me just.
No.
I said your points were gone.
You're all good.
Okay.
All right. So, without further ado, Let's go. AnCom, 3 minutes on the clock for your opening. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead when you're ready.
All right. So I believe the sex work in the United States, voluntary sex work in particular, should be legalized throughout the country. There are a number of countries which already do this in some form or another, varying the legality of it. The prime example I'm looking at is New Zealand, which has decriminalized its sex work industry since 2003. In that time, they have seen significant improvements in the safety and health of their sex workers within the industry. They have seen a massive decrease in STIs and violence against sex workers, and generally seen a better standard of living among sex workers in that country, as well as a reduction in the number of people that are in sex work for coercive or other, otherwise involuntary reasons such as poverty, things of that like. No matter what you do with the law about sex work, it's still going to occur. There's a reason it's called the oldest profession, and while it may not strictly speaking meet that definition, it has been around for as long as exchange for products or services, or as long as sex has been considered a suitable payment for any sort of other product or service, going back as far as you care to go within human history. There, no law banning it will be likely to actually stop it. Most likely, all such laws are going to do is make it more dangerous and harder for people who use sex work to survive to do exactly that. And it's going to end up with greater amounts of violence and disease among the community, rather than simply decriminalizing it and making sure that safety measures are put in place to allow sex workers to have the sort of freedom and protection they need to be able to do that work safely. So I think it's pretty clear from my perspective that legalizing it, or decriminalizing it more particularly, would be the best way to go in the way that New Zealand has done, and that's my opener.
And time. With plenty of time left on the clock. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put 2 minutes on the clock now for you, Confluence. I'm going to try to put 2 minutes on the clock for you now, Confluence.
All right.
Why is the 2 not typing? Why am I not able to change the goddamn time?
Believe in yourself. It starts in here. I'm pointing to my heart right now.
You're a fake time lord. We could just bullshit for a minute until it gets down to 2.
Yeah, we could just give you shit for a whole minute about...
Look at this Luddite retard.
Like, seriously, bro. This is so annoying.
We could talk about like cake sitting or like what's good if you want,
There we go.
We have like
Nope,
60 seconds to do that.
Thank goodness.
I figured it out. Thank you. All right, 2 minutes is on the clock for you.
We should legalize cake sitting in the United States.
That's the new debate.
Arguably that is the debate. All right, 2 minutes on the clock for you, Confluence. For you to use as you want for cross-examination, the floor is yours, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So first of all, just to understand your position, you brought up New Zealand, and I don't know if you misspoke or if you because I don't know New Zealand. You said New Zealand decriminalized. That's not the same as legalization. Yes. Do you understand that? Okay. So we agree. So we agree on that. So. I guess what I would say, if it's decriminalized, do you think that adds kind of the same safety as a country like Germany or the Netherlands that have actually legalized sex work? Like, what is your preference?
I believe it adds more. I believe it adds more safety to decriminalize rather than to legalize, because legalize puts certain levels of regulation that tend to be detrimental to sex workers.
Well, I would agree, but the prompt is about legalization. The prompt is not should sex work be decriminalized. That's an entirely different topic. So I feel like the New Zealand argument.
They're related topics.
They're related, but you just said legalization has like more problems, right? So do you think sex work should be
also did point
legalized, or
out-
do you think it should be decriminalized?
I also did point. I believe it should be decriminalized, which is a step beyond legalization in my view.
It's definitionally
So,
not.
take-
It's not. You can decriminalize drugs. It doesn't mean I can go and buy cocaine at a store. It just means that if I'm caught with cocaine, then I don't go to prison. That's very different than like legalization.
Okay.
Legalization is a step beyond that. But okay, but moving beyond that.
That entirely depends how you want to define the
Sure,
terms
but
there,
okay,
because-
I only have 2 minutes. I want to move past that a little bit. Just how does New Zealand judge coercion? I only have like 20 seconds left, but like, what do you have any idea what metric they use to say that they're not going into it because of poverty? Like, how would you possibly judge that? Like, what's the stats on that?
through various surveys, which they have done multiples of over the years, to determine why. Basically, you ask sex workers, why are you doing sex work? Is it because you're in poverty? Is it because you are being coerced or forced by someone else?
Do you think
or
people-
is it because this is a
do you think
line
a
of work you
self-work-
actually enjoy?
Do you think
That's actually time. I was going to let him
Oh,
finish
God.
his answer. But
That
yeah,
went so
that's
fast. That went
the
so fast.
cross-examination. It does go fast, but it's now 3 minutes on the clock for you to go ahead and do your opening, good sir.
Okay.
So are you ready for that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, the Webster's Dictionary defines sex work as degenerate behavior that no sane person would ever want normalized. I agree with that very real dictionary definition. I will expand upon it. My argument will be three-pronged. Prong A, that legalizing sex work makes it more socially acceptable, which leads to bad outcomes. B, that countries that fully legalize sex work often see more sex trafficking, not less, which leads to more exploitation. And C, that legalization does not get rid of black market prostitution anyway. Argument the first. Legalizing literally anything makes it more socially acceptable. This is almost a truism. And I can't think of a counterexample. I'm going to ask my opponent if he can think of any counterexample. If you decriminalize opioids and other drugs, like they did in British Columbia, it emphatically did not lead to less drug use. Even the off-cited Portugal model didn't reduce drug use. And so, again, I would, that's just an example, but the point of that is that, like, anything that we make legal, it happens more often. Okay, that's just like, I think that's, and if you want to argue against that, I would love to hear it. Now, briefly, the bad outcomes I speak of are less pair bonding, less impetus to actually go and get married, leading to negative marital outcomes and fewer children. In Western countries where we're already screwing ourselves with record-breaking, horrific birth rates far below replacement level. Argument the second, countries that fully legalize sex work often see more sex trafficking. So while it sounds compassionate to sex workers to make it legal, it can actually make the problem much worse. Germany, after legalizing sex work in 2002, saw an increase in sex trafficking, not a decrease. And this was analyzed by the German Institute of Economic Research using 20 years of German data, because this was a long time ago where it became legal. This is because it provides cover to bad actors who want to force women into an industry under the guise of it being legal. We also see this in the Netherlands. Argument the third, legalizing sex work solves very little problems as it doesn't get rid of the black market prostitution anyway. Not everyone will want to submit to be registered as a sex worker, which would have to be done if it's legalized, which is what the prompt is. Again, we're not arguing about decriminalization, we're arguing about legalization. Not everyone will want to be subjected to mandatory STI checks. Not everyone will want to pay taxes on their hard-earned cum dollars, etc. In summary, I would like my opponent to explain how legalizing prostitution doesn't increase harm to society by socially normalizing it, which happens with literally every illegal behavior we legalize. We see more of it. I would like him to contend with the data that shows legalizing prostitution leads to a paradoxical effect where sex trafficking actually goes up, and I'd like him to refute the claim that black market prostitution will nevertheless still exist even in a society where sex work is fully legal. The end.
And yeah, both of y'all left 20 seconds on the clock. That's really interesting. So 2 minutes is on the clock now for you, AnCom, to control a cross-examination. Go ahead when you're ready.
Does legalization require registration by definition?
Yes, in any country that's legalized prostitution.
No, it does not.
In any country, it has.
You can argue
find me a
perhaps
country
by
where it hasn't.
example, but well, I mean, if you look at the countries that follow the Nordic model, where it's legal to sell sex but not to buy sex, sex workers have not been forced to register.
That's not legalizing sex work. With all due respect, that's not legalizing sex work. The Nordic model is about penalizing Johns. It's not about legalizing sex work.
Yes,
entirely different situation.
I agree, and I don't think that is a good way to go about it. But legalization does not necessitate a registration only because, or like, just because the two countries that have, by your definition, legalized it have done so does not mean that it's a requirement. And if I said
every
that
country
the
that's
US,
legalized it
and
has
if I
done
said
it.
the US, if I said the US should legalize it, that does not necessarily mean that we should be registering sex workers
if you're
in
saying,
that process.
So, but if you're saying it's, I mean, this is your cross-examination time, but if you're saying it's legal, right, then like it would have to follow like OSHA protocols, like it would be a job, right? If you're saying it's like, and how it is in Nevada, we have an example in the US where certain brothels are illegal. They do have to do STI checks. There has to be, they are legal workers, they have to pay taxes, all that stuff happens. So we already have an example in this own country, and you're saying that somehow legalizing it would somehow fundamentally change that.
Do they have to register with the government
yes.
as sex workers
yes,
in Nevada?
They do. Yes, they do.
Okay, fair enough. I will yield the rest of my cross-exam time.
All right, sounds good. Then in that case, we're just going to go ahead and put 10 minutes on the clock, and y'all just roll right on in. Go ahead.
Okay,
all
so
right, cool.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh shit. Okay, we're both being polite. Okay, I'll go ahead. Okay, so how do you contend with countries that legalize sex work see more sex work? Do you agree that's at least like on its face true? That if you legalize anything, again, Mike, the cannabis example, you make something legal, it's obviously going to happen more. Do you think sex work is a positive thing on society or a negative thing?
Neither. I think it's morally neutral.
You think it's neutral, so you don't think there's any like harm. That's an impossible position to defend, in my opinion. Because there's going to be some amount of women, obviously, like you can ask people on a self-reported study. There obviously is some women that will turn to sex work out of like desperation, out of poverty, out of all of the things that presumably we don't want them to do. We don't want people to be desperate.
Just as people will turn to Lyft and Uber and DoorDash and all of these other forms of work out of desperation.
And you think those things have morally the same consequences, both on the human psyche and on society at large? You think like a woman choosing to drive Uber or Lyft, does that have the same personal consequences in her own life and also the same consequences on society writ large?
Given the rates of violence that we see against female drivers for those sorts of services,
do you think that's is that comparable at all to the violence that like sex workers see, even in Nevada, right? Like you know, there even if you add all the safety stuff, and to go to the Netherlands, right? Netherlands has had many instances where there's been like I don't know if I can say TOS stuff, but like child prostitution, right? That has been caught, you know, right? Where some brothel comes in and they find out like the girl was like 14, 15, and it's like a legal thing, and they're adding that. Is that like, that doesn't happen with like Uber and Lyft. That doesn't happen with like any other job. It feels like an impossible position to maintain that that's not causing more harm than Uber or Lyft.
You don't think illegal child labor happens in any other industry in the U.S.?
I think it does, but I think it is almost like, it's almost on its face. And I think you would agree, illegal child labor is worse if in a sexual way than in a non-sexual way. I agree they're both bad, but there's like different degrees of bad, right? Like forcing a child into sex trafficking, far worse than like, I don't know, making some like 16-year-old like work at your like, you know, little family shop that you have, right? Whether or not that's allowed or not.
As we saw a few years ago, various meatpacking plants in Arkansas wherein they were exposed to various forms of disease and unsafe working conditions. I'm not saying that forcing children into sex work is equivalent to this, but you have to accept that like there are many industries in which illegal child labor occurs and puts them in danger.
I fully accept that. But I don't think you would want to commit that the same level of like child labor is at all even remotely morally comparable to like forcing a child into like sex trafficking. Like that's not, if we're talking levels of harm. I know, but then we agree. Yes, you have like a small amount of harm in any industry because you could have child labor. Yeah. But we agree.
Is that regular labor is legal in these other industries, and yet illegal child labor happens. So saying illegal child labor happens in the sex industry in a country where it is legalized is not a good point, because you're effectively saying that bad things happen in legalized industries.
No, because I'm not saying...
Like, yes, they do. That's not an argument against legalizing
It is, because all harm is not equal. So yes, you could bring up industries where
all harm may not be equal, but the point
so
is
if the harm is so
it's not
severe...
a good argument against legalizing the act.
Okay, if you don't accept that, I mean, that's fine. I think that's crazy, because I think obviously there's different levels of harm and stuff. But okay, I want to move to a different point if you're willing, because we have limited time and stuff. But like, okay, so do you not think like this is has a deleterious effect on society with marriages, with childbirth, with all that stuff? Like, I'm just trying to get a because I haven't talked to you before. Do you not think that's a problem?
No, I think sex work occurs whether or not it's legalized. And while you may be correct in that it may increase the rate of sex work, I don't believe the existence of sex work in a country reduces, successful marriage rates, reduces childbirth rates, reduces any of the things that you are suggesting are good for a country to have in this implication.
Well, I guess that's because, I mean, as you said that you think it's morally neutral. Which again, I think is I'm unsure. Actually, yeah, I want to go back to that. How do you think it's morally neutral, given all the stuff we talked about? Given if you trust me on the German thing about how sex trafficking has actually increased after they legalized it in 2002, and if you admitted that yes, a certain amount of people, like in the Netherlands, right, and other countries, right, that minors get involved and that sex trafficking happens, then in what sense is it morally neutral? Like, I could see if you're arguing from like a harm reduction point of view, and then like maybe I could grant that, but you're arguing that it's morally neutral. I don't see an argument how it's morally neutral. I feel like I've given many vectors of harm.
Here's the question. You're talking about sex trafficking going up in Germany after they legalized it. What is the comparative rate of sex trafficking in Germany versus other nearby countries that still have sex work as legally prohibited?
Yeah, it hasn't gone up in the same amount.
Okay, so you're saying that the rate of sex trafficking in Germany and the Netherlands is still lower than surrounding countries where sex work is illegal. Yes?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the opposite.
Okay, then that's okay. I think you need to clarify, because you said it's not as high.
Okay, I don't know if I misspoke. I don't know if I misspoke, but
I asked you how. Okay, then let me re-ask the question. What is the comparative rate of sex trafficking in Germany and the Netherlands as compared to rates of the same in nearby countries such as Belgium, France, Italy, Switzerland, Poland, etc.?
Yes, if you compare it to developed countries,
where are those comparatively?
It is higher. The countries that have legalized it is higher because it provides an avenue for people to do sex trafficking under the guise of the law. Whereas like otherwise you're like trying to sex traffic people, and that happens in the States, right? But like we can see like it's hard to do because you can't launder women in the same capacity. That's why if you look at a country like Romania or like Thailand, you see a ton of sex trafficking. But if you look at developed nations, there's laws in place, there's people watching out. It's a lot more of a difficult thing to do. So when you make something legal, then all of a sudden it's like you have a legal avenue that you can and that's how underage people in the Netherlands ended up in legal brothels, right? How do you think that happens? That happens because it's legal. And so you have these people, and if you lie about their age and you get them into the country, then now all of a sudden you have like a bigger problem than you did otherwise.
Okay, so then what you're saying is that the regulation should be tighter and the checks should be more frequent, but that is not an argument against the basic concept of legalization. You're saying that the regulations surrounding that legalization should be better.
No, I'm saying it should be fully banned, because I don't think, despite you saying it's morally neutral, I think I've given you a bunch of moral vectors where it's bad, and I think you've agreed to a lot of those. And so I want to know what the argument is on why it should be legal. Like what good does that do for society? Like even if you think it's morally neutral, which again I think I've given a lot of reasons why it's not, why do you think it should be legal? Given that it doesn't actually like help anything, it makes people turn to prostitution more often. So like what's the benefit? Like it leads in all those countries like Netherlands and Germany and stuff, there are more prostitutes doing it, right?
I don't think you've demonstrated that the prostitution rate is actually higher in those countries, mainly because in those countries, yes, while sex workers have to register in those countries, they don't have to register in other countries where it's not legalized. In fact, doing so would probably put them in both legal and physical danger to do so. So I don't think you've actually demonstrated that the rates of it are
First of all,
higher.
I quoted a study.
Hold on.
I understand that we don't have time to look it up. I understand that. But do you not just think on its face, just like logically, right? Like in Nevada, obviously you have like you have a legal route for people to do this, right? If we go to the rest of the US where it's illegal, right? If someone is like trying to pay their way through college, are they going to become a prostitute and stand on the corner of a street? They're probably not going to do that, right? There's a lot of safety risks, so that will go down. So that option becomes more available. I think you would agree with that at least, right? And you probably should, because you think it's morally neutral. You don't think there's anything bad if some young girl decides at 18 to go prostitute herself. Because you said it's morally neutral.
It's morally neutral is not demonstrating that like it happens more under these legalized things. I think that it's likely that it does, but like I say,
but it does. Can you again? This is what I asked in my opening. Can you name anything that has ever been made legal and then the incidence goes down? Anything, like literally, you could punt to any topic.
I mean, yes, I could. In Portugal, various forms of drug use were made legal, wherein if you were caught, you were not sent to jail. You were sent to a board of doctors who would argue against drug abuse.
Yes, and in Portugal,
give you resources for detoxing. And we've actually seen rates of illicit drug use go down. Over the past decade in Portugal.
No, we haven't. We've seen from a harm reduction point of view, we've seen things like overdoses go down. We've seen things like hepatitis B go down. The drug incidence in Portugal has actually gone up. It hasn't gone down. So from a harm reduction point, I agree with you, but you're not arguing from a harm reduction point. You're arguing that this stuff should be legalized.
I am in part arguing from a harm reduction point because I do think that there are many harms associated with sex work, just as there are many harms associated with many forms of work in any country.
Sure, but I asked you for an example where it goes up, and you brought up or where it goes down when something's legalized. And first of all, Portugal didn't legalize drugs; they decriminalized them. So again, that's a thing we keep coming back to. Legalization, not the same. But even in Portugal, incidence of drug use did go up, even though other metrics, which I agree are good, things, again, people dying, people contracting, needle-borne stuff, right, has gone down. But can you think of any example if you legalize something where it does not go up? Because any example, I tried. I was writing these notes. I can't think of anything. If you make something legal, if you made burglary legal, if you make gambling legal, if you make anything legal in all the places where it happens, it goes up. That's human nature. Humans want to do what they can't do. And so if you make something legal, it's gonna rise. And I don't think you can come up with a single unless you're more creative than me, because I can't come up with a single example.
Well, it's interesting because the example you gave just there, where when humans want to do things that they're not allowed to do. So you will find in a lot of cases that, yes, immediately after legalizing a lot of things, the use rates do spike, but then they come back down and they plateau, usually at or near the same level of use
can you name
as they were before.
Can you name a single example where that's happened? Any example where something has been legalized? Like literally any.
In the various cannabis in the various states.
Cannabis use in all those states has gone up. Canada, the whole country legalized it. It's gone up. It has not gone down. And definitely
decriminalized.
No, Canada legalized it.
Canada decriminalized.
No, Canada legalized it.
Anyways,
Canada,
really,
you can go to any
point.
There's like 1 million pot shops in Canada. You can just go and buy it. You don't need any license. And I'm saying pot use has gone up. Again, you can look at the stats on this, especially amongst Zoomers, right? Pot use has gone skyrocketed. It's not showing any signs of stopping. Maybe I agree there could be some slight rebound, not to the point where it's going below legalization, which is what I'm asking you for. I'm asking you for any example if you legalize something where the use actually goes down. I think we both know that just never happens.
Okay,
Dude.
fair enough. I don't have any. I don't have any points where that I can think of where use has gone down. I don't necessarily think in all cases it's gone up. But the point, or my point here, is that just because we might see sex work rise again, I think it's morally neutral. That voluntary adult sex work is overall morally neutral. All of the other shit that you're associating with legalization, the underage shit, the sex trafficking, I agree with you that those are all bad, and I think that we should be taking steps to end those while protecting sex workers through legalization, or my preference would be decriminalization, but since that was not the prompt, I got to go with what I'm given.
Right. I need to point out.
Yeah.
I need to point out. This is the one thing that Horseradish already covered. Voluntary was not in the prompt to begin with. So like that, that is a bit of a separate argument.
Prompt, and
I know, but that I was given like 5 minutes ago. But I just want to point out that like I feel like that's taking a lot of stuff off the table, and it's almost in some ways begging the question, because like. If a woman is like fully agentic and the guy's fully agentic, then maybe, but that's not the case in reality. Even if it's the case in the prompt, you can't figure out if someone is doing voluntary sex work. Sex work is so tied to people in desperation, people in bad economic positions.
True of all kinds of work. That's true of all forms of work, though.
I know, but with the harm that you agreed happens, then it's not the same as all kinds of work. And if there was equal levels of harm with a woman driving Uber, then I would say we should like probably stop that. But there's just not. If you look up the violence sex workers face, even when it's legal, it doesn't matter. The violence, the STD rates, the harm in general, right? The psychological damage that these women go through after, like, I mean, it's not comparable to any other
STI rates. I know for a fact STI rates in Germany and Netherlands are down after legalization.
I'm saying a prostitute has a higher STI rate than an Uber driver. That was my point with that.
Okay.
I actually gave y'all an extra 5 minutes already. That was great, 15 minutes, but we are going over. So that said, I do have a couple of questions coming in from the judges. I'm going to give you guys those after your closing arguments, because it's possible you guys are going to touch on them in that time. I have an unrelated question because this has happened to me before and I'm a fucking idiot. Can somebody remind me? My Discord window, for some reason, I've got it so that the bar to be able to move it around is currently behind my taskbar. How can I make it so that like goes full screen or something so that I can move it around? Does anybody know?
Yes, if you hover over the Discord icon on your taskbar and then you see the little preview, you should be able to right-click on that or on the little bar above it, and you get an option to move the window.
AnCom, you're a fucking god, dude. All right, thank you. Now, we're going to go ahead and put it to 3 minutes on the clock. We're going to go back to the affirmative, which would be AnCom. And we're going to go ahead and do our 3-minute closings right now. AnCom, are you ready for that?
Yes.
All right, go ahead when you're ready.
So unfortunately tonight has been a confluence of, some mistaken understandings of the prompt, which, they are what they are, and, some disagreements between the prompt in my position, possibly the prompt, or almost certainly the prompt and my opponent's position, and so that has kind of muddied the waters a little bit, which is unfortunate. That said, I do think tonight that though my opponent has brought up some interesting points about the flaws of the legalization implementation in some countries and the fact that they haven't achieved the goals that they sought to, and that the fact that decriminalization seems to have done a better job in achieving these goals in New Zealand, where it has been done. Yes, legalization does have flaws. I won't, I won't discount that, but that's true of any form of legalization for any form of activity, because laws are imperfect. They're written by imperfect humans. Still, I think the point that sex work is morally neutral when it is between consenting adults, that you can't really argue against, because sex work is just another form of work. The fact that it happens to involve certain parts of the body that other forms of work don't include isn't really material here. And I think a lot of people just see that as a morally icky thing rather than looking at it from a more objective point of view. It seems clear to me that when we're talking about legalizing sex work, we're talking about legalizing something that has happened throughout human history, and the goal of it is to try and reduce the amount of harm that's going to occur while this particular action was always going to occur. Like, the fact that the use might go up, okay, so what? Like, I don't really see a problem with that. So my opponent's argument doesn't make a lot of sense. Yes, he's pointed out that there are imperfections in the legalization process. I don't disagree with that, but I don't think that's an argument against the concept of legalization as a way to reduce the amount of harm that currently exists under the system. It needs revisions, it needs refinements, but overall it is a solid answer to the question. Maybe not the best. Like I said, I prefer decriminalization over legalization, but I think both have their place and, can potentially be, be used to solve the problems that we're looking at today.
All right. And we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now for you, Confluence. Same thing, 3 minutes. You don't have to use it all, but go ahead and put a cherry on it for us, sir.
All right. Okay. So the three things I touched on was that legalizing sex work makes it more socially acceptable.
You're still muted in case you didn't know.
I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Can you? Okay.
I know. I hate it when that happens.
Yeah. Sorry. I was typing. I didn't want. Thank you for not starting my timer. That would have been bad if I just talk for 3 minutes into silence. Okay. I'm ready.
No, sir. You're not the first. Go ahead.
Okay. So my three arguments. The first one was that legalizing sex work makes it more socially acceptable, which leads to bad outcomes. I don't think. I think. My opponent, I think he did a good job, but I think he actually agrees with me that it does lead to more bad outcomes. And my second point is that countries that fully legalize sex work see more sex trafficking. And I want to hit on what he said in his closing, if I'm allowed to do that, I think, right? He said sex work, it happens. No, sorry, wrong note. Sorry, I was typing. So he says the use has gone up in countries that have legalized it. No, that is not what I'm saying. It has gone up, but I'm saying with the German study, sex trafficking has gone up. That's what we see in these countries. When they legalize it, it's not just that use goes up. That is bad, and I think that's the first point, is that it leads to bad outcomes in pair bonding and all that stuff, which wasn't addressed by my opponent. But the actual issue is sex trafficking goes up when it's legalized. Okay, he said he's again. I think we're conflating decriminalization with legalization, and he wants to be more on the decriminalized side, which that's a separate debate, and maybe I would agree with him on that. But that's emphatically just not the debate topic. And he admitted that legalization has a bunch of problems, so, I mean, we agree on that. He thinks sex work is morally neutral between consenting adults. And again, that's the crux. Just because you make sex work legal, you can't make it so that it's between consenting adults. My opponent is acting that all sex workers, if you make it legal, they are all of a sudden magically transformed into agentic beings that aren't possibly coerced in any way, that aren't sex trafficked in any way, that aren't doing it from some fiscal need, that aren't damaged from childhood and are now doing it. None of those things have been addressed at all. And I think that, yes, it's to imply that they're consenting. Sure. If I was to grant that, if they're all consenting, sure. I'm not saying moral yuck, although I also am saying that, but that's not my argument. My argument is that you can't say consenting adult and just assume that they're all going to be consenting. And my last point was that legalization does not get rid of black market prostitution anyway, which again, that point was also not touched on. There will be people, and we've agreed on this when we talked about Nevada, that yes, you do have to register, you do have to do mandatory STI testings. There's a lot of red tape to jump through. There's going to be a certain amount of people that will still do black market prostitution anyway. So we're trying to fix for a problem that we're not actually fixing for. Yes, it's the oldest profession and whatever, but we're not actually legalizing does nothing to actually do anything from any harm reduction point of view. The stats bear this out, and it increases the prevalence of it. And even again, looking at the German study and in the Netherlands, it actually leads to worse outcomes when it comes to sex trafficking and other things. The end.
Right. That is Time. So we do still have one question from Judge. If the other judge would like to ask any questions, go ahead and shoot those to me. I'm just going to read this exactly as it is said, and I'm going to give you guys each 1 minute on the clock. Each of you have given specific examples when bringing up the issues of safety. Could each of you please go into some detail about one of the specific examples you found during your research? So, as an example, how the rates of violence or crimes have been affected after legalization, or any specific examples of underage people in brothels.
Who do you want to start?
Like I said, I'm going to put 1 minute on the. I was about to say I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock for each of y'all. I'll start with the affirmative here, and AnCom. Go ahead.
Okay, before you start the clock, can you just read the question one more time for me?
I certainly can. So let me stop the clock and restart.
Sorry.
So no worries. Please give a detail or go into detail about one of the specific examples you found regarding the issues of safety during your research. So, in other words, examples of how the rates of violence or crimes have been affected by the legalization, or any specific examples of underage people in brothels. Like there were generalizations thrown around, but there was no actual specific cited cases or anything of that nature. So, again, just looking for any sort of pro or con effect to the safety based on your research. Go ahead.
Okay. So I will, just because it's where most of my research was based, in New Zealand, we have seen a decrease in overall violence against sex workers. There have been fewer issues where women in sex work have been assaulted, fewer issues where they have reported rapes. There have been more cases in which the lesser violence has been prosecuted and the people responsible have been held accountable for those actions, as well as lower rates of STIs, lower rates of underage sex trafficking. Unfortunately, there is still an issue in New Zealand where people cannot get visas to do sex work in New Zealand. So, it hasn't completely removed the underground problem there, but it has significantly decreased many of the greatest harms typically associated with sex work.
All right, cool. And now, Confluence, same question to you. Can you give any examples, pro or con, specific examples, or any sort of evidence that supports the negative effects to safety that you were referring to?
Sure, and I don't know if this is below the belt, but I just want to say again, New Zealand did not legalize sex work, so I don't know why we're bringing up a country that didn't legalize it. I will bring up one that did, which is Germany, and this is from the German Institute of Economic Research. Again, I mentioned this, it used 20 years. Germany legalized sex work in 2002, and it saw an increase in sex trafficking. That is a specific example of harm. They legalized it. They thought, like my opponent did, that, hey, this is a way to solve it. This is a way to make it safer. We saw sex trafficking go up. And there's a whole study that talks about minors and stuff. I could link it if you want. I mean, I don't have enough time to, but I will send it to anyone who wants to see it. They did a whole deep dive on this. It has not produced positive outcomes. It's resulted in more minors being trafficked, more sex trafficking in general, less agency, and it hasn't done any of the things that the German government thought it would back in 2002.
Okay, fantastic. And for what it's worth, yeah, anytime you want, you can drop it into the Twitch chat, or if you want, you can also drop it into the chat room chat, and we can move it onto the chat for the viewers as well. So, with that said, that brings us to the end of our first debate. Everybody out there in the audience, please, this vote right here, go ahead and vote for us. And I don't know if you're able to grab that Confluence and put it into your own chat, because that would be that's the only downside to you being on YouTube and not over here.
Yeah, sorry. Where'd you send it?
It's you know what? Actually, here's what I can do. I will put it into the conversation chat for you. Boom.
Oh, perfect.
That bottom one. And that way we can go ahead and get that vote in. Now, once again, just so everybody knows, this is going to go based on percentage sway. It's not based on popularity or like who has the most votes. It's about which side had the most persuasive arguments. And so with that said, that was a great debate, gentlemen. I enjoyed the hell out of that. I'm sure everybody out there did. This one's going to be a little bit tough, I think, but I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah, unless Doomer wants to go
Unless-
real quick. If you know.
You know what, Doomer? Are you ready?
I'm still kind of mulling it over.
Yeah, no, like I said, this one's kind of a tough one. So I'm going to
Can you
babble
give us
for
a
a
little
few
girl
seconds.
from
Yep.
Ipanema, please?
Yeah. I was about to say I can babble for just a few minutes, and I will actually go ahead and weigh in on my own, which is just to say that my position going into this was pretty solid, right? For what it's worth, my my significant other did a dissertation on this particular subject, and it was a pretty goddamn persuasive paper. But this debate actually kind of swayed me a little bit. So I'm eager to see some of those details and some of those facts, because what I was hearing didn't line up with my own research. This is a debate, so again, I'm looking forward to seeing some examples of actual like evidence and such. But one thing that did stand out to me was the legalization versus decriminalization. This is my own personal question to the two of y'all. And this one I'm not even going to bother putting on the clock, but I'm going to throw this to Confluence first. Can you, just for my own edification, give me a quick synopsis of what you believe or how you perceive the difference between the two? Like, I know what I think it is, but
Sure.
I'm curious if you guys both agree with the same. Go ahead.
I would. So my opponent brought up the Nordic model. I actually agree with that. I don't think we should be like throwing sex workers in jail. I think that we should be punishing Johns, and I think that is the most effective way to do it. And so that type of decriminalization, I think, is good. And legalization then would be, right, obviously everything is like fine, you know, you're in a brothel, the John is doing everything, he's like not legally responsible, neither is the prostitute. I don't want to see sex workers get punished, because again, I think they're already probably down bad for most of them. I agree there's hypothetical people that just like want to do sex work and stuff and want to work in a brothel, but I think ultimately there's a lot of like harm that is probably going on in your life if you're doing this. And so, yeah, so I don't want to see them thrown in jail. So that's why I prefer the Nordic model, because I would rather, the Johns are probably the ones with the money that are taking advantage. And I feel like it's definitionally, I think, exploitative in my opinion. That's my personal opinion. So that's why, I don't want to see them punished.
Fair enough. AnCom, if you could do me a favor, same thing. Can you just kind of explain to me, in your perception or in your view, what is the difference between decriminalization and legalization in this context?
So when I'm talking about legalization, and I was using New Zealand as my example there. So in 2003, they fully decriminalized sex work, making it a legal form of employment. And so the research conducted since then, including a 5-year review by their Ministry of Justice, showed that the long-term effects of that were, as I said, better screening, better ability to screen clients and refuse service, lower rates of violence, lower rates of STIs. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. I see the Nordic model that Confluence is talking about here as being overall more harmful than either legalization or the New Zealand form of decriminalization. And we've seen that in both the Nordic countries that have implemented and in Canada, which has done something similar.
Okay. All right, cool. Chief, are you ready yet?
Hell yeah. I'm just,
right.
I'll flub through it. I've got notes. So
Give it to me, Dan.
AnCom started off with really strong arguments. And I feel like, the solid arguments were in the open, and because of that, and I feel like Doomer's question tried to kind of pry this out of you, is that the stats from Germany should have like been your whole entire argument. I wouldn't have swayed from whatever stats that you had on hand, and then you just have to bridge the gap between decriminalization and legalization, saying like, if we got this effect from one, then we could assume a similar, effect from the other, and that they're not like citing a place that is decriminalized doesn't fully disqualify, what you're bringing to the table there, and just be confident about that. I feel like the word, voluntary was added to the prompt, but really like the biggest detractor for AnCom, it felt like, and first major punch that hit was that the prompt should have been more about like decriminalization than legalization. So I feel like that kind of was the first time where, you know, AnCom's knees got a little shaky, like underneath him. You know, just not being able to kind of like bridge that gap when it wasn't really that big of a deal to begin with. I do feel like he did a good job explaining how Confluence maybe misunderstood the moral neutrality point. You know, just because, you know, when we're talking about moral neutrality, if you think of an exception to the rule where someone found a way of doing something bad, that doesn't make the entire act not morally neutral. So I think that was just a misunderstanding there and how that was used. Confluence also didn't need to use like the 100% magical consent argument, because I feel like he had done solid work up until to that point. You know, whether or not the data either side used was accurate, Confluence definitely, you know, waded through the arguments, you know, with kind of like, I don't know, like the power to remain upright. The second time I saw AnCom really kind of shaken was when Confluence brought up that legality means that the job would be more likely to be chosen. It seemed like AnCom didn't really like have a, you know, think about that or have like a prepared answer for that. So he just kind of left a little bit reeling there. And overall, I give the victory to Confluence today.
One vote for Confluence from Let's Chief. All right, so real quick reminder, audience, I'm going to drop this in here one more time. Please go ahead and secure your votes. They do matter if it comes down to a tie between the judges. So let's see how that happens. Mr. Doomer, you ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, lay it on us.
It was close. Like a coin flip. Pretty much came down to like right before you guys started answering Horse's questions. So yeah, I thought AnCom opened really strong, and I think Confluence hit on most of everything that AnCom brought up in his opening and addressed it really well. And then I kind of like what Let's Chief said. I thought the little check on decriminalization versus legalization kind of threw AnCom a little bit. And I do think the whole like if voluntary wasn't in the prompt, it could have been a much different debate. But yeah, beyond that, I barely eked it out to AnCom. Just kind of over the main points that Confluence brought up, I thought were more moral than kind of like objective versus like good and bad. Not that you can really separate those two. But yeah, the overall like question of like, is more of this bad in like a general sense, I don't really think tracks like on that reasoning. And yeah, outside of that, yeah, I just think the more objective reasoning was in AnCom's corner.
Okay,
Have we ever
so that is-
disagreed on a decision before?
No, that's
I
a
think
brand
we
new
have
one.
one time.
I don't remember it. I'd have to go back to the tapes, but this is
I think you
interesting.
might be
So
right.
this means that it comes down to the audience vote. So with that said, hopefully everybody go ahead and get that last vote secured if you haven't already. We're going to go ahead and go up here and we're going to look at our previous debate vote. Let me look. Voluntary sex work should be legalized. All right, so the first one. Yeah, the first one. Show me the results. Looks like it was. Oh, well, this could be interesting. So the original vote was 100% in the affirmative favor. So if literally even one person voted for the negative, it is going to the negative. That was a 100% in favor of the affirmative. Let's go back and look at the second one.
Let's tabulate the delta.
Tabulate the delta. Is that what
Does
that's
that
called?
mean all I need is a single vote, or all he needs is a single vote?
Literally? No, you. And
It's
you
a single
got two.
vote.
Yeah,
I got
so
two.
22%. You went up. You got a 22% of the vote there, which means that the audience was persuaded by the negative. The win is going to go to Confluence. Good job, sir.
Well done.
Yay! I need to get like applause or something like that.
I will say,
going,
if it's
so.
100%, that's almost like impossible to lose the because like there's got to be someone that's changed their mind. So I feel like
Yeah.
I
So
feel like that's a technical
exactly
win,
right.
but like
Yeah.
Was
You
there
know
more
what?
votes?
Every win's a win. Well, it was 3 votes more this time. So yeah. So
I will grant that my argumentation was not my best work. So
I had a
That's
good. I
okay.
thought you did a
We
good.
all-
I
we
thought
all have
we.
good
I
nights
had
and
a.
bad
I had a
nights,
good
yeah.
time. I thought you did a good job. You know.
I enjoyed the hell out of it, but I would also err towards Confluence on the actual presentation. And mostly for me, it was just because of the fact that you had 3 very well articulated points of contention, which, as you said, AnCom sort of kind of engaged with 2 of them, but he didn't even touch on that third one. And I feel like
what was the third one that I missed? Because I'm sure I meant to
You
say
just
something.
you just missed it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that was the thing was, like I
The
said,
third
fact
is
that
that
he
black
brought it
market
back-
won't stop, or no?
Yeah, the black market doesn't go or doesn't impact the black market, correct? So, just the fact that he brought that back up in his closing like he did, it was very well executed in my opinion. So,
Let's be
but
real.
again-
It has nothing to do with the arguments. Confluence looks like he's about to start a cult, and I'm just ready to join it.
I've always wanted to start a cult, brother. So you could be my first member.
Let's
yeah.
Chiefs down to drink your Kool-Aid, man. All right, so
Easy.
AnCom, you're
Out
welcome
of a
to stick
wine
around.
bottle.
I'd love for you to stick around. Same thing with you, Confluence. You
Yep.
guys are more than welcome as always, and I'd love to have y'all. But we're gonna go ahead and roll straight into this because I know Mr. Tyler here is on a timeline. And Casell, am I saying is it Casell or Casell? How do you say it? You're muted.
Yeah, you can say Castle. It works.
Casell, very, very cool. All right, so Casell, this is your first time debating with us, but it's super cool that you got in here in the time that you did, so you were able to see sort of the format. It's going to be a 3-minute open, followed by a 2-minute cross-examination. That is your time. Well, it starts with affirmative, then the negative gets 2 minutes. That is their time to do as they see fit, which is to say some people have actually used that just to make their opening longer because they had too much opening. Ideally, it is your opportunity to be able to ask questions and or set yourself up for success for your opening or poke holes in the argument of their opening. Either way, it's your choice. And again, you do not have to use all of the time for it. After that, then you goes to the 3 minutes opening for the negative and then followed by a 2-minute cross-examination from the affirmative. Now, that one's going to roll straight into a 10 to 15 minute open conversation. I kind of add the 5 minutes if I feel like the conversation is still going. But if I feel like you guys are just beating a dead horse, there's a whole lot of him and hawing, or you guys are just like circling around, then I'm just going to cut it at the 10 minutes. Followed after that by each of you going with a 3-minute closing. Once again, you do not feel obligated to use the whole thing. But if the judges have any questions, they're able to feed me those questions in DMs, which I will then pose to you guys to just kind of clarify or put some finer points on it. As I have said before, we're going to go ahead and give the vote to the audience before and after the debate. I'm going to be honest with you. You guys were supposed to go first. I know you had life, and that's fine. It's no problem. But I was excited about this debate, and primarily because I didn't have to do shit for it. So that said, this is also probably going to be the most controversial of the night. And this is a topic that I have been kind of thinking about putting out there. We have not had this particular debate before, so I'm eager to see how this plays out. Now, with that said, bear with me 1 second. I'm going to drop the Casell. Are you streaming by chance?
I am not right now. No.
You are not. That is fine. Okay. Do you generally stream on Twitch or on YouTube?
On Twitch, if I do.
Okay, very cool. Well, just so you know, in the future, anytime you do this, we tend to share chat just so that way everybody can see, first of all, if the debaters are getting fed prompts by fed information by their audience, but also so that we can kind of get a bigger spread of exposure. We can kind of get to talk to audiences and chats that we wouldn't normally be able to. So just so you know, if you decide you want to come back and play with us again, that is always an option. We also don't mind if you're streaming in any channel or anything. Do whatever you do. It's not a competition. So we're all here to help each other. Now, in the chat, everybody, I just dropped a link, and I'm going to go ahead and put it in here. So if Castle's going to stick around, he can give it to his chatters as well. This is the link to the first vote. This is the opening vote, and just so everybody knows, it is free. It costs you absolutely nothing. Just go ahead and quickly go in there and click yes or no or undecided if that's what you are. And this next prompt, it's a doozy. So the next
And if you
prompt
don't
is going
vote,
to
it's
be-
a vote for the whatever one you don't like. So
that's so mean.
be
for you to
bullied.
say that. Yes, be bullied. Be persuaded. Peer pressure counts. So our next prompt, give me a second, is boom. Let's make sure it's not too long-winded. Nope, looks like it's going to fit just fine. Boom.
That's what she said.
That is what she said. The Republican Party of America is more prone to violence than the Democratic Party. Now, arguing the affirmative for this is going to be Casell on the top row. Arguing in the negative is going to be to my that side. Tyler, the average debate enjoyer. So one more time, I'm going to read that again. The prompt is, the Republican Party of America is more prone to violence than the Democratic Party. So everybody go ahead and lock in your votes on this, see where you're standing now. And with that said, is everybody ready to go? Affirmative, that is going to be you, Mr. Casell. Are you ready with your 3-minute opening, sir?
Yeah, just to clarify too,
Yep.
and I know it's not part of the question.
No, go
and
ahead.
It might have just been what Tyler and I discussed before, but in terms of like time frame of this question, does that
you guys
matter?
just
Or
So there's a lot of stuff like that. Welcome in, Dizzle. There's a bunch of stuff like that where I have a tendency in my prompts. Some people think that it's an oversight, but it's not. I intentionally leave some wiggle room for the debaters to be able to define their own terms, right? Or I try to. But what I found is then we end up getting bogged down in bullshit. So anytime, if I have a more vague prompt, I will do what I can to make clarifying statements. But in this case, what y'all said works for me, and I will actually tell the audience. We are specifically, for the purposes of this debate, referring to both of the American political parties, or the main political parties, since 2000, since the year 2000. So this is only within the last 25 years that we are going to be discussing that the Republican Party of America is more prone to violence than the Democratic Party. Does that work? And both debaters agree with that term, right? All right, fantastic. Well, then in that case, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Mr. Casell. Are you ready for your opening?
cool, sounds good. Yeah, ready when you are.
Everybody secure those votes. I'll start the clock when you start talking.
Awesome. Well, thanks for inviting me to this, and also thanks, Tyler. I know I owe you this debate too, so excited to get into it. But I am Casell. I'm going to argue for the affirmative of why the Republican Party has seen a rise in violence since the year 2000 more than the Democratic Party. And when you look from the year 2000 to today, the U.S. has witnessed a measurable rise in domestic political violence, intimidation, extremism. And when we assess the political violence we're seeing, and when I talk about political violence, I mean violence or threats used to influence elections or public policy or any type of government authority, a clear pattern emerges. And the modern Republican Party and its rhetoric, I believe, it's aligned movements that have been more closely associated with this kind of violence than the Democratic Party. And this debate is not about labeling individual voters or claiming that Republicans are inherently violent. It's about analyzing which party in the last 25 years has been more prone to creating, normalizing, or benefiting from environments in which political violence becomes more likely. And on that measure, the evidence overwhelmingly supports the affirmative. And I mention that specifically because I know my opponent will bring up groups like Antifa or BLM. And again, I want to label that this is about the parties themselves, Republican versus Democratic Party. And I think that's important for the topic at hand. So point number one, patterns in political violence since 2000 is important to kind of ground ourselves in this time frame. And the most serious and deadly acts of extremist violence in the U.S. has come disproportionately from actors aligned with the right-wing ideology, not left-wing or democratic movements. And when we list the most infamous and politically motivated attacks, you can talk about the Charleston Church Massacre, Tree of Life, synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh, El Paso, Walmart shooting targeting Hispanic Americans, and the Buffalo supermarket attack against Black Americans. They share common traits, which is white supremacy, anti-immigration sentiments, or anti-government narratives that align with far-right ideological ecosystems, not within the Democratic Party. These attackers weren't quoting Democratic platforms. They were echoing replacement theories, invasion rhetoric that we have seen from top officials in the Republican Party, especially the President of the United States, and anti-government paranoia that mostly circulate primarily in Republican-aligned media spheres. And this is not an anecdote. It's a clear pattern that we're seeing. As for my second point, January 6th as a unique event in U.S. history, there's only been one time in American history that a violent mob has attempted to overturn a certified presidential election by force, and that event was January 6th on the U.S. Capitol, which was carried out explicitly in support of the Republican candidate and justified through claims of Republican officials and media that was supporting this claim that the president had espoused. There's no Democrat equivalent that I can think of in history or had seen throughout history, and no Democratic aligned mob has ever stormed Congress to stop a peaceful transfer of power. If being prone to violence means being closer to the possibility of force entering our democratic process, this point alone makes my case. And lastly, legislation and political culture that heightens violence and risk.
Time.
All right, cool.
I'm sorry. I tried to let you finish your sentence.
I tried to get to the end, but yeah, no,
nope,
all
you're
good.
good. You're good. All right. 2 minutes is on the clock for you there, Tyler. Are you ready for your cross-examination time, sir?
All right, I got two questions for you. So when you're talking about the parties, you're defining this as normalizing, benefiting from, condoning these actions that correlate. But then you turn around and invalidate Antifa and the Black Lives Matter message when we see the Democratic Party was pandering to them. They were repeating their messages. They were bailing out protesters. They were downplaying. They called the Summer of Love a 6-week insurrection that took over city property and turned it into an autonomous zone. Backing their rhetoric, and repeating their diagnosis of a cure, which is systemic racism, and defunding the police. I just wonder how you can decouple those two things.
Well, when we're talking about Black Lives Matter, for example, one of my points that in my intro that you mentioned too is how we're determining the prompt is between political parties, right? Black Lives Matter isn't a political party, and that's basically my point here, is that you could assume or associate BLM with the people who were part of those protests, people who may have even thrown Molotov cocktail or burned down whatever building as being on the left. But there's no way that you can make the claim that the Democratic Party was in support of any of that type of violence and rhetoric. Now you can, I know that you mentioned that they were
benefiting from it. I'm just wondering, because I only got so much time here, so reclaiming my time. But my question is then how the January 6thers aren't a political party. They were a very small percentage of Trump's movement. They just like Trump repeating the rhetoric that they use as a go-ahead with the same thing that these other organizations were doing. They were mirroring the same exact rhetoric as Black Lives Matter and Antifa, and actually putting into policy action as well. So why is one invalid and the other one's the crux of your argument?
So I agree with you that a large majority of Republicans are not who I'm talking about. And I think I mentioned that too. And I'm not talking about them, but if you mention a small amount of Trump voters, I think it still fits the case, because January 6th was very unique in that you could argue, and I will argue this, that Trump has led them specifically to endanger the Capitol Police and the Capitol and the inhabitants of the Capitol themselves that day. This wasn't something that they had even done themselves. This was a president of the United States calling for them to attend a speech at the Capitol in which he encouraged them to take their country back. Now, I know there are a lot of different ways you can interpret that, but I think it's pretty unique that the president of the United States specifically was there and encouraged them to take their country back, whatever that means. So I think that's where the difference lies.
All right, good. Just so you know, I let you finish your question there, or finish your answer there. That was a really long sentence with no punctuation. Well done. All right, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Tyler. Are you ready to go, sir? Go ahead.
All right, tonight we're going to talk about political violence in the party. I think this is kind of a two-pronged thing. First, I want to talk about political violence generally, and we pretty much agree somewhat on the terms. I just think we disagree on how they're being applied. And second, I want to talk about the tactics being used to make them even seem close. It is downplay violence from some of the most violent groups in our country that have done some of the most violent things, and always blame X, which is Christians, which is people that don't like Islamophobia after 9/11 and Islamophobes after 9/11, or the police. It's the police and the systemic systems that's actually the reason why certain demographics are more prone to violent crime. The Democratic Party has been doing this for 25 years, and I'm going to go through each one of these examples. At the end of the day, like, we're at a more extreme version of it where everyone's called it fascist, traitor, things of that nature are being thrown around, but there is a history of this, and it started with, again, Islamophobia. After 9/11, we saw if you didn't want a mosque in New York City right next to where there was an Islamic terror attack, you were actually engaging in Islamophobia, and you're the real problem. The real problem is we need to lie. The Obama administration went through all these different instances, like the Pulse nightclub, San Bernardino, where they lied about radical extremism, and that was the only good thing they actually got out of Benghazi as well, were them lying about Islamic extremism to protect Islam or Muslims in the United States, because it's really the U.S. that's bigoted, that needs to be lied to in order to get them to not be violent. It's always displacing it to the most peaceful people in the country. I think that at the end of the day here, we're going to kind of get down to the brass tacks on that, because again, we pretty much agree on what political terrorism or political violence is. The parties themselves aren't going out and doing violence. You don't see Republicans and Democrats out there committing violence, save a handful of Democrats that have been arrested for committing violent acts against ICE. Besides that, though, you don't see a lot of them going out there. What we see is groups that parrot the same messages, that move for the same causes, like, again, Black Lives Matter wanting to defund the police. That's directly correlated to the Democratic Party then moving to defund the police in something like 60 different cities. We can see the correlation there. So if you're going to use the January 6th protesters believing Trump's rhetoric on this, I don't know how you can decouple that from Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and these things being played down by the Democratic Party, who say, at the end of the day, they don't endorse violence. Trump says in January 6th, be peaceful, I don't endorse violence, etc. That doesn't necessarily mean much if you're actually benefiting off of it like we agree to. So I'm going to go through a lot of examples here, but what we see here is it's always somebody else. It's the U.S. voter. It's the school boards. It's the Christians. It's the bigoted people angry about 9/11. It's the police doing their job. It's the criminal justice system. But at the same time, these people are ignoring criminals. If you look at a lot of state policy down the line, they are decriminalizing things, letting people out same day with no bail for doing armed robbery. That's something that would destroy somebody's life. And I don't know, at the end of the day, it's just kind of being covered up, ignored, and blamed on other root causes.
And that's time. All right. Brought it home right at the wire. 2 minutes is on the clock for you, Mr. Casell. Go ahead and use any or all of that to poke holes or question as you see fit.
Sure. So I think when you mentioned some of the policies that Democrats have used from these protests, for example, BLM, I know had an effect of some Democratic cities and policymakers talk about defunding the police. Whether or not that happened the way that a lot on the right had said it would is another argument. But do you think that those policies were actually violence on people that the Democratic Party enacted, or were they stupid? Because I would argue, like, I'm not somebody who's for defunding the police, but I don't think that would be enacting violence or type of violent behavior.
Well, the argument was that the systemic racism in our society is causing police to focus non-white people more often. And the only way to solve this is to get rid of, abolish, or defund the police and bring in other government workers that are trained in more social sciences and social studies. They were anti-police movements saying that the police were the problem causing escalation. They weren't de-escalating, they were actually causing more violence because they wanted to target these communities. So, vaguely, yes, but once you actually start to get into the epistemology behind defund the police, absolutely not.
I guess to follow up on that too is like the way that Democratic lawmakers in these cities had approached that was actually kind of pushing back against that, because I think you could argue a lot of people who believed in defunding the police, literally taking police budget away, was kind of counteracted by a lot of Democrats saying, well, we can maybe put police budget towards kind of like social welfare or checking up on the mentally ill, but we're not going to literally take money away from the police. At least in the larger police departments like LA or New York City, I know that the police budgets are billions of dollars. They've only increased since then. So wouldn't that prove that the Democratic Party kind of pushed back on saying, we hear you, but we're not going to defund the police. Maybe we can spend resources towards other places.
Yeah, I could address that even though we're out of time here real quickly. So they
I'm just
did
gonna
most of the
start at
LA.
10 minutes. Go ahead and answer it
fine.
in the regular time. Yep, go ahead.
LA and New York did defund the police, as well as I think three other cities did as well. And then they, about a year and a half later, after crime spiked, which it did, the largest year-over-year crime spike was after what's called the George Floyd effect, where we saw these defunding in particular cities. They raised their budget back and tried to rehire a lot of these police officers, and they've been understaffed since. On top of that, we see that because they're understaffed, arrest rates are going down because police just can't get to everything. So people are saying that there's actually less violent crime, but when we compare it to victimization data, we're seeing that because there's less police, there's more victims that just aren't even reporting crime, or are reporting crime without any recourse to it. So the defund the police movement actually made the most victimized people even larger victims.
Are you saying, and Horseradish, let me know, like, is this time part of just regular discussion now?
Yes, this is open discussion time. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Cool. So in terms of the budgets themselves, I don't know, and I could be wrong on this, but when you talk about actually defunding the police and taking budget away, are you talking about 2020, 2021? Because I know because COVID, a lot of budgets were just naturally decreased because of the decrease in funds that were coming into the city at that point. But even if your argument is that they still decrease, you just mentioned they increased a year later. So if the argument is that, well, a police budget went down for a year and then increased the next year, I think it's clear that the Democrats increased police budgeting after that. So I don't know.
After an election
was.
Yeah, you're right. After they got crushed in an election and Joe Biden was the first president in over 100 years that didn't win the Senate with his presidency. Democrats were coming out saying in purple districts that the defund movement hurt them. They hurt them bad in elections. Some lost because of it. 33 cities, major cities, defunded the police in 5 different states.
I think the rhetoric definitely hurt them. But to my point, Democrats federally got crushed on a statewide level or citywide level. New York and LA still reelected Democrats to their city. So I don't think it was like, we were seeing Republicans become elected. But again, I think to get back to the point of the prompt about, which party is beginning violence, I still don't see how Democrats are responsible for BLM, even after we've seen now record level city police budgets now in 2025 for major cities in America. And that hasn't done anything but help limit violence, and you've seen crime in these cities go down. So I think if your argument is that it's hurt people, this rhetoric from BLM, the Democratic Party has shown that, hey, we don't really care what you think. We're going to increase city budgets, and we're going to keep working on decreasing crime in these cities.
Well, that was because of future activism and elections didn't show up. The fact that when these movements were in their full swing, they substantially swayed the Democratic Party's platform to their favor. The Democratic Party was pushing everything that was being demanded by them. It's a much closer tie than trying to say some Aryan Brotherhood prison gang is the fault of the GOP, which is what that most of the data tries to do. It takes Aryans that were involved in drug murders with other Aryans and tries to say that is a form of political violence that should be blamed on the right wing, when it has nothing to do with right-wing politics besides what their personal politics were. It was a drug deal gone wrong. I think there was multiple instances of 4 or 5 of instances of that in that study being used to say the right wing is more violent. So if we're going to say that Black Lives Matter can't be attached to the Democratic Party, even though their prescriptions of how to handle these issues that they agreed were both problems lines up perfectly, I don't know how we can associate somebody like the shooter in Buffalo with the right wing, because that's significantly further off from what Donald Trump is proposing and what the Republicans have been proposing.
Well, I think that when you look back at Aryan Brotherhood, white nationalist sentiment, that definitely goes back further than Trump. But to my point about Republicans using this type of rhetoric, when you look at the victims of these crimes, especially in Buffalo, where a majority of these people, or the supermarket that I mentioned, where a majority of them were either Hispanic or Black, I think it's pretty clear that a lot of the rhetoric that is coming from anti-immigration sentiment is helping confirm to these folks that something has to be done. I mean, for the shooting in Pittsburgh with the Tree of Life, I think anti-Semitism has been on the rise on the right as well. I know that people on the left have been accused of this, but I think when the party in power, the president specifically, when that attack happened, and then we're seeing that emerge again while he's in power, and I can't think of any anti-Semitic shooting that happened under Biden, I think it's kind of evident that there's something that isn't being done at the top level that should be, to tamper down on this type of rhetoric and violence that's going on. So I think that when you talk about white supremacy and Aryan Brotherhood, yes, these have existed before, but I think the amount of attacks that are happening and the patterns that we're seeing since the year 2000 becomes more than just a what's the word here? Not conspiracy, but just a kind of one of those things where it's not, just a coincidence. That's the word. Just a coincidence. I think this is actually something that we're seeing.
For how rare that these mass shootings are, Mother Jones' database goes back to the 1970s and doesn't even have 200 mass shootings. So for how rare these are, to correlate them with, there's one or two more when this president's in office, seems like you're really grasping at straws there for this really scant data to make generalizations that aren't there. Like, using that same data, I could say, well, transgender people are 4 times more likely to commit a mass shooting. So, it's such scant data. You're looking at 170 examples over almost 60 years. Like, the average doesn't really, like, it skews maybe 1 or 2 in the direction, but I don't think you can blame that on the Trump administration being in office for 9 months, especially when they're one of Trump's few polling positives is crime, what he's doing with crime in cities, cracking down on it, putting the National Guard, and that's one of the few things he's over water with right now in polling, is his handling of crime and cracking down.
Well, I think, to get back to kind of the back and forth between the events that happen, and I think that's one of the points I wanted to bring up, was like, you can go back between, a Democrat did this crime, a Republican did this, or Republican adjacent person. So let me bring it back to the actual legislature, the people in power in the Republican Party. The Republican controlled legislature have championed policies that expand and broaden certain gun laws, stand your ground laws, firearms that allowed at polling places, demonstrations, even protecting drivers who strike protesters. And these aren't laws that explicitly call for violence, but they are there to reduce safeguards and increase armed intimidation. Wouldn't you agree that having a law that says, if you strike a person with your car at a protest, that you're more likely to see people taking advantage of that or exploiting these loopholes, or bring a gun to a polling place? Like, why would you need a gun at a polling place? I don't know, but apparently
if you're saying that there's an epidemic of people skirting around gun laws so they can kill people, I think that's such a minuscule, microscopic point. I don't even know if I should address it, but we do have only 2 minutes left in Cross, and I got a few things I want to get to. So going back to again, the Obama administration, what we saw was them lying about several instances of radical Islamic terror, from Benghazi to the Pulse nightclub shooter, who wasn't even targeting a gay club. It was his second choice. He was trying to get into Disney World, and they tried to make it seem like he had a Grindr account. And then San Bernardino, all these things were talked down. The Democratic Party, when Ilhan Omar was saying all these things about the Jews, they couldn't even get a censure vote on if being anti-Semitic was bad without also including Islamophobia. It's always the constant playdown. When we look at actual deaths from terrorism, we see 87% come from Islamic radical terror. If you're worried about dying from terror, that's the thing you should be worried about because of just one event in 2021. But we have one party constantly saying, no, that's not them. It's actually you, the bigoted U.S. citizen. We also have these same instances with Mike Brown. Mike Brown, hands up, don't shoot, completely fabricated narrative. The Obama administration did 2 different investigations and found the police officer was clear. Democratic Party still repeats Mike Brown as an example of police injustice. At this point, they are just repeating the narratives of Black Lives Matter and blaming the system, blaming the police who did nothing wrong in that instance, in most instances, blaming systemic racism. At the end of the day, it's always deflect, deflect, deflect. And then we find out that the person was actually being violent, like Mike Brown, who charged a police officer and tried to grab his gun.
Well, I think both parties are very much should be ashamed for what they do when events happen. I see it all the time now, where it's like a shooting happens and everybody's like, "Oh, I hope it's a Republican," or "Oh, I hope it's a liberal," or whatever, just so they can win points. I think that's disgusting when any party does that. But I don't know how you can make the argument that that is Democrats either downplaying or saying that the Pulse nightclub shooting, like downplaying that violence means that they're more violent. I think that you could say that they're naive, but I think that Republicans as a party are more explicitly making lives and laws easier for people to commit violence. Like I just mentioned, from a legislation standpoint, I'm not talking about individuals. The party itself is making it easier for you to shoot someone and say, "Oh, it's self-defense. I just struck that protester because I was fearing for my life." And, that's for the court to decide. But I think just making those laws even easier, because the right sees that more people on the left are protesting in the streets and taking action publicly, and they're giving credence to people who disagree with them to attack them, essentially. And I think that's more a gross negligence than somebody saying on the Democratic Party saying like, well, the Pulse nightclub shooting is bad, but we shouldn't judge, all Muslim people or whatever. That's another argument, but I don't think it means that the Republican Party is less violent.
Well, you're saying that the Republican Party is more violent because we made hitting somebody with your car a use of lethal force that could be met with lethal force and self-defense in a particular situation. I think that argument's really weak personally, especially when, again, we have all these instances on the world stage of the most violent groups in our country. I gave you the political terror numbers for murders and homicide, and that group is being covered up by the Democratic Party. The Republicans, when they have violence on their side, always denounce it. It's always denounced by the Proud Boys are denounced. Trump was asked about that on the stage. Now, he didn't personally denounce it because he's an idiot, but the entire party did. They were not behind. They didn't even endorse Trump when he ran for president in 2016. He won that without the Republican endorsement. So the party itself has generally been always against violence on their side, but there's all sorts of violence that gets played down, mostly peaceful protests. When you have the most destructive riots in U.S. history for almost a year, mostly peaceful protests were how they were described by the entire party, then we have one riot from the other side, and it's still being used as the main example of right-wing violence years later. You could easily see, if you're looking at instances of violence, millions of people, hundreds of thousands at least, participating nationwide for months, destroying hundreds of buildings in cities. Minnesota had damage to 700 buildings, including federal property. Federal property is being destroyed in Portland, in California, all sorts of places, and nobody cared. It was always played down because that got them votes. They got them votes to say, we're on your side, we're defending you at every instance, we're going to say this is just peaceful protest. What you're even describing is doing that. You're saying, if somebody hits you with your car, you're allowed to use deadly force back to them. And these are just protesters, and protesters are going to be in harm's way. Don't hit somebody with your car, because then you're not a protester anymore. You're a violent attacker.
Yeah, so to that point, Tyler, I think that when you talk about BLM burning down buildings, a lot of people think that nobody went to jail or people weren't arrested for that. They absolutely were. And they were people to this day who are still in jail for, I think they were not in Minnesota, but in either New York City or some city. I remember there were two people, there were two lawyers who threw a Molotov cocktail at a cop car, and they went to jail for that. Nobody is saying that the Democratic Party is asking for them to be released, whereas January 6th people are being pardoned every other week from the Trump administration for their crime of going to the Capitol and trying to overturn an election. And I think that just goes to show you that the Republican Party and their priorities are so misaligned and are okay with people committing violence. There's no Democrat in the Democratic Party, whether it's a leader of the Democrats or anybody in the party, asking today for somebody who committed a crime in Minnesota during these riots and Black Lives Matter riots to be released from prison. And I think that's a clear example of the parties being in two totally different directions when it comes to crime.
I don't want to get too far down that rabbit hole, but you're mischaracterizing that. Trump said most of these people got punished because of the terrorist upcharges to all their charges. He disagreed with the enhanced charges. A lot of these people were locked up for trespassing plus enhanced charges. Those are the majority of the people. He absolutely shouldn't have pardoned the handful of violent people, but it was only a handful. I think it was like 150 people out of the 1,000 that went in, potentially 2,000 that went in, were violent. And Kash Patel flat out said that was a dumb move. Most Republicans disagree with it.
There were people that Trump also pardoned and released that went on to recommit crimes too, and have ended up back in jail or have either, I think one of them even committed suicide by cop or something of that fact. But I think that also goes to show you that a lot of the people, or at least some of these people that he's releasing, should not have been released based on their own recognizance, whether or not he thought January 6th was justified. So Donald Trump's the leader of the party. He has to take responsibility. I think it's evident, even if you say Kash Patel disagreed with it, well, he didn't really have much say in that at the end of the day. So I think Trump being the leader of the Republicans and him showing that type of leadership goes to show that he's okay with you committing some type of treason against the U.S. as long as it's on the Republican side.
Again, I think labeling it as treason is a little wild. But at the end of the day, Joe Biden was also letting tons of people out. You're framing all the January 6th criminals as violent when that was only like 150 people.
All right, we're going to go ahead and call it there. So once again, I was enjoying that. I gave you guys the extra 5 minutes, but it has come to a close. Judges, if you guys have any questions or any clarifying probes, go ahead and send them my way. But until I get those from you, I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. It's time for our closing arguments. Casell, are you ready to go ahead and put a cherry on it?
Sure, I don't have too much, but I'll go ahead whenever you're ready.
Go as long as you can. I'll start it whenever you talk.
Cool. So when we look at the period from 2000 to today, I think the attacks and rhetoric and attempted overturning of an election, the alignment of an armed extremist group and legislative environment show that the Republican Party has been more prone to political violence than the Democratic Party. And this is not about demonizing individuals. I think it's more about recognizing those patterns that matter for democratic stability, and those patterns support the affirmative. I think some of the examples that Tyler brought up when we were talking about denouncing certain folks or acts or people who were involved in protests or mobs, that's something that the Democratic Party could have done a better job at the time. But I think that we've seen since then, they aren't still looking back at those instances as a positive for the American public and for the people. I think that we've seen that one party still focuses back on instances of violence, especially when we talk about January 6th in a more positive tone. And the Democrats have not taken that stance today and have denounced the defund the police rhetoric. We've seen that in New York City, even with Mamdani saying that he disavows that and we're not going to defund the police. So the Democratic Party, you could argue, has maybe downplayed certain events in the past, but they've certainly acted on it in the future to fund these initiatives and to look back at them with disgust. And the Republican Party has done the opposite, where they've looked back at an event like January 6th and said, you know what, we can pardon these folks. They did what they thought was right for the Republicans, and so that's okay. And I think that's a clear difference between the two. That's important.
Good stuff. I'm going to go ahead and put the 3 minutes back on there for you, Tyler. You ready for your closing, sir?
Yeah.
Go ahead and start it up.
All right. Again, I always enjoy hanging out with Casell. We have a good time. He's in my Discord, so we've been talking about this for a while, trying to get this going. It's a little overdue, but all right. So a lot of his points go back to 2014, and what we see global or nationwide is a tit for tat. We see Antifa and Proud Boys, adjacent groups for both, showing up and clashing with each other, and there's violence every time and blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't go back even further. Going back further, we see the most murderous group of people in the country. We have one political party lying on their behalf to pander for their votes and for their funding. Like, obviously they gain something out of it. They're pandering to this group. They're saying, we're going to protect you. We're going to protect this protected class, and we're going to rally against the status quo. It's all a political play. They're gaining things out of it. The same thing, fast forward into crime. We can fast forward into other instances as well to get the votes of this group that votes majority Democrat to keep them happy. You can't blame the group. You have to find something else to blame. So they blame the system. They blame everything else. They blame people that prop up the system. They blame the police, most of which are just doing their job. Since we've gotten body cams, a lot of claims of police malfeasance have been dispelled by the fact that we have those body cams to show more often than not, it's the person in the car that's being pulled over lying and not the police officer. So I would say if we go and look at the radicals on the right, the Proud Boys, what policy of the Proud Boys changed in the Republican platform? What times have you seen the Proud Boys leaders meeting with and endorsing and campaigning with the GOP? It doesn't happen. They're not coordinated at all. This is a group that just supports them. Whereas you could see that with Black Lives Matter, showing up to events, getting people out to vote for one party, endorsing them, donating to them, campaigning with it. It's clear as day that they're linked, and that was invalidated. If you bring this in, just the riots that resulted from the Black Lives Matter protests are more political violence than the right wing has committed in 20 years. That one event. Oh, shit. Just that one event. So at the end of the day, it's a lot about just cherry picking out. We're going to cherry pick out this type of violence and say this is okay and this isn't. And that's how we can get these unbalanced scales. But it really is clear. It's not even close. One side is excusing violence for large swaths of the most violent demographics and blaming the least violent demographics in the interim. So for people to think this is even close, it shows me the propaganda work that I really feel like it needed to be addressed. It's been a tactic going on my whole life. I was for it under Obama because I was a big Obama guy. So just again, I don't see any instances of right-wing violence even altogether combined, even coming close to the damage done after George Floyd died. Like, that alone tells me hundreds of thousands of people committing billions of dollars in property violence for their political cause, a cause that was directly linked to the Democrats. There's just no getting around it. You could just label it something else and pretend it didn't happen.
End time. All right. So good stuff. Brought it all the way to the end. It looks like we do not have anything from the judges. So we do not have any clarifying questions or any further clarifications. So instead, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give them a couple of seconds once again to sort of collect their thoughts and feel, decide where they land. I just have a couple of things that I'm going to go ahead and put out there, and they shouldn't actually sway the judges at all. But I couldn't help but notice how the term violence didn't seem to get used nearly as much as I expected in this debate. I also thought it was really interesting how one of the two of you was saying something about going back 60 years or more, when I thought that y'all had agreed to to keep it within the last 25 years. So that just stuck out as kind of an interesting thing for you to make references to older than 25 years. But beyond that, I actually. Yes, goof is an interesting.
It might have been me,
but
I didn't do it intentionally. I was just in the heat of the moment.
I know. Again, like I said, it was just something that stood out on me. Whenever you said it, I was like, but yeah. That said, welcome in Beach. So that said, I'm gonna go ahead and go over to Doomer this time first, since Chief took one for the team last time. Do you feel like you're ready to weigh judgment, sir?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, lay it on us.
So again, this
by
one.
the way,
was
audience,
really
I'm sorry, real quick, audience. I'm sorry to interrupt. There's your vote. Please, everybody out there, vote. I'm going to go ahead and put that into the chat here in the room as well. I forgot I had it ready, but I didn't actually drop it, so that we can put it into everybody else who's streaming on YouTube. Go ahead and click on that, vote. It's free, and it helps if the judges disagree. So, as you were, Doomer, sorry.
Yeah, this one was really close too. First off, kudos to Casell. Is it Casell or Castle?
Yeah, Castle works. I'm not.
Kudos.
Don't tell us what
kudos
works.
to
Tell us what your
Castle.
name is.
Yeah, right.
Who are you? Kudos to
Castle's
Castle for showing up for the first time and being like an absolute ringer. Like, fuck.
Absolute.
Came out throwing swings, putting out the specific examples, which Tyler does address, and kind of, I might have missed when he brought up Pulse, but I think Tyler brought up Pulse and then kind of dispelled it on his own. Felt like a slight red herring, but outside of that, Tyler, kudos to you for literally like gunning down each and every one of the points in opening on your first questioning, with two simple questions. Yeah, with two simple questions too. I think the prompt was a little bit lost because I think what was more debated was like which party's legislation leads to like more crime, which would have even been more close, like the winner in my eyes, if that was the prompt, because the prompt was more what I think was the intent was like more which political party was more prone to violence in general, like on a party basis. I thought it was kind of hinted when you guys brought up the time limit from like 2000, thinking of like the Brooks Brothers riot or something like that, which I felt was kind of missed if that was going to be brought up. Outside of that, I think Casell in the opening brought up January 6th, and it wasn't touched on until the end, which I thought was like the biggest like gaping wound in Tyler's like defense. I think if you had more time to kind of spell that off, I think it could have went more in your favor. I barely gave it to Casell on this one. I will note I gave Tyler 2 bonus points for no ad homs in this debate. But yeah, outside of that, I think if the prompt was more just based off of like what the legislation would have led to, like more violence, more crime, whatnot, definitely probably would have eked out more for Tyler. Outside of that, just more party basis. I think January 6th alone was just kind of brought up and not really addressed adequately enough to give him the win on that.
All right. So from Doomer, it looks like Casell gets the Doomer vote. All right. And Chief, are you also ready, sir?
Yeah, mine's going to be pretty quick and pithy.
All right. Audience, make sure you're voting. Vote, vote, vote. It's free and it matters. Go ahead, Chief.
I feel like Tyler is really quick on his feet and a creative debater. I have to give you props for being a creative debater. I feel like you're going to find something to say, even if it doesn't always like necessarily like sway me in the end. I feel like there's always something in your bag of tricks that you could throw out some pocket sand and make something happen. Totally agree. Casell came out really swinging, laid out some good arguments. I feel like, again, yeah, you could have went harder on January 6th, obviously. And when, Tyler will say things like the right always denounces their side. Don't let him get away with shit like that. You know it's not true. So like definitely focus in so you could call out those moments when they happen. I think another interesting thing you could have harped on was that maybe like what he said about Pulse nightclub is, like he was saying that the Democrats were like lying and trying to hide it, but maybe they were just that was just what the initial reporting was. So if the initial reporting isn't necessarily downplaying or hiding the truth, it just when facts are kind of like trickling out of a story, like you could often get like ahead of yourself, and so like you could have like downplayed what happened there. Back to Tyler's creativity. Property violence, boy, that's a new one for me. I like how you tried to make that really work, but in the end, I think that was just silly, and I'm gonna just eke it out to Casell on this one. Good job.
Right, there you go. So it looks like that is 2 votes for Casell. So unfortunately, just like our democracy, the votes don't actually matter. But I am still going to go ahead and take a look just to see for for bragging rights and such. Either way, looks like Casell got the win. Congratulations on that, sir. I would like to again, I wasn't going to say this one way or the other. I have to sort of give a shout out to Tyler for the shout out I'm about to give, which is that Tyler was the one who gave me access to, or who introduced me to, or whatever, both Confluence and Casell, as well as Indian Jesus. And I'm going to be honest with you, all 3 of you guys have been absolute fucking bangers, and I am so glad to have had you guys here. It is super nice to see solid debaters coming in here. The more of those we can get, the better. So that said, thank you very much for putting on a hell of a fucking show for us. I actually am going to go ahead and put my 2 cents in before I look at the votes.
Wait, really quick before you do that,
can
I just point out how funny it is that the person arguing on the right has this beautiful floral background, and the person arguing from the left looks like he's about to go to the shooting range, like he's like the earbuds look like hearing protection.
I thought the same thing. Okay, so and it's funny because I was going to make a Timothy McVeigh joke actually. So I honestly thought whenever you guys decided that the 2000 line was there, I thought it was specifically to rule out the Timothy McVeigh part, right? That said, I thought that it was kind of interesting how it seemed like you were arguing that the Democrats had more crime protection, and so it was criminal violence. And I was surprised, Castle, that you didn't hone in more on the Republican type of violence being more legislative and or like warfare. Like generally the Republican Party is the party of war, and what's more violent than fucking war? We did not specifically say that it was that like the citizenry or the Republican constituents who were violent. It was the Republican Party, and the Republican Party is historically pretty responsive. So I was surprised you kind of touched on it, but you didn't really drill in on it. Turns out you didn't have to. But I kind of expected more on that. With that said, yeah, again, the whole thing was an absolute banger, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. Both of y'all put on a performance, and I appreciate you. Let's see what the audience thought, just because, again, like I said, for bragging rights, we'll see. First vote says... Ooh, we got lots of votes for this one. Dope. So the first one was 66% on the AF. I got to write this shit down now so that AnCom doesn't have to do my fucking math for me every time. And 20% on the negative, with 13% on the undecided. And then we'll go back, and the new one says... Show results. We now have 52% for the no and 47% for the yes. So the no, the negative, was the one who actually won the audience vote. Good job, Tyler. So it was not a unanimous vote. The power of the people, they have spoken, and you get to at least put that flower in your hat, as well as the ones behind you. So yeah, there you go. All right, great stuff. Thank you both, gentlemen. And we will go ahead and roll straight into this while I get a few things set up. I will say once again, as I said to Mr. Confluence and to Mr. AnCom, I know you've got some, you've already got a date after this, Tyler. So I understand if you need to dip. Castle, if you need to go, you're welcome to. It's also, like I said, it's more fun after the debates are over. That's when we open it up and we let people come in and kind of yell at each other and discuss the things that didn't get said in the debate. Plus, we just talk about whatever the fuck's on our mind. So again, you're welcome to stick around. You don't have to, though, so don't feel obligated. I definitely appreciate you showing up, though. That's for sure. So, yeah, apparently, just so you know, Tyler, Gorps in chat feels that you are, I believe, retarded is the word that he is using. So, that word is not spelt approved, everybody. So, just so you know, you're welcome. That was for you, Lethe. All right, and speaking of
Gorp,
Lethe,
you look great today.
Oh, he looks great every day. So speaking of Lethe, we're going to go ahead and roll straight into Lethe's debate. No, everybody in chat, he is not just here to look pretty and eat dinner. He is also here to debate. And I need to, just like I did a caveat earlier for the AnCom and the Confluence debate, where I changed the prompt up on them, these two are coming through fucking clutch for me. Literally, both of them thought they had the night off on me. Well, Lethe thought he was judging, which is basically a night off. And Searka thought he was just completely out. So that said, when I had people flake out and cancel on me, I hit him up last minute to do a prompt neither of them was technically prepared for. So that said, I'm going to lean on the fact that both of them are solid debaters and they're going to be able to pull this right out of their bums. But let's all try not to look down our noses too bad if either of them flubs it or looks like, if they get that slack-jawed, glassy-eyed stare at some point. So with that said, let me go ahead and put the vote into the chat for the opening. Our next prompt here, everybody, is going to be control copy, control paste.
Really quick, we did make a Beatles reference earlier with She Came In Through the Bathroom Window. From that same half of Abbey Road, you could see the neon behind Searka says, "Boy, you're going to carry that weight," also from the same album.
There you go. Are you also a Beatles fan there, Searka?
Yeah, obviously. They're okay. This song comes from Cowboy Bebop, but it's definitely in the Beatles too.
There you go. All right. Well, I think it was in the Beatles first, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. It might have been Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, of course.
And full disclosure, Horse hit me up to be on the other side of this debate. He let me know it was either going to be either of you two. I'm like, fuck that, I'll judge. Don't want to go against that.
That's awesome. So yeah, and he's not wrong. Like I said, I reached out to him first to because he had told me that he was going to turn out to be available. He didn't think he was going to be. So, all right. So the vote is in there. I'm going to go ahead and say, everybody, take your time. I've still got one more quick thing to do here, but get those votes locked in. Everybody, this is for the open. Where do you stand
Hey,
on the
Horseradish.
prompt? Yes, sir.
You want to invite me for a shared chat if you?
Oh yeah,
I can't remember how
absolutely,
to do it.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
I gotta do it. Hang on one second. Let me do one other thing first, and then I will
Sorry, I
get you
didn't
in
mean to
here.
interrupt you.
Absolutely. No.
He tends
don't
to
get
just
paid.
ramble
I'm
on, so
fucking
you kind of
Yes.
have no choice but to interrupt
Yes.
him.
He's not wrong. Like again, we're streamers.
With
we don't
love.
have dead time.
With love.
Yeah. I don't get booty hurt if somebody influences me. If somebody interrupts or
Girl. Like it.
We've got Confluence in the house. He's late.
No,
He won his debate at least.
Hey, Confluence, how'd your debate go? Did you win?
Confluence, how
I
are
did
you?
win.
even-
I did win.
Yes.
Good to
Hell
see you
yeah,
all. Good
brother.
to see you,
I'm
Grid.
glad.
Good to see you, Marilyn. Good to see you, Marilyn. Good cleaner. I haven't seen you in a hot minute.
What the fuck is on your head?
Hey, Confluence, how are you upright right now?
Wait,
How much alcohol have you had?
No, a very small amount actually. A very small amount.
Hey, he started early.
He was drunk yesterday really bad. He looks good today.
Yeah, yeah.
What's going on with
I
that?
saw you last night.
It was bad.
Bad.
What bet did you lose?
What is on your head?
What are you talking about me? What, are you guys like mocking my hair? I'm sorry.
Dude,
it's a little
look,
I wasn't mocking it.
Bro,
I was not mocking it.
You have to wash your hair at least
to the
once a week.
party.
Fallout Boy.
I wash it every day, brother.
Look at
What are you
this.
talking
Well,
I
what's
was not
happening,
mocking
everybody?
it. I was
Hey, what's up,
openly
Mo?
making
How are
fun
you?
of it.
We're just
Pretty
making-
good, pretty good.
I'm abusing Confluence because of his hair. He needs a haircut. He's
Oh,
gone
yeah.
full Canadian, Bolt. Just look at him. He's gone full Canadian.
Looks like it needs a wash. It's a little on the
I
greasier
said the
side.
same thing.
It's
Yeah.
not, brother. It's not. It's Grid. Take off your hat. Take off your hat right now. I want to see. I want to see that hair.
Please tell me you're laying off the wine tonight. Last night you were really something else.
Look, okay. Look, last night I got a bit.
He's
wild.
always fucking
I got
like
a bit
that.
wild.
You know,
Grid one. Do you remember
I'm
in my
drinking
debate
beer right
against?
now, not wine.
Do you remember in my debate against Confluence when he could not define the word patriarchy?
Don't
He
Beth.
tried
Don't
to
even
say
get
he
me.
could.
Beth, I asked
I
you for a
broke my
clip. You didn't give me a clip. I asked you.
I did.
Beth.
I gave you the timestamp.
Anything past this morning, I don't fucking
Led by the
remember.
father, bitch.
I used to remember
That
this
is a
morning.
terrible definition of patriarchy.
Gentlemen,
A
patriarchy
fucking
means led by the father.
awful definition of patriarchy.
Now,
I think that's like
now
what
we
it
have enough.
literally means.
Well,
we have enough.
I think the older definition was of the father. But yeah, you're right.
Thank
Yeah.
you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but I heard you mentioning
Someone
Grid.
use a dictionary. Just like pull up any dictionary. See if that's like the main definition.
$10 from Keep On Trucking.
Confluence, get back in the closet.
No,
with
it's
your
Bud
wine
Light.
glass.
He's not.
I would. I'm on the boycott. I'm on the boycott. I would not be drinking Bud Light. Okay.
I have no idea what
Light.
Blue Dry is.
Blue Dry. It's the Timu version of Bud Light.
I feel like that's like a Canadian malt liquor.
It is.
It's like gas station beer.
Hey, look.
It's pretty cheap.
Look, I mean, if you want to boycott Bud Light, it's not bad for like saying "fuck you, Bud Light." I'm not gonna drink you. I'm buying this cheap shit. Like I get it. I get it. Bro.
Well,
I get it.
the problem if you're gonna boycott Bud Light, you gotta boycott the parent company, and they actually have quite a few beers.
Anheuser-Busch, and what
Yeah.
I'm drinking is not Anheuser-Busch. Brother, I'm like so in touch with the boycott.
That's like gas station beer.
He's in touch
It
with
is,
it.
but it's not like the queer beer. You know what I'm saying?
Come on up, unapologetic creature. Come on up.
Telling yourself that, maybe it'll be true.
Under investigation.
Yeah, Grid, I did just have a debate with Marte. It was my first ever official debate. So
How was
we had
that this week?
How did that go?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I thought it. I mean, I watching it back. There's a lot I can improve on, obviously. But according to the chat, I won. So I guess that means something.
All right.
Nice.
All right.
What was the prompt?
Does the red pill / manosphere cause more harm than good? I was the affirmative.
It does cause more harm than good. I should have had that one. Anyway, what's up, Uncle Fatty? I see you out there. K2, keep on trucking, man. I really appreciate the 10. I can't really mute Confluence because, he's
Don't listen to K2.
Could use the honor system. He could just mute himself.
Yeah, I mean, no, I can mute him. I just, we're going to do a debate, so it kind of defeats the purpose. So
I can't stay long. I just jumped up to say hi and chill for a little bit. By the way,
I've seen you hosting debates
first. If you can't stay long, let him debate first.
I've seen you hosting debates and shit. I was watching when you were doing, man. If you ever want someone on, hit me up. I'm like a left to center dude.
okay, I'll keep it in mind. Left of center. Okay, how far left of center?
The last honest left winger out there.
He's actually right of center.
Slightly in something.
He's actually somewhere in the middle on the right side, somewhere between like radical and not quite sure what the right is, like he's definitely in the middle on the right.
Clinton Democrat.
But voting
left of
Democrat,
center,
yeah.
right, kind of right. Like,
yeah, I voted Trump and Kemp, but Clinton Democrat general. I just don't like leftists. So we can all find common ground. Leftists are fucking retarded. Am I right,
He
team?
tries to think of himself as a classic liberal. Just
I see.
So, but yeah, no, I like to throw down. I just like to get on places.
All right, somebody go abuse Abe and tell him to get on here. We need Abe.
I feel like Wilkes Booth did that quite good.
I keep waiting. I got to be honest. I keep waiting for somebody to pop on stream when Abe's on as John Wilkes Booth. Like, I can't believe that has not happened yet.
Yeah, that would be
I'm a little surprised myself. I've been waiting to see that too.
I'd love to have a conversation with Abe about the real Abraham Lincoln being America's first dictator based on his policies.
He says tyrant. He fully admits he's America's.
Oh,
first
okay. So we'd probably find common ground on that then. He'd probably disagree with me.
Positive you will find common ground.
Okay, well.
Yeah, that's everybody thinks Lincoln was a good guy.
Yeah.
Not a good guy.
He was. I mean, like if man, I hate to say it, if you're getting shot at, you've probably done something to piss somebody off. And it sounds shitty, but
no.
Hold on.
If you can't go enjoy a movie, then maybe you've made some bad life choices.
Possibly,
we have thumping.
Yeah, at least you gotta
evil.
look at it.
All right.
How's it going? Sweet.
What's up, Weevil?
How's it going?
All right. So,
See you, homegirl.
message sent to Abe. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Tell Abe to wake up and get in here. All right. So I am down a. Wait, who dropped? Who dropped and why did they drop?
I don't know. Oh, Maryland.
Maryland dropped. Okay.
Yeah. God damn it. It's cold. It is cold in New York, people.
Great. If you need me to like spot judge till someone comes up, I can do that too.
We may need a spot judge. I want to just because we got a lot of new people here.
Oh shit, Weevil maybe.
And we'll have probably do Beth and Confluence. Although
This should be good.
I won't bring up ancient history. I promise. Thank God.
You got ancient history?
Oh my God, Beth.
Who cares?
I will not bring up ancient history. That's so funny.
I know your preferences. It's all good.
My preferences. That's right.
Look,
Well,
look, you can't hate me for being a nerd about specific things. I can't. I'm
I
sorry.
can hate people for anything I want.
My bad.
Again, as I mentioned earlier, there are only two things I have to do in this life, and that is be white and die. Everything else is optional.
And pay taxes.
No,
I don't have to pay taxes. I can go to prison.
That's true. I guess. Yeah. Technically.
I can go to prison.
I'll send you care packages.
You don't even
I'm not
necessarily
gonna go to prison, but I could.
I will write you letters, Fred.
There are plenty of people who literally owe thousands of dollars to the U.S. government, or supposedly not the U.S. government, right? But the IRS for back taxes. Don't go to jail. Still running around working and doing all kinds of shit and never gone to jail. Have never paid a tax in their life.
But we like to hope that it catches up with people who are.
I don't. I do not hope that. This is going to sound really crazy. Here's a hot take for you guys, all right? I hope everybody finds a way to evade paying taxes and never fucking pays them. There you go.
Who the
Okay.
fuck's gonna fund our
Is that lower class or who is this?
No way. I wish.
Lower class? Oh my gosh, I've missed you. Where you been?
You hope so. I miss that motherfucker.
Me too.
Hi, I'm not who you think I am.
Okay, who's the I
I'm
care?
not who you think I am.
I'm Bradley Cares. How's it going?
You sound you sound like a robot. Talk again.
I do not
I am
sound like a
Evil
robot.
Zone.
I don't know
No,
what
not,
you are
not
talking
you,
about.
Bradley. Not you, Bradley. Lower.
Yo, how's it going? I am Iva Zonch, and I'm a friend of Confluence, and I've been talking. I think this is the third time that I'm talking on a panel with Confluence. And how's it going, everyone?
Please forgive my disappointment. I was hoping
Okay.
you were
Yeah.
my friend.
All right.
Yeah, I'm from Germany. It's very early here, so I might be a little quiet.
Gotcha.
Oh well, this is a debate competition, so
Yeah.
might be
Confluence, did you tell them what we're doing, or did you just say, "Hey, come on over"?
What?
Is he a good debater? Okay.
Right.
Yeah. We appreciate the lefties.
Confluence.
Let me get my
Okay.
notebook.
I might not be taking enough initiative to talk, but
okay.
If if people hear me out, I might be making some points.
Perfect. It's a debate competition, and you have to be on camera.
You cut out a little bit there, Grid.
Can you send Tom? Send
Okay.
Tom Foolery the link.
Hey, what? Fix your camera. What's going on with your? What are you doing?
Here in the network.
Okay, so Confluence, explain to your friend while I'm doing this really quick act that we have to. You have to cam up. Well, he needs to fix his damn camera.
Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to use my camera.
You can.
Where am I?
Was
Hey,
it's more than just that, you know.
Like,
Don't you have to be? Well, that's Grid's thing. Is like you have to be.
I have
hands-on.
very little debating experience, but
is.
if camera is
It's his
if
thing.
camera is
Doesn't
required,
matter.
I'm just gonna
There's no
leave.
ands, if, or buts. You have to be cammed up to debate on his channel.
Right, yeah, I mean, the rules are cool.
Being cammed up or not.
Two things, gentlemen and ladies.
Yeah, camera is required.
Grid, if you
unfortunately.
have
I'm
Tom
not
on
gonna
Tom
be able to
Foolery on Discord.
participate.
I'm sorry, I can only listen to one person at a
Yeah,
time.
give me 1 second, Iwer. If you have Tom Foolery on Discord, could you send him a link?
I've sent him the link.
Perfect, thank you. And Beth, somebody wants to say hi to you. Wave to her.
Hi, Scott. We can't see your camera. Your camera's
Your
fucked.
camera is not working.
But I assume it's your wonderful wife. Hi.
Hi.
Fix your camera.
His wife is
Sure.
awesome. She is so cool. She's absolutely gorgeous. She's an awesome cook. She's a lot of fun to talk to. Like, I'm so glad I got to meet her. Good friend.
Nice.
Yeah.
So is
Yes, Red Cunt Crab is correct. Only cams.
Yeah, webcam.
All right. Goodbye
So-
then.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
It is the rules. I apologize. It is, and actually, I don't apologize. It's my rules, and unfortunately, because we're debating, people need to see your face. They need to see your facial expressions. They need to know that there's only one person in the room with you and not a team.
We all get to look ugly together.
I understand. I understand.
I identify as two
All right,
people.
well, tell him to get his fucking cam working.
We all get to look ugly together. It's all good.
I love
I'm
how I'm
sorry,
blocked
he's
out.
beautiful.
Am
Why
I
y'all
the only one that
ugly
sees
look
how I'm
good
blocked
at,
out by
though?
the
I'm jealous.
Yeah,
hat over here?
yeah. Screw you, Weevil.
Yeah, you're behind all the stuff.
I know. I'm not cammed up.
Tyler, I almost got that exact same plant stand.
All right. So where did we had? Let me find it again. We had the first. We'll do this as kind of like
can
like
see
a
your
mock
eyes, Weevil.
debate test
Oh, fuck me.
example debate. Made by Jim Bob said, "I'm ready for totalitarianism. Why not?"
Welcome to New York, Jim Bob.
You
It
said Jim Bob
sucks
asked
here,
for totalitarianism?
and it's
What?
cold.
Hey, it's Tom Foolery
Oh,
in the house.
good to see you.
Hi.
Totalitarianism Rex. That's what I like.
All right, where did that? There it is. So, Smoking Spaceman request: Beth versus Confluence. Who suffers more under patriarchy? Round 2.
Men.
Confluence.
Men suffer more under patriarchy.
How's that?
I'll
Well, you're gonna
explain
get
it
to
to you in a
hear.
minute.
You're gonna get to hear that. Unfortunately, I don't have a camera. I understand. They asked you to be a judge. Awesome. Tom Foolery will be our judge. All right. So the way this works, so everybody knows, please, everyone, listen, because I will only say this 10 more times.
Okay.
The way it's going to work is, for example, we have our two debaters, Beth and Confluence. I'm going to put everybody else back in the back. Don't leave and listen to what's going on and interact some, because it's going to be important later. Our judges tonight are Tyler, Tom Foolery, and Cleaner 409, who for some reason is using his avatar right now. He's probably getting more alcohol. So I'm going to put everybody in the back except for Confluence, Beth, and myself. We're going to do the debate. You get to watch how it works, and we're gonna make this first round happen. We are getting started very, very late tonight, so we will be trying to move through these very quickly. And let's go have some fun. Let's make some magic happen. So in the back you go. In the back. Don't. It sounds creepy when you say it. Like I'm not gonna lie, that was a little off-putting.
Yeah. Get back in your closet with your box of wine. I'm gonna send you there.
Wow.
Dude, we all know you're secretly a soccer mom. It's okay.
Ooh, ow.
Have you seen my clip yet proving that you are not right-leaning and you're actually a fucking communist?
He's a communist, really?
He's a communist. He wants to give up everything and go live on a commune with Desiree.
All right.
He said it himself, Grid. I got the clip.
Okay. $5 from Fuck It Button. His name is Confluence. 07 FR brother. Fuck It Button is on point. All right, so Beth is the affirmative. You are the negative. Beth goes first. 1 minute is on the clock. Start speaking when you're ready to go.
Okay, so it's my position that men suffer more under patriarchy because ultimately they do carry more responsibility, including being put in positions of having to give their own lives in order to protect and provide for their families. Not only that, they have no say over the bodies of their wives and their children, for that matter. A woman can go and abort their child, and there's not a damn thing he can do about it. The family courts are coming along, and things are changing that way, but none of it negates the fact that ultimately men are the ones on the front lines in war, and therefore more likely to die than women are in those kinds of situations.
All right, you had 16 seconds left. When you are ready, Mr. Confluence.
Let's go. That's fine. Let's go.
Oh, all right. So, a couple of things. First of all, I would, even though the prompt did not specify the U.S., I would have made the assumption that we were talking about U.S., not necessarily Canada, but the U.S. But it's a fair.
North America.
That's why. Hold on. This is why I'm making sure that you're both on the same page, because I just had the same thing happen to me in the debate where Rob and I were debating the two foreigners. And as nice as Craig is, he's a foreigner, and we asked for clarification that yes, it was the United States. I'm gonna go ahead and clarify this, that we are speaking about the United States. That still gives you plenty of room to talk. I'm clarifying the prompt.
He's
not changing.
clarifying the prompt.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Don't worry, Greta.
All right. Hold on. I'm willing to listen. Well, we can ask the guy who proposed the prompt.
We were forced into this anyways. You don't get to deny it. Welcome to the game, sir. So then what are you complaining about? Oh, you're just a dude,
Okay.
not a patriarch.
So, hold on. I'll give you another minute to make another opener, right? Like I wanted to make. That's why I clarified it before we started the actual debate, because we should have clarified that before we started the openers. However, I'm willing to say, and I can't find it. I mean, it's so far back now. I'm trying to find it.
It just said Beth v. Confluence.
Yeah.
Who suffers more under patriarchy? That's all it said.
So
But we had this problem in our long form.
Right. The prompt was, who suffers more under patriarchy? Round 2. We have one of them. Mm-hmm. All right. So who? Right. Oh, hold on. So I forgot who made the prompt. If it was Smoking Space, I think it was Smoking Spaceman. I'm trying to find Smoking Spaceman. If you could clarify your prompt. He's not Canadian. He's U.S. living in Canada. So
I would be willing.
Yeah. I mean, look, I can make. I think that Beth can make the argument. I would probably do it worldwide, but I don't think he was meaning worldwide, because that's too long an argument to make in 5 minutes, because you got
I think that even if we shrink it down to North America, it's so that he can still have his Canadian influence. It's still not going to bother things. But if we do worldwide, I don't care either way. I'll take the prompt as it is. But
well, I'm waiting
we
to
have
see.
to go by no
All right, so
prompt.
Smoking Spaceman says, "In America, does anything else matter?" It's kind of what
We
I
have
thought
to
he was
go
gonna
by who
say.
picked the prompt. Confluence.
Okay,
It's
so
not our
all
decision.
right, so hold on. I'm gonna hold on. So, right, I understand.
He's on his period.
I'm okay. Look, if Beth, if you feel like you need to redo your prompt to do the entire world, Confluence, are you okay with your prompt doing the entire world? We'll just launch into this. I think that I think you guys are yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
My prompt is applicable globally, so I'm not worried about it either
Yeah.
way.
So,
I knew he was going to bring the same.
I gotta rein this in early. There's nothing about historical patriarchy. This is about modern times.
I got you. We're not going there. Don't worry. I promise.
All right. So I've got 5 minutes on the clock. You're both clear. I'm not going to redo this. All right. Ready? Start talking.
So, no, wait a second. Keep talking. Sorry, my kid is calling me and I can ignore him. Look. No, not at all. Not at all. Because ultimately, listen, first of all, the things that you are citing, those are not that's not patriarchy. Okay, that is not. It's what you are citing are things that happen. You keep going to things in the Congo. Ultimately, it does not matter. You didn't go there this time. You went down to SA and all of that stuff. Listen, ultimately, when it comes down to it, men are the ones. Would you shut up for a minute? I'm trying to answer you. When it comes down to it, it does not matter. Men are the ones who are on the front lines. Men are the ones risking their lives. When somebody breaks into the house, they are the first ones to go running for it. Their jobs under patriarchy, like true patriarchy, are providing, protecting, and producing. Okay? And there are things that they have absolutely no say over. I'm not saying that there aren't bad men who do bad things.
Pause 1 second. Pause 1 second. You guys need to define patriarchy, because you guys are talking past each other as we speak right now, and you have 5 minutes to make this very. Now that you've widened it to the world, you need to define what patriarchy is, so you're not consistently talking past each other. I'll give you.
Okay.
What's the definition that you're working? Beth, your definition.
Patriarchy is traditionally, from a religious standpoint, where it's led by the father under traditionally religious structure. Okay, that without those standards.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm looking for a definition, not an argument. Okay, so you guys are in fact talking past each other. So patriarchal is led by men. That's it. You can argue if it's religious. You can argue if it's any whatever. It's simply led by, not ruled.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Led.
All right.
Led by men still comes under. Listen, there are bad men in the world who do bad things. They are not. It does not make them. Oh, how so? How? Oh, wait a second. That's not. That's a completely different societal structure. And you said you weren't bringing that into it. That's you just said you weren't bringing that in. You just again, there are bad men who do bad things. Does it make them leaders? Does it make them leaders?
Halfway through.
The societal structure has no show me right now where any society has it in their structural form that we're going to mutilate women's genitals and throw acid in their faces. So you're going to okay. So it's a practice. Wait a second. It's a practice. It's a practice there to throw. It's a practice there to throw acid in the faces of women. Really? I think you're gonna need. I think you need to establish that. I think you. Oh, you heard it. There, the vast majority. You are, dude. You are citing extremism, which is not the standard. It's not the fucking standard. Even under Islam. Even under Islam. It's not true patriarchy, and it's not the fucking standard to throw acid in faces of women. You're out of your fucking mind, Confluence. Now let's get back to what it is. What women have to do. Wait, shut up. You're taking me off track. No, we're not going there. We are talking about what is expected of women compared to what is expected of men. And ultimately, ultimately, ult- oh, who has it worse under patriarchy? Who carries the harder? Yes. No. We are discussing. No, Confluence. We're not going there. We are just, dude, fucking suck a straw line. Listen, we are talking about the standards of what is expected of men versus what is expected of women. Yes, it is. What? Led by men. We are discussing the structure. There is not a fucking law that says makes it a practice in like a common law. Okay, what you are citing is extremism. That is outliers. Even Islam denies these people. Even Islam denies these people. You're out of your
Okay. It's time. That's time. It's time.
Sharia law requires the
Not.
throwing
That's
of acid in
time.
women's faces. You're out of your mind.
That's time. Okay. Okay, kid. All right. Cleaner. Start with you.
This was an absolutely horrible example of how someone takes a general prompt and shifts it away from anything that has anything to do with generalities and makes it hyper specific about a specific area and culture that they think will prove their point that is literally the minority. Now,
It is.
there's one,
Well, guys.
it is the minority. There's 1.8 billion Islamics. There's 2.4 billion Christians worldwide. So Islamics would be the minority in that case. So onto the debate itself, though. Both had strong opening arguments. They followed a really good structure. They had claim, they had evidence and impact within the evidence on both openers. I think during the meat and potatoes, it was fairly tit for tat for the most part, while Confluence was being a little over controlling at times, and not letting Beth answer the questions fully. She was getting the answers in there still. And I think the audience could hear a lot of that. So there were answers that were coming through. Overall,
Love you.
tit for tat,
back
but
on.
Beth had a little more control because she was able to answer the questions without
I love
losing
you.
her cool when Confluence was being a little overbearing. Good tactic on Confluence part, but Beth held out on it, so I'm giving it to her.
Okay. Dim Grifter.
All right, so watching this, it totally felt like this is an argument you guys have had 100 times, and you're also a married couple. So Beth was correct that you were using hyperbole. If you look at like Indonesia, Turkey, some of the more advanced Muslim countries, you do see very similar rights for women and protections for women than you see in Western Christian nations, some of the more advanced ones. She is right to give the what's the Reza Aslan argument that these are problems with the culture in those nations. Factually, she was correct under those. That being said, Beth, you also you felt like you weren't bringing your points home in this. You were saying things that I get what you're saying because I've heard your argument multiple times before, but in the context of the 5-minute debate, you weren't linking things together. You kept going to these standards that you wanted to talk about of what a patriarchy should be, but you had to make the point first to the audience and the listeners that anything can be done poorly and anything can be done good. You just never said that. You never brought it all together under that narrative that bad and good actors. You were throwing out the right arguments for it. I feel like you guys were in the weeds so far that because you've done this before in the past. But I gave it to Beth. She stayed more on the prompt. You really relied on your anecdotes, Confluence, and then appeals to emotion. And she just stayed calm enough and said anecdote, anecdote, anecdote. And it sufficiently repelled your negative detractions and left her affirmation untouched.
Tom? You're muted.
Yeah, it's this program. You got to unmute and remute on the screen.
No, he's not muted on our end. He's muted on his end.
He good. He good now. Oh no, he's still muted.
Can't hear you, homie.
There you go. No, he's still muted.
Nope. Try going out and coming back in.
Little arrow next to the microphone. Make sure it's set on the right mic.
Okay, I think I got it now.
Yes,
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Hey, welcome
Hi,
back.
Tom.
Okay.
See you, sir.
All right. So yeah, this was a little complicated. I do think that you guys should have defined patriarchy pretty early on, first thing, because by the way that Beth was talking about patriarchy and the way that Confluence is talking about patriarchy, it seemed as though you guys were talking about different things. I think Beth, you probably would have been best off asking pretty quickly if America was patriarchal, because if America is a patriarchy but doesn't have any of the examples that he's talking about, then it wouldn't include, then none of his examples would matter all that much. And what most European countries, he probably would consider those to be patriarchal, but also would not have any of those examples. So I definitely would have asked that pretty early on. And then you didn't really make a whole lot of points for why men would have it worse in a patriarchy. So the idea of your arguments being pushed at all in this debate wasn't a lot of time. So I understand you were kind of hurt there. But then Confluence, you also didn't ask for a definition, which would have been really good. You gave examples that only include a minority of countries, where you're talking about countries with Sharia law. It's about a dozen countries. Not she is correct that you're talking about a minority versus if you think that the majority of the world lives in patriarchy, then yeah, those aren't great examples. On top of that, men have genital mutilation. If you include things like being circumcised and things like that, it's a much more well accepted tradition for men to have circumcision. But I, just based off the fact that Confluence is the only one who actually made any arguments towards his point, I would give it to Confluence.
Fair enough.
Cool. I was trying to bring it back, man. He doesn't stop talking.
Well,
before
go ahead.
Yeah, before I weigh in, does anybody else would anybody else like to make comments to the debaters?
Just one small one about the debate itself when people are having one. You have two debaters. One side is the affirmative. Their job is to stand like a stone fucking statue that no one can defeat and hold their position. The other person's job is to take grenades and lob them at them and try and destroy the statue, right? So Beth was on the affirmative here, Her job wasn't to provide new
No,
evidence.
both sides
unless,
were the affirmative. In their opening statements, they both made affirmative statements. One said men, the other said women. They both had positive statements.
One side, right? But one side will
I'm
always
going to
be
get
on
into
the
that.
affirmative,
Just give
and
me
one
one
side
second.
will always be
That
on
was
the
definitely
reputation,
true.
no matter what you do. Like that's how debate structure works.
I
One-
appreciate.
I have a comment if
I do see it the way
Clear's
Tom
done.
does it, and I don't.
No, that's not
that
a
makes
that's
it
not a true
difficult.
patriarchy. Whatever Confluence is fucking using, you're gonna use Sam people as an example.
Okay, all right.
Of patriarchy. That is not the patriarchy is benevolent. We take care of women because we love women.
Your
Okay.
mic is low, Cecil.
Your mic is low. Mo, go ahead.
I think you're
Yeah.
on mic.
So listening to the debate, Beth, I would have just granted his example, and then I would have asked him, okay, in the example of all where these horrific things are asking, if you ask these Muslims what gives them the right to do this, would they say it's because of the patriarchy, or would they say it's because of their religion? And then if he's good faith, he'll answer, in good faith. But if he isn't, then the audience would see the contradiction there, and then point out that Christianity is patriarchal in nature. And do you see the same thing in Christianity? So you can use kind of the Socratic method to kind of pick it apart by just granting it. And then at the end of that, you could pull it all back and say, but anyway, that's completely bad faith because that's just an extreme example you're cherry picking. And then you can make it land a little harder at the end.
I guess
That's
my
what I would have
comment,
done.
more for cleaner, I would say that because she mentioned her argument about why men had it rough and it never got addressed at all by Confluence, I feel like she got the last word on that statement, and that's why she won it for me. But they were both technically having their own affirmative statements. It was an or, so.
All right, so I'm going to hurt feelings here.
I have
Do it.
no. You're good.
Not my fifis.
Neither of you really addressed the actual prompt, which was society, not men, not women. Society suffers under
was a trap.
patriarchy. That was the fucking prompt.
Listen,
That was
listen
the
to what he's
prompt.
saying.
I
Listen
read
to-
it 3
he's
times.
Right. He's
I
right.
asked you, did you understand the prompt? I said, I even clearly defined the prompt. Society
What was the exact question? What was the exact question?
suffers
Read it.
under patriarchy.
Who has
Yes,
it? Was it a yes or no?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
That's besides the point.
You guys
Men-
are writing this down. Smoking space.
So wait,
you're
Grid,
prompting.
is it a yes or no to that? The one
It
person
is a
would
yes
say
or no.
Okay.
So
I'm looking. I'll have Smoking Spaceman will post it right up again. But you guys have to start writing the prompts down, and then you guys went into you guys. Here's the problem. You guys have. Oh, hold on. The problem is you guys have had more or less the same argument so many times that you fall into making the same fucking argument every single time. You're not listening to the prompt. You're just repeating canned statements. I heard the exact same thing from Confluence and the exact same thing from Beth that I've heard the last 3 times you guys have discussed this. I'm looking for. I'm waiting.
Confluence.
For
What
Smoking
Confluence?
Spaceman
What did you
will-
believe the prompt was? What did you believe?
No.
Who has
was
it
men and
worse?
women.
It-
This wasn't
Who
worse
has
than
it
women.
worse under patriarchy? And I thought this
It
was,
was-
a men
That's what I've written down.
It was who has it worse.
That's what I thought I heard too. Who suffers more under patriarchy,
That's what I
men or
thought
women?
it was as well.
I will look, but I believe it was society suffering.
But it's late and my brain is mush, so don't go by me.
Yeah, no, Grid. It's who has it worse
I
under
typed
patriarchy?
up
men
at
or
the
women?
top. Yeah, I
Same.
literally typed in my notes who has it worse under patriarchy.
That's what I have as well.
And
Well, let's make sure because I could be wrong, but I'm 90% sure. Spaceman, do you have the? Let me know when you've got the prompt back up.
I actually was trying to correct my mistake last time and get that clear distinction
Yeah.
between not all men are
Even if that's
patriarchs.
so, even if that's so, you still didn't argue that men have it worse under patriarchy, women have it worse under patriarchy.
I was trying.
I think Cleaner wants to say something. He's had his hand raised for quite a minute.
I said multiple times about how men need to provide, protect, produce. They end up on the front lines. It's their lives that are at risk, not women's.
Again,
for the safety and provisions of their society.
Remember, these are 5 minute. Remember, it's 5 minute. Oh, okay. He says he didn't write anything about men, women, or society. What was it? Just
open to any angle.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe that's what. I'll have to scroll.
I was trying to correct.
Can I?
It's not an anecdote. It's a minority.
But it's
not a minority.
It's
It's not an anecdote, but it's a minority. We're talking about like 12 countries out of over 300.
Hang on.
Wait, one at a time, guys. Guys.
Can
One
we
at a
get,
time.
can we get Cleaner to say something? Because Cleaner had his hand up for a while. Can
Yeah.
we get him to say
Okay,
something?
I'm after Cleaner, please.
So, what you specified for the prompt after you both gave an opening was globally. Beth made arguments globally. You picked a specific place to argue because you didn't like America. That's fine. That's fine. But hold on. Just listen to what I'm saying before you interrupt. You're really good at interrupting people when they're trying to answer you so that they can't give you an answer or explain something, but you'll never learn anything that way, okay? I'm trying to give you some honest feedback here. That'll help you, bro. Just listen for a second. All right. You specified the prompt was global. When you do that, if you take it to a specific region, all your opponent ever has to do is say, you didn't approach my global claim. Or since they're on the affirmative, let you spew your bullshit and just say, well, I mean, that's that one little region, and we're talking about globally. So globally, all countries on the fucking planet require men to do X, 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 X. That one little region does this thing, and that's fine. But we're talking about the whole globe. You made it global, and when you did that, you have to attack with global arguments, not hyper-specific arguments, because those defeat yourself.
He's right. If he would have used that as the bad example and then piggybacked off of that to say this is the bad example without women having the fundamental say that they do in Western nations that gave them other different situations.
Here's your other problem.
All right. So,
Yeah.
all right.
Hang on.
Hold on. Once I have the prompt as I read it, who suffers more under patriarchy round 2? That was the exact prompt. Sorry.
Stop
All right.
for a minute,
all right.
You don't think the
That was
world
my
is
mistake.
society?
I put society in there. That's
May-
okay. I'll apologize for that. Okay. So even then, neither one of you said men suffer more, women suffer more.
Beth had that.
Yes,
one
I
line.
did.
Beth did.
Well,
Beth
Beth
actually
did
did.
one line. I will. All right.
Yeah.
I multiple times.
The whole debate was
Yeah.
about women. No one talked about men, is what he said, besides Beth
I was-
saying one line.
I was
Right.
trying to
That
talk
is-
about men, but if I may, here's your other problem, Confluence. Shut up for a second. Please shut up for a second. The example that you were fucking holding on to with a death grip is it's not the standard. It is a minority. It's a minority within a minority. So, dude, no. What you were specifically
Indonesia and Turkey
shut
ain't
up
like
for a
that.
second. What you were specifically talking about was a form of extremism that is, by all means, very small when you're talking about the global population.
Right.
Also, Tom was right on that, by the way.
You lose on that.
Wait,
Outliers do
right.
not make
Stop arguing with each other. The argument's over. Stop arguing with each other.
Well,
Tom
hey,
was
Confluence,
correct. Tom
Confluence,
was
can I ask you a
correct
question?
that both of you guys were technically the affirmative. You both made affirmative
Yes.
openings. So he was absolutely correct on that. Confluence, I just didn't really get a lot out of your argument other than the one, and I do believe it's niche, right? When you say this is the extremist thing, and this is why it's bad, but you're not addressing the entire. And we did clarify that it was global. You guys, I tried to keep it to the United States, and you guys went global, and that was fine. And then later we made a clear definition of patriarchy, right? We did that. Men lead. You were still, I believe, Confluence, you were still looking at or coming at it from the men rule point of view instead of leadership.
I
don't know. I think this is a tough subject for you two guys. You guys are going to have a round 3 at some point and have on a much longer, more organized debate.
And
I wanted to say one more thing, just real quick.
It was a funny
Confluence,
joke.
that it's incorrect to say that it's an anecdote, but it is true that when you're talking about that region, you are talking about countries with Sharia law, and at most we could say that there's maybe about 14 with some implementation of Sharia law out of almost 300 countries in total. You're talking about 14 countries, and so it is it's not anecdotal, but it's a minority. It is an extreme minority. Sure, but the examples that you gave were all examples of Sharia law. So when you're talking about genital mutilation, that is a Sharia law thing that comes from Islamic implementation into the law. That is a Sharia law
it's
sort of
extremism. It's extreme. Extremism is not the outlier.
Well, hold on. All right. Hold on. Female genital mutilation in Africa is not because of patriarchy. That's because of their customs. It's nothing to do with patriarchy.
And I said that. I did say that, Grid.
Now, when the women are the ones doing it, to the other women, I would seriously doubt that the men are involved in that.
What government structure in the past has been been led by men?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
So I think technically
Well,
the definition of patriarchy is that men are at the top of the hierarchy, and I think when he, as Confluence said numerous times, that it's about a systemic structure. So if there is a systemic structure, women would be part of that. It doesn't mean that men are forcing this upon you. It means that the men are at the top of the hierarchy where there is a systemic structure from top down to where women would participate in it, and women would also participate in female genital mutilation just the same as anybody else. But
and no, you still lost.
Well,
Grid,
you could, but he proved your point wrong.
And I did in fact actually throw in Grid. I was trying to get in as many points as I could as far as
I'm not. I don't have any problem with the lack of you getting points. I do think that it's very bad form in a debate to put your hands over your head and look very frustrated. So don't do that.
I personally, I think it's really harsh to give dual affirmatives in any kind of debate, because a typical debate structure will have one person on the affirmative with the worldview they believe in, the other person trying to say you're stupid because X. And
that's
so,
a formal debate structure, but on the internet, we don't do formal debate structures because the person with the positive claim has a harder time, and the person with the negative claim has a much easier time. So on the internet, we generally do 2 positives because it makes it more even. Where both
I don't
people
think
have to
so.
prove a claim.
I
think
get
the
what you're
negative's the
saying,
harder.
but I don't ever look at it like that, because the person who starts first is the affirmative claim. What they say is the first claim that's made. They are the one that will be refuted when the other person gives their opening. So if you have 2 openings, you have one person saying their piece, they're now the affirmative, no matter what, because they started. So they are the affirmative. The second person that goes will always be the refutation. Even if they're holding a separate affirmative claim, they still have to refute the other person and then prove their own claim. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
yes, I
and you still have
understand.
cross examination afterwards too. So
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And yes, I understand how the internet works. I've been around here for a while.
Okay, so
But-
that was
No.
great. Confluence, I'm sorry, man. You've been voted off the island once again.
You'll beat
going
me
off the island.
someday. Don't worry. Keep trying, kid.
Well, you guys should
Bye,
do this on a long
Confluence.
form and like prep and not yell at each other for 5 minutes. and
Yes.
You
Yes.
guys.
No. I should have used more restraint. You frustrate the hell out of me. I'm sorry.
Hey, I'll moderate it. I'm very pro authority. I'm very pro government. Structure, public institutions.
Let's go.
All right. Thank you very much, Confluence. Have a great rest of your night. All right.
hey, great.
Oh yeah, I muted my mic. Okay, that's on me. That's on me. I'm sorry. I muted my mic. Okay, I muted my mic. Oh, K2 says open panel with the $2. Bum to K2. The panel is open. Let me try to send the link to y'all so we can debrief. Look, I understand. I'm a bit I get a bit heated against Beth. Okay, it happens. I was probably too aggro. Like for real, I was probably like too aggro. But at the same time, no, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Calling the whole Islamic world of like fucking 1 billion plus people an anecdote? No, absolutely. Disavow. Crazy times. Literally crazy times, okay? For real. That's like fucking mental. That's mental. That debate was mental. I'm gonna declare myself the victor, not in like a biased way, in like a totally like normal way. Because like, yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, if Frankie was the judge, Frankie knows what's up. Frankie knows what's up. Yeah, the cope is. Thank you, Doomer. The cope is justified. I am coping. I will agree with that. But the cope is justified. Okay, K2, I'm bringing you up. I have to pee really bad, so K2, I have a lot of trust in you. You got to keep the panel going because I
You didn't read the chat.
What chat? I read your
typed some
message. I thanked you for your dono. Are you talking about that? Because I did. I said, 07's to K2.
No, not that one. Above that.
Above that. White Sox. Oh God. There's so many chats I missed. Oh my God. X as it happens. Don't get discouraged. Oh my God. Okay. Well, I am discouraged because that was some bullshit. And if people come on the panel, tell me I'm wrong. Like for real, I have to pee like real quick. But like anyone join me, tell me I'm fucking wrong. Jesus
You're wrong.
Christ on a bike. Holy fucking Christ. Fucking.
You're wrong.
K2 no TOS. Hold on the stream, okay?
Confluence is wrong, guys. He's super wrong. He owes all of us for getting eliminated from the first round. Like always. And send some donos in, guys. Then he can buy some of the Canadian Bud Light. He needs some of that in his life. Do 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 do. Oh, rest in peace, Ozzy. Anyone else feeling under the weather? Oh no, it's over there.
K2, did you break TOS? Be honest with me, brother.
Oh, I hear him. He's coming back.
I am back.
He's got some Canadian Bud Light.
I am back, okay? This is Confluenceburg time for a second, okay? This is Confluence.
No, we can't allow that.
No, we absolutely can, okay?
Emmett's passed out.
Oh yeah, is Emmett alive still? That's my
I don't think so.
I hope Emmett is still alive.
I don't think he is. I think he's passed out.
I'm a full screen myself. I have to do it. I have to cope. Okay, and I agree I'm coping. But I'm gonna full
You're
screen myself.
Darth Kumin Coper.
Yeah. And I will be
When are you gonna get like a Darth Vader mask and paint it purple, and then wear that when you're having your coping session?
This is my coping session, but I will just
say,
no. K2, actually, K2, when you did the holding hands is gay, right? Did no one interrupted us mid debate, okay? And then when I got fucking cucked by Lutch at the end, when he's like, "Oh, this was the actual prompt," no one interrupted. But for some reason, Grid. I mean, I love Grid, but like, that's not how any of these debates have ever worked. Topanga Weevil in the chat add to the stage. It's not how it has ever gone before. You can't. The prompt is the prompt. I accepted a prompt, and it's a fucking prompt. Okay, you can't like change the prompt after my opening. That's just like not a thing. That's not a thing Grid has ever done. That's That's nonsense. That's nonsense.
You're everybody's favorite loser over there.
I know that I feel I don't see a world if I mean like I was again I was aggro against Beth and I probably talked too much. I don't think any sensible
They want to
human.
say that you're like what? She said you were communism. Like
Yeah, she said I was a communist. Yeah.
Are you?
Well, they
confluent?
call
Not
me a communist.
Hashtag not a communist.
It's because if you get too real, they don't want to hear it, man.
They call me a communist.
I mean, they said the Muslim world. I mean, Tyler, and I love Tyler. You all know I love Tyler. He said
No,
an
you don't.
example of like
in a gay
so
way.
much of the Muslim world and the African world was an anecdote. I want to fucking kill myself after I heard that. An anecdote? I'm sorry. Like that's like.
Are you wearing a rosary, confluence?
I am. Yeah, I am. I'm wearing a rosary.
Yeah, I want you to do 5 Hail Marys for your sins. Oh wait, hold on. Wrong character for that. Hold on.
There.
Confluence. I need you to do 5 Hail Marys. Hail Marys. Repent.
I will
Now.
not repent. I will not repent.
Anyways, I'm sorry. I saw that and I love Beth. I love a lot of people on that channel, but like Beth is like, she's a type that just like has to go, oh, men are so great. Men are so great with everything. Like she has to. She really pushes down the feminism side on everything just to get her male side out. You know.
Thank you, Pam Go Weevil, for recognizing that. You just made my day a little bit.
Like, don't get me wrong. I think men need like a little bit step up than like what us women give them. But she just like shoves everything down. Men up here, nothing can stop them. You know.
I know, and
Like,
that's the thing. Like, if everything, I mean, I don't know, man. If things were like just in the U.S., that's an argument. But like globally, I think it's insane to think that like that women have it better underpaid. That's some fucking insane shit. Okay.
Women have abused it. First of all, like women have abused it to an extent.
Confluence.
In the West, yes.
Confluence. They call me a communist.
Who would call you a communist?
Yeah, they call me a communist.
That's crazy. That's crazy time.
Because I believe in unions.
Oh, that's true. Because you're always trucking.
No, I just believe in unions. Because ever since they attacked unions and gone down, everybody else's wage plummeted while they send everybody's job overseas, union and non-union. Don't really have to get into it. I just point out that and they get called a communist.
Wait, Doomerang, who doesn't like me? Doomerang's like telling me that. Are you talking about Tyler or Grid or like who doesn't like me?
You know what? All that matters, Confluence. I like you.
I like you too, Confluence.
But like
even if you dye your hair the day before the date.
In a gay way, though.
In a gay way.
Oh,
In a gay
thank
way.
you.
You know what? My husband loves you too in a gay way. I'm gonna say that for him just because I know him so well.
That's right. W. Frankie. If Frankie was a judge, Frankie would have never.
If Frankie was a judge, he would be like, "This is all heresy. Y'all are wrong."
But Frankie would have been on my side because I was going against the Muslims, you know?
Exactly.
Oh, there's
but
Frankie
those
in
people,
the chat. W. Frankie.
Like they want them here. They're like, oh, they're so peaceful. What are they doing?
But okay, real talk. Let's debrief. I'm not saying about the arguments I made, but Thumping, your perspective. Do you think in a global point of view, do you think who has it worse? Do you think like women have it worse? Because every society is patriarchal, every modern society. So in a global point of view, who suffers more?
Probably women, honestly, because you know how many times they're slaughtered in other countries just because of the way they are, like just the way that they act day to day, act or dress or do whatever.
Right, and you know, and Tyler, who I love, said that's an anecdote.
No,
That's
it's not.
crazy to me.
It's
That's
fact.
crazy.
It's fucking fact. Is he at a dentist? Are you at the dentist? Yeah, he's at the dentist. Oh no, he's at the
He's about
dentist.
to like squat like 400 pounds or some fucking.
I just kept saying dentist. No, he's at the fucking gym.
That's Monday mornings.
But it's Saturday night.
I know. No, actually, it's Sunday morning.
Is it? Wait, no, it is. It's Sunday morning by 17 minutes.
Okay, Doomerang says, "How would you quantize?" I think you mean quantify. I don't.
No, but
quantize
seriously,
mean
like, no, the fucking women, like, if you want to go nationwide, yeah, or like not nation, but like worldwide, women have the fucking worst. Are you kidding me? Like the beheadings that they get for disrespecting their husbands.
That's what I'm saying. Like how like I understand I'm in like a red pill space, but like we can be red pill and also be like
the rooftops.
sensible. Like women obviously just like I
Well,
don't know
hold on. They don't
how
do
you could
roof.
argue
I heard they don't.
that women suffer less in a
I heard they
global
don't
scheme.
do rooftops somewhere. I heard they got Black Hawk helicopters from Joe
Someone for
Biden.
you, Confluent. Let me see if I can summon someone for you.
I
You're
heard
trying
they
to
don't do
summon
rooftops
Emmett.
anymore.
Emmett's already. You have to use like an Ouija board to summon.
No,
Emmett,
I've
'cause he's
messaged him.
like-
I was on the live while that happened. Okay,
Yeah,
like
Emmett is beyond. Emmett is with
He
Christ
is-
now. He's with
he
Christ.
is probably on his 5th throw up right now in the toilet. He's probably hugging that toilet right now.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for him, you know, because he doesn't drink a lot. And, you know, let him have his fun, but right now he is. Honestly, he's getting his views on YouTube because he cannot shut off his fucking channel. But
no.
like he can't shut off his channel.
No, someone turn off the comments for him.
Okay,
So
yeah,
nobody can-
I'm glad about that. But you know, he's getting his views still in a sense. But I was the first one that said that we need to shut this down when I can't remember who the fuck was on. They were live on his channel, and I said that we need to shut it down. Like
I said this during the karaoke thing. Like that was like probably 7 hours ago, and Emmett was already like he was like faded
it was
for
so
real.
mean to you, but you know, yeah.
Emmett gets more abusive to me when he's drunk. Okay.
He is abusive. He's an abusive jerk.
Wait till I get drunk.
Oh god.
Oh god. I couldn't even. I mean, I think YouTube would like pre-ban me. Like using the foreknowledge that you would be drunk on my stream, I think my channel would just be gone, K2. Like for real.
Nope.
Don't get excited. You didn't even notice.
Of course you did.
Oh, is that Frankie's butt I see?
Hey,
Frankie,
Frankie,
I'm
we
looking
heard
at your
you're gay
ass.
for
Oh, grab that
congruence.
ass thumping. Oh yeah.
I
Frankie.
didn't like it. He didn't like it.
Frankie, we heard that you're gay.
Hold on,
You like
he's-
confluence in a gay way. Can you confirm that?
K2. He left the room. He doesn't like it when I touch his butt. He doesn't like that area. But but he's about to get on.
Okay, wait, Thumping, did you get eliminated as well, or did you just like lose
No,
the
I
panel?
just dropped out. Because after a while, like I go on grids, like I stopped going on grids. I stopped going on his because honestly, after a while, it kind of got tiring because they
Talk about the same shit over and over and over again.
well, not just that, but like I love all of them, but they kind of go for the leftist, like
Frankie.
leftist side of things. So
Frankie,
I just thought
I'm gaming right
we
now.
heard this rumor. We heard this rumor. You like confluence in a gay way. Can you confirm or deny?
Look, he's my bottom bitch. I don't know what to tell you.
So okay, so you do love me in a gay way, is what I'm hearing.
I mean, look, dude, we got.
I'll accept that. I think.
I mean, like, why don't you want to be gay with me, Confluence?
I don't know, cause like Frankie's like so
yeah,
goated.
confluence.
Yeah, look at that. Who wouldn't want to be gay for Frankie and Thumping at the same time, in the same way, in the same place, you know?
Like, you know what's fucking strange? I fucking figured this out, right? Like, the better friends I ever had We're all online like you guys. You like Confluence. I consider you a friend.
Me too, brother. Me too.
Like, man, I hate saying this, dude. I hate saying this, dude. Like, so a year or so back, right? I tried to join a D&D group because, like, I love tabletop games. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
And
I played D&D myself.
like the problem was that there were just too much of a lefties, and it's like I'm only here to play D&D. I'm not here to fucking be political with you people, man. Like I thought you guys were my friends, and you know that just bothers me so much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I feel that. Some D&D groups, yeah, it's not a good time. It's not a good time.
Like she knows what I went, what transpired between me and them, and then I found one of them. He was probably army like me, right? Probably army like me. He was actually in fifth group. He got hit up for fifth group, so he was there with them, and we got talking, and we were talking on Instagram. I was like, "Hey man, how's everything? How's the D&D group?" He's like, "Man, I left it." I was like, "Why you left?" He's like, "Because they were starting to get a little too gay for me."
Do they get gay?
No, because they went to the new fifth edition, which was, you know, peace and love and joy, man, and trans everywhere, and everybody accepted, and you know, no violence and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's not D&D.
I actually I did a panel on Wix stream about that exact topic, about like D&D and like how, because like some people, you probably heard this, Frankie, but some people say it's like it's race realism to say that, like, you know, goblins are always bad, and like ties into like real
Or the orcs
world
are always
racism.
bad and shit.
Right. Yeah, and
The goblins are a character for a group of people.
and then yeah, people tie it into like real world stuff, which, you know, is crazy.
I don't know anything about D&D.
I only know a bit. I played for maybe a few months, but I never had any idea what was going on. You know, I
Well,
was there
okay,
just-
let's make Confluence feel uncomfortable. Let's talk about Star Wars.
Please no, please. I don't know
K2,
anything. I don't know anything.
I
because
think-
I have no
I think-
knowledge about Star Wars.
K2
I
loves
know
it
it.
when I talk about Star Wars, though.
I think Confluence should get a Darth Vader mask, paint it purple, and then when he's having his coping sessions, he can be Darth Kumin Coper. The cope is strong with this one.
Yeah, I'm
Confluence,
off-cam. I
you
can still
seriously
hear
never.
you, so,
Okay,
you know.
I have to seriously ask this because I didn't watch until this year. You have never watched any of the Star Wars? Being a male nerd? Confluence, what the fuck?
Did he
He's probably
froze?
in Indiana. He left. He probably gonna take a pee break.
You want to get pee break. Okay,
He
so
has a little
K2, do you like Darth Vader though?
Who doesn't?
Who the fuck doesn't, right? I fucking
The
love
Empire. The Empire.
Empire. That's who the fuck. That's who I'd fight
All
for.
must bow before.
The Emperor.
The Emperor.
Like, I love Star Wars because I got my wife into Star Wars.
Yeah, he did. I never watched a single movie, I didn't know anything about Star Wars until I watched it. And I didn't watch like 4 through 6 and then from the beginning. I watched 1 through 6.
Yeah, she wanted to watch 1 through 6. I'm like, you start 4, 5, 6, then 1, 2, 3.
Okay, I didn't understand.
I mean, she didn't know that.
I don't know anything about Star Wars, so I wanted to start from the beginning of this. Like, I wanted to start from the beginning and work my way up. Even I don't care if it starts from like the 90s to the 70s. I don't give a shit about that. They're all fucking great. Other than the Disney made
again,
fucking.
I tried. I
thousands.
watched like all of them. Well, I don't know about all of them because there's been like new ones and shit.
Okay, have you watched the Obi-Wan series? Like the one season that they made?
The Obi-Wan,
No.
the Obi-Wan one where it was like 10 years after the Revenge of the Sith,
You
and
have
he
to watch that. Like I watched it all the way through because I loved the Star Wars. I mainly watched it too because of the episode 6 of the battle against Obi-Wan and
Vader.
And it was so fucking good. Oh my god! Like it just got my blood pumping. Like if I had a dick, it would have been so. If I had a dick, it would have been so hard.
I honestly, literally, I watched 4, 5, 6, then 1, 2, 3, and I think I hated every single moment of it. It was like I was
Why?
like falling asleep. I was like, it was just
You idiot! You didn't understand it. That's why.
yeah, maybe not. But I don't know. Like anything with Star in it except StarCraft. I do fuck with StarCraft. But like
Okay,
Star
like no.
Wars,
If you
Star
no.
Trek,
Don't even talk about StarCraft. You're gonna be like that. Don't Confluence. Don't even talk about StarCraft. You're gonna be like a little bitch.
I'm not
Don't even want to hear it.
Bro, I will 1v1 you right now in StarCraft.
I will stun you, son.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, brother. There's no
Who are you? Are you the Zerg Terran or the Protoss?
Protoss, brother. Are you kidding me?
Oh, then it might have to be the Terrans then.
Oh shit.
Do you play Frankie? Do you play StarCraft 1?
I have not played StarCraft 2 in years.
Okay, I would
years.
destroy you in StarCraft 2. I'm confident in that. I would fucking wreck you. I would rip you asunder, Frankie. Not in a gay way, in like a normal way.
And it's in a gay way. It's with you, Frankie.
Oh my god.
It's like it's partly in a gay way. Partly. But I would rip you asunder in this motion.
Are you gonna ask my
Look at this,
permission?
Frankie. Look at this. This is what I would do to you, right? This is what I do to you. Ooh.
I'm gaming right now, so that's why I'm like not looking at the screen.
Look at the screen. Look at what he's doing to you.
You should.
You
Frankie.
look
Frankie,
at him.
Look, this is what I'm gonna do to you, Frankie. Look at me. Look at me right now. That's what I do to you, brother.
You know what, Confluence? He won't even let me do that to him. So
yeah, I saw you touch his butt, and he kind of like boot scooted out of the room. So like,
yeah, did you see that? I grabbed it, and he's like, "Whoa!" No, I try to. It's because I do the whole finger thing to him too. I do. He doesn't like it.
Have you ever used a feather though to be K2 coded? Have you ever have you ever used a feather?
K2. What kind of feather do you use?
K2's too busy squatting probably like 400 fucking
Probably.
pounds.
He's in set right now. Okay. Maybe I should use I have peacock feathers in the house. You think that would work?
You get one
it's
of those
like very
going?
long. So I can do it from a distance.
Right, yeah. And again, not in a gay way. In a
oh no, it's a gay way. It's a gay way.
No, in a normal way.
It's a gay way. Is it a normal way from a woman?
Yeah, from the guy's point of view, it's a bit gay, probably.
Fucking camel.
Okay, Confluence. Is it a gay way if I put a strap on them?
Oh my god.
Is that a gay way?
From your point of view or from Frankie's point of view?
From my point of view to his point of view.
From your point of view, it's no, I don't I don't think it's a gay way. From Frankie's point of view, it's a bit sus. It's a bit sus. I don't know if I would say it's like gay because like you're like a woman and shit, right?
What's up with you and your 6'7" tonight too? What the fuck is up with that?
I'm sorry, I'm just like very 6'7" coded right now.
6'7". 6'7".
It's just I've been around like some kids. Okay, I'm not gonna.
What's 30 plus
30? Wait. How were you around those kids?
Not in a gay way, brother. Not in a gay way. In a normal way, I was around kids in a legally defined way. Okay, and the kids kept saying 6'7", 6'7", and they kept doing like addition. They'd be like, what's 69 minus 2? And they'd be like, oh, it's 6'7". And so now it's stuck in my head. I can't get rid of it. Okay. And now I've kind of embraced the meme, like low key. It kind of is a good meme. I do like saying it. I'm gonna say
The
it one more time.
confluence. What's 30 plus
6'7".
37?
I mean, Frankie, can you hit me up with I know you're gaming, but Frankie, can you hit me with a 6'7" right now?
6'7".
No, but no, do the hand motion and look at the camera.
Yeah, do it. Do it.
Oh god, hold on. Easy pounds. 6'7".
Dude, we have
Everything I imagined. That was
we
everything
have
I
a
imagined.
7-8-year-old in the house. We hear it every day, all day. Like we have a 7, an 8, and an 8-month-old. Yeah.
Yeah, then I believe you here. You know what my issue with kids is? Fuck kids. Not actually. No, actually. No. Actually, that was a.
Bro, why did it sound so
not
wrong
in
when you
that way.
said that?
No, that was a misspeak.
No, confluence. You're supposed to say "fuck them kids," not "fuck kids."
Yes, don't fuck kids.
You're going to jail.
Don't fuck kids. But like, that's the problem with kids. It's like,
K2 is just scrolling through his videos in between sets, and he's not actually working out.
yeah, he's probably not. But okay, so
Lies.
you guys have kids. You know what I'm talking about, right? Where it's like,
I'm true.
There's a time
He's
where
coming
you
in
can,
too quick.
There's like a good point where you can say like you can hit them with a good like
I'm
6,
rest.
7.
I'm in my rest.
But the problem with kids is they don't get it. They'll say 6, 7 when it doesn't make any sense, and they'll just say it ad nauseum, and it gets really annoying, right?
No, my kids. Me and Frankie, me and my husband will be talking about something, and like anything that comes up with like the number 6 or 7, they will run into the room 6, 7, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
No, but that's better than the kids I deal with. The kids I deal with, they'll just say it, and there's
Why are you dealing with kids though?
not in a Frankie. I already said this, like in a normal way, in a normal way. And them kids will just honestly, out of the blue, they'll just say 6, 7, and that's what like gets my.
Yeah. No, I get it. Our kids will too. Our kids.
Yeah,
will.
it's
It
weird.
has to be contextual. There has to be like a lead up. Like if someone says 6, or if someone says 7, or especially if someone says 6, 7, then absolutely.
No, our kids will come up to us with like math equations of like anything and everything that will add up to the number 6, 7, like 67. They will ask us, and they want us to say it. And if we even say like part of it, they'll be like 6, 7, and like run away.
With that. Your kids are goated. I like that. I wish I was around kids.
No, my kids are fucking goated.
Okay,
My kids are the fucking best
serious
kids.
debate time, because we have Ivor, who was unceremoniously kicked off of.
It's about
Grid's
time.
channel
You got kicked out
because he
so
didn't
quick out of that.
Cam up. Holy fucking Christ.
Yeah, you better cam up right now.
Stupid.
I'm just kidding. I don't give a shit.
How's it going?
Grid has violated that rule so many times. I'm sorry, and he said
He really has.
He says
What's
that,
with the
like,
violating?
If no one vouches for you, he's like, well, I don't know who that person is. But
No, because this guy. Okay, so Ivor. Ivor, is that how you say your name?
It's Eva, but Ivor works as well.
Okay, so he was asked to cam up by Grid, and he didn't cam up, so he kicked him out. Even though Grid has had several people that I've seen on his.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Several people.
And Grid again, love the Grid, but Grid complains.
I mean, technically,
about having no left-leaning people.
Technically, he didn't kick me out. He just said I have to cam up, and then I left before.
No, he would have kicked you out.
Yeah.
He would have kicked you out if you didn't cam up.
From what he was saying, which
Like-
it's just
Like he didn't say I have to leave. He only said I had to cam up, and like I didn't tell him it was impossible or like not feasible, so I just left instead.
I know, but Grid's
It's
things,
not technically the same thing as getting kicked out.
It's not the same, but he wouldn't have let you debate because Grid says, "Oh, I don't know if you have like multiple people behind you using ChatGPT and helping you out," and he says, "I don't know if you're gonna like corn bomb the stream." But he says if someone is vouching for you, then Grid knows me. I've been on Grid's panel a number of times, so I don't. That's crazy to me. And again, the man complains about not having enough like left-leaning people on his panel.
Also, like if you're a streamer at all, wouldn't that be like what would a cam even help with verification that you're the only person thinking on your side of the panel?
Well, exactly.
There's nothing to verify that anything.
Right.
No.
You
There's
could
nothing
have
to
like
verify that anyway.
3 monitors up with like everyone like feeding you all kinds of information.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I could be using AI. Like I could be using fucking AI right now. You don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The only thing I will do
Like
this
we
is
don't
like,
see how many monitors you have. We don't see how many tabs you have open.
right, yeah, you have no idea. The only thing I get is like if let's say a random joined, I do get them to cam up in the back chat and just like do a sign that I say. Like I usually do this and I say like give me one of these, and then they do it and they cam off, just so I know they're not like going to, again, like, you know, like, because you can, if you're like live, you could like put on like, you know, TOS stuff and then like my whole chat.
Yeah, I heard someone did that in the Italian parliament once.
Right. So that's the only thing I can see is a brief backstage, you know, like just cam up briefly so I can see you for 2 seconds. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Otherwise, it's like,
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Okay, so what are we talking about today?
Well, Ivor, I guess did you
We're talking about gay
did
stuff.
Did you watch my insane debate where I was too aggro? I agree. I don't know if did you see that, or
We're talking about gay stuff.
not gay stuff?
Talking about gay stuff.
No, not gay stuff. Ivor, I want to know.
So
did you
Frankie
see it?
loves
Did you
gay
see my
stuff.
Muslim debate?
Are you top or bottom?
I'm a top.
Okay.
Frankie is.
That's what the T
Frankie is
and
only gay
Confluence is the
like
bottom.
in a normal way for me, okay, but not in a gay way explicitly.
He's a top for Confluence, and we've all kind of voted on that.
In a normal.
It happens.
Okay, so actually, Ivor, I don't know if you know this. Frankie and Topanga, they are matrimonially bonded. Okay.
Don't listen to him. It's not true.
I don't know who the other person is, but
I know. I'm
yeah.
just saying. If you look, Frankie Too Sweet, Thumping Weevil, aka Topanga.
You have to get closer to your mic.
Your mic.
Vows. They are actually
Your mic.
Who's Mike?
Confluence. He goes in and out.
Yeah, that's indeed the case.
Wait, am I going in and out?
Yeah, a little bit.
I thought I fucking fixed this. Holy fucking Christ! Are you serious?
Get a new mic, bro.
No, it's not the mic. It's fucking Windows. But I thought I solved that problem. Okay, it's back. Tell me if it goes back again, because then apparently if it goes.
Okay, it's much louder and much more
Let me tell you what he was saying. It's like me, Thumping Weevil. I'm married to Frankie Too Sweet, which is below me on the screen.
Yeah, can you guys go on the same screen for a second? You know, I know Frankie's gaming, but like Frankie, like get up and move into just to like verify it. You know, yeah, get him in here. Yeah, get him in here. Get Frankie in here. Drag him in here, non-consensually. Just for evidence. Oh, I hear Frankie sighing. Oh, he's being pulled. Oh, there we go. Yeah, see? Okay, evidence. Yeah. A matrimonial union. Crazy times.
Very nice, very nice.
Gay.
All right, so are we going to talk about straight stuff?
We're down to talk about anything, but Ivor, I want to know if you saw the debate I was in with Beth. I need to know. I need to know if you saw it. Because I feel like I got fucking cucked. I feel like I was so fucking cucked, okay?
I mean, you are cucked. I mean, you are a cuck.
Not in that way.
No, in a serious way.
Yes, thank you, Topanga, in a serious way.
Yeah.
No, I did not see the rematch of the duel.
That's probably for the best. I was like, admittedly, I was like too aggro, but okay. The prompt was, who suffers more under patriarchy, men or women? Okay.
I think men. The reason why I say men is because there's more. Hold on. My wife is twerking.
Wait, well, I'm thumping cam up. What the fuck?
No, the reason why I say men suffer more in patriarchy because there's more expected of us. There's not really much in the patriarchy. There's not really much expected of women, but for men, there's more to be expected. Men
in America, yes, but globally, I would say, and this is, I think me and Topanga agree on this. globally, women are obviously shafted more, but
Yeah,
both literally and metaphorically.
Because women are treated far more differently than with men, right? Women are treated as commodities, not as
Right. And would you not say you're suffering if you're definitionally a commodity in like so much of the world?
I would agree with that. Yes.
Okay, so I think we're on the same page. Like that's.
I would say if we take it as a given that someone is treated as a commodity, it takes a lot of luck for them to have a good life.
Right.
Whereas if you're responsible for your own destiny, then your chances of having a good life, I feel, are higher.
Right. If you're a commodity, you have no agency. So yeah, you're the victim of the vicissitudes of life. You could be treated well, you could be treated horrifically.
Yeah.
Do we all agree on that?
Yeah.
So that's okay. So that was to summarize my debate. Okay. I mean this is obviously my point of view, but you know, I was the prompt was about who suffers more under patriarchy. You know, it was kind of a redux because me and Beth have done this a million times before. But I think in a global scale, I think it is batshit insane to think that that men have it worse under patriarchy. If we're talking about like the westernized countries, then there's an argument, and I don't even know what side I land on in that way, right? Like I don't know what side you land on in that way, actually, Ivor. But
the reason why I say the confluence is because there's more expected out of us. That's the reason why I say men suffer more, because you know it's the nut up or shut up kind of thing. It's the nut up or shut up, and it's also the like, hey, walk the walk or talk the talk, and you know what? Strap, pull up your bootstraps and fucking quit your fucking bitching.
Right, and I think in Western society, I'm tempted to agree. Ivor, you're like left coded. What do you think?
So I would say that there is like technically a distinction that you could make between under patriarchy and because of patriarchy. I would say under patriarchy globally, yes, women have it worse. Under patriarchy historically, women have it worse, and because of patriarchy, women have it worse. If we're like defining patriarchy as any society in which some degree of patriarchy exists, then that could technically include the 21st century United States, and then it could get a little bit more muddy. But like in terms of what patriarchy does, I would say pretty strongly it makes life worse for women, and maybe slightly worse for men, but not as worse as for women.
Okay, I think I'd agree, but like, okay, so if we focus only on like if we look at like U.S., Canada, Germany, the countries we're all familiar with,
there I would distinguish between the like cause and between the effects of patriarchy and the ultimate outcome. And even if the ultimate outcome might be that men are more lonely and feel more responsibility and stuff, the effects of patriarchy I think are still worse for men than for women. Worse for women than for men.
Okay, I have to read chat. Doomerang says all I'm hearing are platitudes. Doomerang, what platitude are you hearing right now?
You're a platitude.
I'm a platitude.
Because I want to know, like, who's saying I'm not saying platitudes. I don't think anyone's saying platitudes.
Yeah, like maybe I'm just being too general and too stereotypical with like stuff that you've heard a million times from the left.
But I don't know. Even as someone on who's like, well, I mean, depends who you ask. But I would say I'm on the right. And in the U.S. or Germany or Canada, then that's where I get uncertain, because I hear the arguments of like, yeah, that males maybe have more pressure, right? And I think I would think women have it better in the U.S. than men do. I think.
Well, the reason why women will have it better in the U.S. Than men do is because women are not expected as much. Also, in point in fact, women have more freedom in the United States than anywhere else in the world. Women will actually like my wife right now could get in the car and fucking drive off, and I'll be like, "Where you going?" She's like, "I'm back," and that's it. There's no like, oh, I'm gonna do this and do that, do this and that, and I have to approve it.
But
You know what I'm saying?
but Frankie, you could do that as well. You could also get in the car and fuck off, right?
Like,
Yeah.
especially a single man has a lot of freedom, and you also have like additional possibilities for remaining single in the modern world.
But like, if you remain single in the modern world, there's something wrong with you.
Hang on.
I think there's something wrong with you. I think it's like, look, man, you might as well just go to the fucking woods and just beat off in the woods.
Wait, what are you saying, Frankie?
But basically, it says if you're single nowadays, man, it's like because you don't want to be around women, you're too red shit. Look, man, go.
Why you telling my secrets?
Look, get a cabin in the woods, grab some sandpaper, and beat off.
Frankie, I feel like you're attacking me. Shots. Look, I'm single. I don't want to be single. I just end up being single.
No. See, no, that's the difference. Like, you don't want to be single, but there's dudes that wants to be single because they feel that women are this, women are that.
Oh
blah,
yeah,
blah, blah.
like the MGTOW people.
Yeah, the undead chronic fucking weirdos.
Yeah. No. I agree with that. Yeah.
Like, I would say a man who wants to be single in the Western world probably has it somewhat easier than a woman who wants to be single in the Western world. And like, if once you are married, I think the man also has it easier than the woman, and it might be the mate selection.
I think you guys are getting patriarchy like completely wrong. Like, what is the actual definition of patriarchy?
I've heard people disagree on that. Like, if you go pure etymology pilled, then it would be.
No, I'm not talking about like, oh, this and that. No, what is the actual definition? That everybody, like, if you were to look it up right now, what's the definition?
I think it's when men rule society.
It's the men or the youngest male in a family or families that hold power. But even then, even if you're single, men hold some kind of power in a sense.
Wait, what? What? I feel like this is like kind of what Beth said, but that's like not like when I Google it, a system of society or government in which the father or eldest male,
and head of family and descended trace through the male line.
Right, but it's a system of society. You can't leave out the system of society or government. That's kind of like the whole point.
A social society where men hold primary power or dominant roles or leadership, moral authority, and control of property. And who can tell me voted for patriarchy? Like, what gender, what sex voted for patriarchy to begin with?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, men always had the power.
It was the men. It's always the fucking men.
They didn't vote for it. They just de facto were in charge.
It's the men. And like, when women got their fucking rights, we got our rights, right? We got the right to vote. We got the right to work. We got the right to kind of be equal to fucking men. We want to be equal to fucking men. But honestly, it's the women in the end that we took advantage of it. Women ourselves, we took advantage of it, and we are trying to overturn it, and we're trying to overpower men in these terms that were given to us by men themselves. And that's what's fucked in the end. That's what people don't fucking realize. That's what these women, like other women, don't realize. Is we've given this power by men themselves. Patriarchy is just they made this right. They made this law to protect us. In the end, we abused it to fuck over men, which is wrong.
Okay, so wait. Okay, so hold up. I have to read a chat. Okay, so Doomerang says patriarchy wasn't voted in. I agree. Patriarchy was just the boots on the ground reality of how it happened. But then Doomerang says thumb.
It was a right. that was given. It was voted to give it. It wasn't just written in.
No. Wait, what are we talking about? Patriarchy was not voted in. Patriarchy was just how things were.
It was agreed upon.
Agreed? No. That's not. I mean, like, it's just how it was because men had like most of the power, right? There was no vote that decided men are in charge. You can't like point to a point in history where it's like people get together and do like a democratic vote and they decide, oh, it's patriarchy. Patriarchy is the default system because men have the power.
Yeah, or when would they have ever done that? Like, when would such a vote have ever been held, and also who would have been allowed to vote in that vote?
Right. So yeah. So I think patriarchy is just how everything was. And then yes, I think then by vote, then yes, women were given a say. Which I don't Topanga, you wouldn't disagree with that, would you?
No.
So then Doomerang is calling you a fembot, so I don't know.
In my opinion, it all really started when when women got their rights. We got our rights, and we, like, not me personally, but like women themselves felt like we didn't have enough, and we took advantage of it and wanted more and more and more. It went to a snowball effect and just kind of went downhill and wanted more than what we were given. That was honestly more gracious enough than what could have happened, what could have been given to us.
So what wave of feminism what wave of feminism do you think is bad? Because you're probably like pro like suffragette, right? Like you probably think you should be able to vote.
I mean, like, honestly,
or no?
I wouldn't give a shit to vote. Or any other fucking woman.
So are you anti like first wave do you think feminism is like rotten from like root to crown?
Yeah. Us women, we were given too much and we took advantage of it. Like, yeah, like the moment that we could vote and the moment that we could work, that's when the whole taxes and the whole fucking like community, like the whole like housing markets, that's when everything skyrocketed because people said, oh, your woman can work now, so we're gonna double your rent, we're gonna double your mortgage, we're gonna
lower your wages,
everything else.
I agree that's a consequence, but the alternative is saying that like women just like can't participate in the workforce, in democracy. That seems like a worse alternative.
The alternative is to control the market.
Women have always worked.
Women that would fucking like, okay, name me 10 women that want to work full time like a fucking man and do everything that a man does. Because honestly, if I like once I die and I go to heaven, I'm gonna beat the shit out of the fucking woman that fought for our rights to work.
But you don't think but okay, if a woman, I don't want to be like super like femme coded right now, but like if a woman,
you're a femboy.
Fuck you, Frankie. If a woman if a woman wants to work, I'm not gonna work. That's what a right is, Thumping. That's what a right is. You cannot work, but you also can.
Not every woman wanted that.
Women always work.
Wanted that.
I know, but that's the same with the vote.
Want to put these fucking categories on shit like that's the thing.
But something.
Not every woman wants to work.
I know, but that's not what a right means. Like I have the right to vote, but I can choose not to vote. So a woman giving a woman a right to work, she doesn't have to work.
These women are still These women are still out here today, fighting for the right to vote, fighting for the right to do shit. Like,
you gotta
who the
fight.
fuck are you fighting for? These women are out here still today fighting for this shit. Like, what are you fighting for?
Okay, Ivor, I think was trying to say something. So, Ivor, go ahead.
So, I think that it is true that there was it is true that the housing prices and stuff have increased as a result of women's ability to work, and that now under capitalism women are expected to work, and that's just how supply and demand works. And I would blame that on capitalism. I would not blame it on women's right to work. I would blame it on capitalism, that there's no regulation against raising the prices. And if we had better regulations 100 years ago, then we would have still been able to have
If we
one
had
family
regulations
household.
100 years ago, women didn't have the right to work 100 years ago.
Guys, you're gonna own nothing. You'll be happy.
Like 100 years ago, we didn't have the right to fucking work. So yes, it has changed because of our right.
Okay, Oxycat in the chat says that she likes working.
In
Okay,
the right to
just want
work,
to say that.
It has
I didn't
changed
hear that.
because the change in the right to work has caused the capital owners to raise their prices, which they were only allowed to do because they were not forbidden from doing it.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they were forbidden by who?
Forbidden by nobody. Nobody forbid it, and that was a bad thing.
Yeah.
So Ivor, are you saying that the government should have like a top down thing? Like what's the alternative?
That probably would have been better for society. We probably would still be able to have families
If
with
women didn't have
one
the rights,
working
right?
parent making enough to buy a house for home ownership, whether that one working parent would be a man or a woman, and things would just be better if there was
That
more
doesn't make
housing.
sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense though. Like 100 years, like or whatever you said years ago. It doesn't make sense because that many years ago, what you said, women didn't have the right to vote. We didn't have like the right to do all this shit.
And then you got it, and then the prices increased because the capitalists.
Where we can afford housing, we can afford
And they dropped the wages.
income household. And then when we came to the fact that women should work, we're gonna double the taxes, we're gonna double the income, we're gonna double everything, and then keep growing. And it's not just doubling it.
Yeah.
Wages also haven't kept up with inflation.
Yeah, exactly. When women got the right to vote, the men said, let's double the prices for everything. Because the men were allowed to do that.
What ruined it?
The lack of regulations against doubling the prices.
And to double the prices, what ruined that in the first place?
The lack of regulations.
No. Oh my god.
Yes.
I think I see both of you. Thumping, I think you're saying that women entering the workforce caused the effect that Ivor is talking about. So I think I see both sides, because like, yes, the woman working is the impetus, but what I think if I can bridge a gap, unless I'm retarded, I think Ivor is saying that, yeah, I am. Okay, I think Ivor is saying that like you could have still put a cap on those prices so you don't. It's not a guarantee that you have to have a dual income thing, and now all the capital has to be related to that, and now housing prices have to double. You could regulate against that.
Gonna make all that money.
We brought women in the workforce, right?
Yeah.
And where are we still working at? Most like the majority of women. Where are we working at that we did back then? We're still in nursing. We're still in restaurants serving. We're still in
programming as
service.
much.
We're still in the same categorical.
Women used to be really big
Except
in
for
programming,
farming.
and they're no longer there
Except for
because
farming,
programming became lucrative, and women used to do
Show me the
low-paying
percentage
job
of women that are in programming right now. The women in programming and the computer, show me the percentage right now that over men.
Oh, I got a quick.
Yeah, I think right now it's probably less than a fifth, less than 20%, but it used to be high. So that is a change.
What does that mean? It used to be high. Like used to be high in the women or the male?
It used to be high in the women, and now it's low in the women.
When was used to be high? When?
Like the 50s, 60s?
In programming?
Yes.
The computer was not even out in the 40s and 50s. That was like the typewriter and shit.
I want to see this.
That was like
No,
Morse code and
Frank,
typewriting.
the computer was invented by Alan Turing
They had
during the
computers back
Second
then.
World War.
They were the
but it
sizes of
wasn't like
refrigerators.
what my wife is saying. What my wife is saying is that programming, and in terms of today's environment of programming, not in the World War II sense of
Okay.
doing just straight motherfucking what's it called, Morse code and things of that nature.
Okay, speaking of code, funny you should say code because we have who is it in the chat? Anyone want to guess? It's Ryan the Radical Coder. Holy shit. Another leftist in the chat. Crazy times. How you doing, Ryan?
I have another proposal for the past.
Women.
I have another policy that might have worked.
Hear what Ryan has to say.
Yeah, okay, we're gonna full screen you, Ryan. What do you have to say? What do you have to say?
Oh, I saw you guys were talking shit about women. I wanted to join and talk
Of course, you want to join. We're talking shit about women.
Oh, Ryan, you want to talk shit about? Oh, Ryan is such a misogynist. Crazy times. He also wants to talk shit about women. Nuts.
That's what I'm here to do. That's why I joined.
No.
That's what we're doing.
Ryan heard me talking shit about women because I'm the only one talking shit about women. So he has to join on as a male version to talk highly about women. So let's hear this.
I would never speak highly about a woman.
All right. Okay. So
Based.
Ryan, let me hear your thoughts.
No, I'm just kidding.
I want to hear your thoughts from what I've said. Because I know you came on from what I've said.
I literally listened to like 30 seconds before I jumped on.
Well, you said you came on because we're talking shit about women, so let's hear it.
Well, I heard 30 seconds and you guys were talking about women being in the workplace. I don't know what you said specifically.
Okay,
I think I heard that the prices went up because women were allowed to have jobs or whatever.
Okay, Ivor, I want you to summarize this. Ivor, you're like the most logical among us. So Ivor, go ahead. Summarize for Ryan, okay?
Okay, so I'm first going to summarize and then I'm going to say another proposal, another idea that might have worked 80 years ago. So the talk we were having was, we had a debate between Confluence and Beth. There was a debate between Confluence and Beth about whether men or women have it worse under patriarchy and because of patriarchy.
Wait, is Frankie too sweet like having a domestic violence incident right now?
Confluence kind of felt that he or she lost that debate. And we were talking about women getting the right to vote and the right to work and how that caused the capitalists to double the prices for everything and how that was bad. And one possible proposal that I have not yet said that might have worked 80 years ago could have been to limit the work week to 40 hours per household rather than 40 hours per person. And that would have prevented the supply of work from going up and would have prevented the prices from doubling. 40-hour work week per household instead of per person.
So I'm not against
but it was per person. Who created the 40 hour?
My overtime.
Who created the 40-hour work
K2,
week?
you could still get
probably
overtime.
Huh?
You could still get overtime, K2. I mean,
I would imagine the 40-hour work week per person was probably created by men.
By men? Okay, no. I want to know like if you're saying this as so I want to know who created the 9 to 5. Who created the 40-hour work week?
I mean, I don't know who exactly made it 40 hours, but someone who made a lot of working policies was Otto von Bismarck.
It was Ford who created it. So why would a man create a 40-hour work week, and then when women got their rights, why would they want to specify that to a 40-hour work week to a household, to somebody that's making millions? Even back then, why would they want to decrease their income in taxes and tax evasion?
In order to prevent the prices from doubling. If they're bringing
in another half, why would they want to decrease that?
I mean, you gotta, like, the thing is, you are kind of trying to bake your cake and eat it too. And the problem is,
I'm really not. I'm really fucking not.
Like, you're saying two things at the same time. One, you're saying people earning more money was bad. second, you're saying people not earning more money would have been bad.
I'm not saying
Thumping,
people
are you
making more money
saying that
is
people
bad.
earning more money is bad, Thumping Weevil?
No, I'm really not saying
Okay.
to make two
Yes,
people
you're
making
saying
more
that. You're
money.
saying that people earning more money has doubled the prices, and that was bad because people don't want to work twice as much per
Two
household
people making
and
money
pay the
is
double
not
price.
double the price. It's quadrupled. It's skyrocketed out the fucking window today.
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
is
the
it-
price
what
is-
something
yeah.
is saying what something is saying isn't that true? That by having like a dual income household, then from what Ivor's saying, right, capitalists will then increase the housing prices and increase everything because now they're
Yeah, because
banking on
are
people,
working more.
right? And so I feel like we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, people are working more and making more
It
money,
hasn't
and that has
doubled
doubled the
though.
prices.
Like people think that this is happening as doubled. It's not doubled. It's quadrupled. It's skyrocketed out the fucking window.
Right, but
Yeah,
okay,
and it
to
also
go
didn't
back.
happen like overnight. Hang on, it also didn't happen like overnight as soon as women got like into the workforce. It was like we're talking about like 100 years of like a lot of different factors playing in. Like,
No,
and we keep I keep hearing like capitalists do X, Y, and Z.
After that, after the fact.
What?
Yeah.
What?
I said it happened pretty quickly after the fact as well.
No,
Okay, so I'm gonna-
housing prices
Not
like
really.
went insane after like Reagan, like so long after
Yeah.
like suffragette, right? Like so long after the movement.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a binary question, Thumping Weevil.
You are binary.
Was it good
Got him,
or
dude.
bad that women working increased the total amount of income in the household? Was that a good thing or a bad thing? Because you've
Wait,
kind of claimed both.
We have to accept that
You
that's
know
You've
what,
claimed
I
that it was a bad
can't-
thing,
no,
and you've
hold
claimed
on.
that
we're
it was a
saying in
good
her
thing.
worldview.
Which one is it?
I can answer that because who knows what the income is going towards? Like, what is the bills? What's the pricing that the income's going towards?
What?
Because it doesn't matter in the end. It really fucking doesn't matter.
But that's not. I don't think that was an answer though.
Well, wait, I'm sorry. Iwer, is that how I say your name?
Yeah.
Iwer? Are you just are you trying to argue within her perspective, or are you saying that it's that it is? Are you asserting also that it is the case that women entering the workforce caused what the thing you asked about?
So right now, I'm kind of confused because she seems to be claiming both things, and I want her to land on one. But
Okay,
the first
so
thing she claimed was that it did cause the prices to increase, and that was bad. And I proposed a solution to that, which she now also rejects because the solution would avoid exactly the thing she complained about.
okay, can you ask that question one more time to me?
Was it good or bad that women entering the workforce increased the income of the average household?
In the state that it was given, yes.
It was good.
In the state it was given, yes.
Great. My microphone's dying. Great.
Damn it, that sucks because you were really like adding along to the conversation. That's really disappointing.
No, okay, so I want to say in the state it was yes. So when women were given the rights and we were given the right to work, the standard for a household was still technically a when it had household income, correct?
Yeah, like on the day they got the right to work, they had not
even
yet earned.
even years after that.
Yeah.
Even years after that. Like women, when they saw more women going into the workforce, willingly going into the workforce, things were risen again and again and again, even today.
By the capitalists.
Things were risen. Even if a husband and a wife was to work two different jobs, even triple the jobs each other, they could barely afford the housing income that they have now.
But I think that's what Ryan was saying, that there's like a massive gap of like 60 years before that happened. Like, so like, right, like the like women entering the workforce and then eventually ending up in the situation we're now, where, like you said, housing prices have quadrupled. There's so many decades between those things.
Yeah, and like a billion, like infinity other factors.
A man could afford a household. Even 10 years ago, one single working man could afford a household.
You know, but women didn't enter the workforce 10 years ago. They entered the workforce like fucking like 100 years ago, right? So like,
yeah. So
that's probably not like the main cause.
So then,
the average man could not afford to just buy a house in prices. What are you talking about?
And is the blameworthiness of that cause significant enough to make it bad? It sounded like what you were. It sounded like what you were originally blaming it on was that women entered the workforce, and you just claimed that women entering the workforce and raising the household income was a good thing. So now, does that mean that it was good even though it caused the prices to increase, or does it mean that the increase in the prices is to be blamed on something else other than women entering the workforce?
Well, I'm saying that at the moment, no, it wasn't the women to blame, but the women, if you've not heard my claims before, women have taken advantage of the claim. Women have taken advantage of the patriarchy, and it has caused an increase of things.
Yeah, I think your representation of like, I'm looking at like homeowner stats over the last like 100 years, and like I feel like it's kind of bounced between like about from like 45 in 1920, it's like 50, it's like bounced between like 45, 60, and like in between there, like over the past 100 years or so. But it's like, I mean, I don't understand, I guess. I feel like we're looking at like
45, 60 what?
Percent of like I guess like, sorry, hang on. I looked at homeownership.
What are you? Okay, you gotta tell us what your
of people.
research
Yeah, of people. Like 45% of like individuals could be homeowners or whatever, like adults.
Like adult males.
No, I'm not just looking at males. Like, because obviously women couldn't be homeowners before, right? So once they got the ability, they started being included, and like that didn't drastically change the numbers. It seems like once we start like letting women in the workforce, then they could of course become. Are you saying that like because they started owning houses that like less men could own houses?
No,
I guess
can you say that one more time that you were reading?
Yeah, sorry. So like it's over 100 years. The question I asked, so it's AI summary, so obviously grain of salt with everything. But the question I asked was, what percentage of people became homeowners over the past 100 years as like average per decade? And so that average of people, the average percent of people per decade from like 1940 to 1960, it went from like 41% to 61%. So that's, I mean, that's a big deal. That's a big jump, and that's 20 years after like suffrage. And then it was from 1960 to 20. Yeah, like right now, apparently it's like, wait, 65%. This can't be right. I'm sorry. Hold that thought. I guess the point is that like it doesn't seem like homeownership has like drastically dropped because of like women entering the workforce or something. Just doesn't seem to be.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a drop.
Okay, what are you saying?
Right. It's all BlackRock.
That's not what I said.
It's not just BlackRock, but that doesn't help. Yeah.
I think now the expectation of home buyership is that women have to work, right? So it was a right to work at one point, but now it's almost mandatory. If you want to buy a home, you have to have a dual income house. And so I guess that's the thing we have to contend with. Is that ultimately a good thing or is it a bad thing? Because as a single guy, you probably can't buy a house. But if you have like two incomes and now the woman is like forced to work to get the house.
That's false.
It's false maybe for an outlier, but it's not for most people. You need two incomes to like buy a home, right?
You do everything.
Do we agree on that?
A lot of things have increased since patriarchy, or since the woman that has gotten the right to vote and go to the workforce. That's what I'm saying. It's like things have increased. It's not like increased overnight to where we are today. It's increased over time because the government is expecting the two head household. Then back in the day, then a man could buy a house for his wife, like, hey, I bought you a house. Like, a lot of men could go out and buy a house, they could have a job, they could have an income and support their wife and children. Nowadays, you have to have those two people in a household to buy a house, to buy a car, to get groceries, whatnot, and it moves forward. It's growing because women are in the workforce today, and we have kind of took advantage of a lot of it.
Okay, but to Ivor's point, right? Like, so that is the beginning, right? Women entering the workforce. But Ivor said you could regulate on top of that. You could have stopped that. There is like ways of governance to control housing costs, right?
There could have been many ways to regulate that, but where were we? Where were we to regulate that in the end? Where were we?
I know, but do we, I guess we're like trying to compete with different things. Do we want to say women shouldn't be allowed to work because it ended up in the current situation? Because there's many steps we could have taken to regulate or legislate to kind of not have the situation we're in.
We could have taken some rights away from women.
But there's like so many other options, right? Besides that one, there's so many other options.
Yeah, and like what if we decide that like we just don't want to do that and we want to stop like losers like you who want to do that from doing that and say eat shit?
Okay, so then what are the steps that we're going to take to lower costs?
I think the strongest line of argument that I see from Thumping Weevil is that prices have gotten more expensive. People are working twice as much without getting twice as much. Therefore, women entering the workforce was bad. Therefore, women getting the right to enter the workforce was bad. The problem I have with that is that that is something that Thumping Weevil has claimed was not the case. Thumping Weevil has claimed that women entering the workforce and raising household income was good. And that stands in the way of my proposed solution, which would have been a 40-hour work week per household instead of per person. But if we cannot acknowledge that women entering the workforce was, by Thumping Weevil's line of argument, bad, then we cannot acknowledge that that would have been a solution for that. So that's kind of the problem I'm having. If she demolishes her own argument, then I cannot convince her on my solution. That's the problem.
So you're saying that according to Thumping, that women entering the workforce is actually like raised household income, and so
I'm saying her best argument is that women entering the workforce was bad, not good, and she has claimed that it is good, and that I find inconsistent, and it stands in the way of my proposed solution.
Okay, so let's break this down. Women entering the workforce, good or bad?
It was bad, in a sense, yes.
Yeah, sounds like she's saying it's bad.
And because of the ultimate, like households going up, home ownership going down.
She feels that made it harder for men to own houses.
Entering the workforce, it's bad down the long way. Yes, there could be prescriptions to
W.
Oh.
She just lost her right to be on the panel. Crazy.
Frankie cut her off.
No, I didn't cut
That's what you get
nobody
for
off.
doing anti-feminism here.
What do you mean anti-feminism? No, it was like the whole notion of women entering into the workforce. I saw it mainly in World War II because of the war effort, and they just stayed with it. The problem is that it's a domino.
So blame the
effect.
Nazis. The Nazis.
No, who doesn't blame the Nazis?
Wait, what?
What?
Well, the Nazis were the ones who started World War II. So blame the Nazis for everything.
All right, there you go. No.
That brings back.
Who's blaming Germany?
You just
for women
dropped.
working in the workforce.
No, I did not
kicked
just
you.
drove.
You just blamed Germany for causing World War II
Yeah, I kicked
and
you.
causing
I
women
hacked
to
in your
enter the
computer and let
workforce.
you leave.
Well, Germany did cause War.
I'm gonna do it again.
II.
Yeah, I've given Ryan ultimate mod privileges, so
Ryan, oh my god.
He didn't even have to. I
please.
hacked in myself.
he is the
He's a
radical
coder.
coder. So yeah, that checks out.
Okay.
I'm
What
protecting
I
women
mean
from
is,
you.
like women, like potentially, like the beginning. It made the snowball effect of the income household. You know, it snowball effect because people said, "Oh, well, there's two incomes, so we're going to
We
raise
can charge
prices."
more.
So yes, women wanted more in the end. We wanted more, not just like, okay, so we couldn't just get like the nursing jobs or the service jobs and stuff like that. We wanted more and more and more and more. So you have to compensate with the women that, you know, want to go to the blue collar jobs. You know, a woman wants to work blue collar jobs, so we have to, you know, like enforce that in houses. If we're gonna pay like a man paid job household, then you have to raise prices. And yeah, you can give me that look, Brian. I don't give a shit. What the fuck you think?
I just don't. I don't even know what you think. Like you're kind of all over the place.
In the beginning, you give women the right to work and two income household, right? You have to raise it a little. You have to raise it, taxes, whatnot, what the fuck ever. You're gonna raise it. They're gonna raise it on you. It's the fucking government. They're gonna raise it.
The government doesn't raise housing prices.
Yeah.
Are you
They
fucking
raise the
kidding me?
taxes on the house, the property tax.
Taxes, state taxes. Where do you think state taxes come from? It comes from fucking federal taxes. Are
But
you
that's
fucking
not the
property
that's not the
taxes?
housing problem crisis, right?
Yes,
That's not.
Yeah. Oh my
Property
god.
taxes
No,
are like locally.
It
taxes
does.
are
It
like
does.
taxes are the such a minority of like the housing crisis. Like for real, it's such a small. It's like it's epsilon, right? It's nothing.
Actually,
Really?
it's
Okay.
kind of. I do
Are you
kind
a
of
homeowner,
wonder, like,
fucking
what
Ludo?
percentage?
So other than
What
what I
per-
say, I really want to hear how you guys think that housing prices and housing, like how housing works in your guys' point of view. That's what I would love to fucking hear.
Yeah. So what I'm familiar with is rental homes, which are owned by a large company, and that company obviously dictates the prices based on supply and demand. And I'm actually kind of wondering, like, if you were to build your own house, what percentage of the cost would be the construction company and materials, and what percentage would be the land? And who owns the land? Who dictates how much land costs? I don't actually know that. I would like to see a statistic on that.
No. Okay, so who owns the land? All right. So and then there's property tax, right, on the land. There's property tax after you buy it. So when you buy the land too, there's taxes, right?
By the way, property tax is a wealth tax.
Hold on. Where does that taxes go to? Where?
Okay. The taxes is such a small percent.
You guys are fucking insane. You think it just goes out? It just goes. Oh, I buy a property.
No, I'm
Are
saying
you guys
no.
convinced that we should take away women's rights yet?
No. Well, me no.
She made such a compelling case.
Me no. But okay, thumping. Okay, so property taxes is a thing, but it's like it is honestly irrelevant compared to the rising cost of homes. Like homes have gone up. Like I don't have stats on this, but like just we all know how much homes have gone up, like 100, 200, 300%, right, in the past like 30 years, right? Like even including inflation, right? That's not a property tax thing. It's not the government doing it. It's the people who are owning, like from what Ivor asked, it is the people who own the land. It is capitalism. I'm not saying capitalism bad, but that is what's happening.
Who are those owners paying to? Who are so the LLCs, the fucking LCCs, who are they paying to? Like, who are they paying to?
Yeah, but how much are they paying? They're paying wealth tax, but how much wealth tax are they paying?
It's so little. The tax is like it's so insignificant. It's so insignificant.
They have to pay taxes to somebody, right?
Yes, they do.
They have to fucking get permits for everything. I mean, everything.
No, but something that's like that is literally that's like a drop in the bucket compared to how much homes.
Well, she's
It
right
is.
about she's right about the red tape being like something that training the.
No, it.
That's the domino. The people that are building houses, that's the fucking domino that goes into the fucking housing market.
I'm just saying the taxes. I mean, we can look it up. The taxes,
Oh my
all the
God.
taxes you want to add, they are nothing compared to how much housing has gone up. You get at any tax you want. It's not about that.
Apartment complex, every business, every fucking 7-Eleven, every fucking Chevron.
We're talking about houses. We're talking about houses.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at this point because everything that they fucking build, it goes into a domino effect. And that's what causes the fucking housing. That's what causes the fucking building. That's what causes everything, the market to go up.
Something you're making me a communist right now, for real, because like it's it is capitalism. That is the result of it. I'm not anti-capitalist, but it is capitalism that does drive home prices to the moon.
And that's what the fuck we're fighting against.
I know. So why are you talking about government taxes? That's like that's such a small that like it is literally a drop in the bucket. It has no absolute consequence on housing costs.
I think women are the real victors tonight.
No, dude, it's a fucking the building itself. That's what starts it. It's a domino effect. Once you start building on a fucking property, once you buy a property and start building off of it and permits and this and that and that and that, that's a fucking domino effect for everything that's fucking happening
That's awesome. I mean, you just listed a bunch of things that have more impact on home prices than women being in the workforce.
Maybe.
That is true. That is true.
I built houses, so I fucking know this shit. Okay, I've built houses with my father in the company that he works for, so I fucking like it's just.
So you're the woman stealing blue collar jobs from good old men who are just trying to raise their families.
No.
You did this.
Okay, wait, something. Let me ask you. So you're in this industry.
You're a fucking coder.
Okay. Something.
I'm unemployed.
Something. You've built obviously more houses than I have, right? Right. So I'll agree with that. But do you actually think the taxes added on, any tax you want to name, do you think that is responsible for houses going up like 100, 200% in the past like 30 years? Do you think taxes alone?
Domino effect. It's not.
That's what you. Is that honestly what you think the domino effect of taxes?
You get a big.
And you wouldn't blame the people who own the land.
If you're building one, if you're in a company, a big company, you're not just building one house, right? You get a contract for like say $250 to fucking $2 million. Imagine how much taxes you have to pay on that fucking $2 million.
No, actually, okay. Clarifying question. I want to ask this of you. If let's say we took away all taxes, all taxes, zero, do you think housing prices then would be like in a normal range? Or do you think the people who own the land and the capitalists would still increase it up to where they think people would pay? Like let's remove all taxes.
Significantly. Yeah, it wouldn't go down exactly, but it would go down.
I agree, it would go down a bit, but it's not going to go down like 100% or not 100%, but like it's not going to go down like 50%.
Nothing is going to go down 100%.
I know, that was a misspeak, but you know,
when we talk about removing property, are we imagining that also by these taxes going down to zero, that all the things that those taxes fund are just being funded by other means? Because I think you guys are underestimating in this hypothetical just how much things that housing depends on are also taxpayer funded.
No, it does, but I agree with you, Ryan. But I'm saying if in a world, if we took away all taxes, housing costs would still have skyrocketed. It's my point is it's not a tax-based thing.
Everything is taxed. Everybody pays taxes.
I'm saying if everything you named property tax, all of all the domino effects you named, if those all went away magically, do you think housing costs would like go back to where they were in the 1950s, subject to inflation? Because they fucking wouldn't. They absolutely wouldn't. That's insane.
I can make the question more
I
concrete.
can't take away taxes, Confluence.
It's a hypothetical.
The rate that they are now. The rate that they are now.
You can't take away taxes, Confluence.
No, you can't take away taxes.
Hypothetically, Topanga.
You can't just make taxes.
We'd be living in.
I'm saying the housing taxes, property taxes, all of that. If we just got rid of that. Okay, Ivor, bridge a gap.
Yeah. Okay, so suppose that we know suppose that we have a certain percentage of housing prices that are directly going towards the state as taxes. Suppose that for a 2 million home, 10% of that money was going to taxes. Then if you remove the tax, 10% would be the maximum amount that I would expect the price to go down. If a house currently costs 2 million, and out of that 2 million, 10% is tax, then I would expect the price of that house to go down by at most 10%, not more. And if it has increased by 100% or 150%, and it's going down 10%, then that is not going back down to where it was.
The problem is with the housing market is that it's extremely volatile. It's going to go where it's going to go. And everybody can say, well, if the housing market drops about 5%, then I think we'll be stabilizing. If the housing market went up 5%, then it's the apocalypse.
Okay,
we really don't.
But to Thumping Weevil's credit, okay, if we banned women from owning houses, wouldn't that make houses cheaper for men?
Yeah,
it would just make houses cheaper in general. But also,
for men. Well, you say in general, but like, for men.
Yeah, I agree.
Wait, you say it would be cheaper for women or men?
I said for men.
Well, men can't own houses.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
in the hypothetical.
Okay.
If the price for women goes from 2 million to infinity, that's not making it cheaper.
Ryan, can I just say something? Like totally off.
Absolutely not. Go ahead.
I always see you in front of your dip bars. Can I actually see you do like one dip?
Yeah, Ryan, do some dips. Do some dips. Like, what's good? No, all the way down. No, all the way down, Ryan. Below parallel.
Yeah.
What were those dips? No, Ryan, below parallel.
I told you I'm too weak. I never said I'm strong, okay?
Yeah, but you have dip bars in your background.
Here's how I use them. I primarily use them to do push like this. I do a lot of this. Not as much.
What is that?
What
is that working?
There's no muscles that are there's no hypertrophy being activated from that.
You have to do
like a wall push-up. What do you mean?
Yeah, a wall push-up is like what fucking old people do.
Ryan, you have
I have bad wrists. I can't do regular push-ups. So
you have 4.
Wait. Hold on. Stop.
No, Ryan, I want to see a dip below parallel. Ryan, I want to see you dip below parallel, and I want you to hold it for a second, okay? Dip below parallel. Let's see it. Below parallel. You can do it. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it was close. I mean, I can't do it either. So like, no judgment.
I had to know because I always see his dip bars behind him. I had to know.
Wait. Did he just say he can't? Wait, Ryan, did I hear you correctly? Did you say you can't do a push-up?
Well, I can do push-ups, but I have bad wrists, so I can't bend my wrist right. So like when I do push-ups, my wrist gets fucked really fast. So I can't do a lot of push-ups.
They did yoga blocks. They did 2 yoga blocks. They help with your wrist.
Okay, I mean, I guess I could also do that, but it's fine. It's not a big deal.
Ryan is kind of yoked, though. Ryan, give us a flex real quick.
I mean, I'm okay.
Yeah, that's
not nothing.
It's not nothing. It's no. I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
For a long time.
Yeah,
I kind of slowed down over the past few months, but
oh my god,
I eat a lot of protein.
Oh my god.
It's
Yeah,
not
I
if
figured.
K2 was here. I mean, K2 would show us all up. Okay, K2. I've seen on stream K2 like squat 400 pounds. Okay, so you know, I'm just gonna say
Want me
that.
to flex again? Your arm's bigger than mine. Congratulations.
That's just from holding kids all day.
Mine's from holding Umbreon. So.
All right, so let's say hypothetically that we had, by law, a 48-hour work week per household. Would that be good or bad?
It would be bad.
So if you're a single person
like
who
in
works
today's
40
world?
hours, if you're two people, you can split 48 hours between you. Would that be good or bad?
Like legally mandated or like a societal norm?
Could be a societal norm. Depends on like how strong it is that people don't just hustle above it.
All right, let me ask this: if it's a 48-hour, are both people making the same amount of money
Per hour or in total?
in total?
No, if one person works 40 hours and the other person works 8 hours, obviously the person working 40 hours is going to make more money.
Okay, so that's where you didn't clarify. So one person's working 40 hours and one person's working 8 hours. So how
Or
is
they could
that?
both work they could each work 24, or one could work 32 and the other
Okay,
16.
so what if each worked 24 and they made they made the same amount? You think that's okay?
I would think that's okay.
Okay, so what if like vice versa, like what you said, like the whole 40 hours and 8 hours?
I think that would also be okay.
How much do you think a person needs to work? Like how much do you think a person needs to make in that 48 hours, like one person, to live comfortably, like not even like rich, like not poor, but like comfortably, like no, like a little bit of spending money to
In
live.
Germany, half of minimum wage.
No, here in the United States.
I don't know the prices in the United States, but in Germany you need half of minimum wage.
I'm talking United States
What's
here.
the minimum wage in Germany, by the way? I'm curious.
It's like 12.5 an hour.
Damn, we're still below 8 here federally.
No, Ivor, are you talking euros?
I'm talking euros, but it's like almost
Where
21.
are you, Ryan?
Yeah.
Where are you, Ryan?
I just said federally, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. Right. So you're a coder, right? Like that's what you do for a living.
I just told you I'm unemployed. I stream for a living now.
Oh, okay.
So give me money, guys.
Confluence, what do you do? Are you just a streamer?
No, I am a streamer / writer. I do freelance writing. That's my gig.
Okay.
What do you do, Thumping? Now that if we're all talking about our employment, you know.
She's a stay-at-home mom.
I'm a stay-at-home mom, but I honestly can go to work anytime I want.
Yeah, but do you?
No, I don't have to. And
So it seems like
okay,
feminism worked out for you. You have the option.
If
You
I
choose
want
not to
to,
do it. That's
yeah.
based.
Yeah.
Frankie.
I agree.
No, honestly, Frankie, do you want me to go to work next week? I could. I could go to work literally next week. I can go to work on Monday if I wanted to. No, Frankie.
Frankie is like a bit silent, so I don't know.
I could play Plants vs Zombies right now if I wanted to.
Based. So I guess like
HP level 3-7. Nobody has signed before without Tangled help. I want to do it without Tangled help.
I worked. Okay, so I had a baby, but if I was to go back to work, I can work for my father. I could be making $25 an hour, working with him in construction, building houses, decks, cabinets, whatever the day gives us.
that sounds like blue collar work thumping.
It is.
'Cause it is.
It's a lot more work than you do, Ryan.
I agree. Yeah, especially since I just told you I'm mostly streaming now. So, but like you were complaining earlier about women going into blue collar
It's a
fields.
lot more dicks than you can do. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm sure you could.
No.
I don't know. I didn't come on here saying Ryan Radical Coder can do the most dips.
Ryan the Radical Dipper, I think that is his name.
At all. You can't do dips at all.
Yeah,
Ryan,
barely. Yeah.
Shit, okay. I've been on many things with you. I've gotten head to head with you on Sarah's channel. I'm just giving you
Man,
shit.
you got fucking destroyed, demolished,
You got
completely
destroyed.
defeated. Yeah, it actually
No.
made me an anti-feminist.
Dude, you called me a bitch. All right.
Well, you were being
called
a
me
bitch.
for
Ryan,
Yeah,
you did
hey,
that?
Ryan, we're going to revisit that. You and I are going to revisit that. You're not going to tell my wife that. Like, I don't
Ryan,
give a
you
fuck
said
what
that?
What are you gonna
Ryan,
do about it?
You're
I
not
already
gonna tell
did.
my
It's too
wife
late,
that.
dog. Sorry.
Ryan, I thought you were like all like feminist pilled and shit. What the fuck?
Well, I can't be. Wait. Am I supposed to like not call women bitches ever?
Yeah, you're not
My
supposed
wife's
to
not a
use
bitch. That's the point,
misogynistic
Brian.
titles that only apply to women. Yes,
Who,
as a
are
feminist.
you CEO of feminism?
Yeah,
My wife's not a
right
bitch,
now,
Ryan,
for
that's the
real.
point.
I don't give a shit.
Okay, so
Oh
you
god.
if you're gonna
Okay.
give a
Okay.
shit, what I
mean,
Ryan,
give
the
a shit.
red pilled coder. Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Right, yeah.
And I can
All right, so
show
Constance, are
everybody
you
that-
saying
Hang on,
that
I think
can't
Frankie's
call a
gonna
woman
fight
a
me,
fat
guys.
cow because a fat
I
cow
Well,
could
if in my
also
wife's
do
honor, that's the whole
something
point.
bad.
Don't
Okay,
fuck.
we're all talking
All
at
right,
the
bro.
same time. Okay, one at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
We should let Frankie go. I want to hear what he has to say.
No, it's like you're not gonna call my wife a bitch, and no matter what, you're not gonna call my wife a bitch, and that's just me being a fucking husband. So I don't give a fuck what the fuck you think, Ryan. Like, there's lo and behold, if you and I ever see each other in person, you and I are gonna have a conversation, and you're not gonna like that conversation, plain and simple.
Yeah, but Frankie, can you do a
I
dip?
don't give a
Because
fuck.
like you have to
I'll keep that in
cam up
mind.
and do a dip though. You know what I'm saying?
I will stay strapped if I ever come near you. Then good to
I
know.
hope to God you do. I hope to God you do.
Okay, let's not like threaten each other with like real violence. Okay, we
I didn't
can't do a
threaten the
dip
thing, but
off.
Hey, if someone tries to come assault me, I'm gonna defend myself. And
I said conversation, Ryan. I never said anything about assault. I said a conversation. So, but hey, if you want to be strapped, Ryan, I pray to God you do.
Ryan, I will say this. Ryan, I will come to your house and I will try to do dips on your dip bar. Okay. And I might
You're
fail,
welcome to,
but I might succeed. I'm just saying.
We can have a beer afterwards.
Yeah, or before even. I think that gives me more like tricep strength. You know.
I will come to your guys' house and I will try and fix any kind of wood thing that is wrong in your house.
Oh, this chest back here actually has the bottom, like one of the bottom knobs is like
No,
broken off.
legit. Show
Hard to
me.
screw it back in.
I will show you how to fix it. Like legit. Like
So it sounds like we're all going to Ryan's house, but like for different reasons. Like all of us are going for like totally different reasons.
Ryan,
You can come play Plants vs Zombies.
Ryan, seriously, show me. I will help you fix it.
Well, I don't want to move because like it's on. If I move it, it's gonna fall to that angle, and I don't want to deal with it right now.
Are you talking about like, okay, let me ask you, is it the face frame of that cabinet?
No, it's just so it has like feet, and they're like knobs.
Okay. And like,
they have,
okay,
like,
so the foot of it is broken.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it literally was like wood glued on, and it just like came off.
Okay,
I think
so what
just
I
use wood glue
suggest
to put it
is
back on, but go ahead.
a two-way screw.
Yeah.
I can't think. Okay, so like a two-way screw is you would need like I would just grab it like from it's literally like $1.50 from fucking Home Depot. You can screw it into the knob, like into the foot itself, and drill it into the bottom. Like you don't have to drill it. Like you can just screw it in, and it would fit perfectly.
I think one of the reasons that it's built the way I think there's only a really thin. Like I'd have to screw it into like
No, it's probably what do they call it?
Like it's pretty much hollow. Like it's a chest.
No, it's fuck. What the fuck is it called?
Let's play some cryptic clues.
It's like hold on.
Alice caught inside Fey Fantasy for 5 letters.
I still haven't. I've tried, Ivor. I can't. I can't do it. I've tried.
The name, but it's plywood. If you just get like a female and male version screw, your foot would go right
That's
into
what you're
it.
saying. Yeah.
Okay, I got a question for Thumping Weevil. What is a female?
What is a female?
Yes.
Like seriously?
Yes.
That's what he asked.
A woman who could give birth to children.
Then why are you calling a screw or like something in furniture a female?
Okay, a female is something that something can go into.
Whoa, you guys are making me all hot and bothered right now. Holy shit, Jesus!
Wait till you find out about gay men.
Fucking Ivor is going all leftist on me.
Ivor's always going leftist. That's kind of his thing, you know.
Based, comrade.
I'm just calling out semantics when I see them.
Female and male, like a female outlet and a male outlet, like you know. Things
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with biology, and it has nothing to do with XX chromosomes or with like the ability to reproduce.
Brian, is your cabinet male or female?
I haven't asked.
Exactly. So
You don't want to assume it's pronouns. I get it.
So someone with male reproductive organs could be technically or functionally female in a sexual intercourse.
No.
In the way that furniture can be female.
Nope.
A man can be female in the same way that furniture is female.
Nope.
But a man can have a receiving part.
Nope.
In the same way, yes, but female in furniture is like an analogy. Right? That's an analogy.
Male, you know what? A male can, because a male can get it right up its fucking ass.
Yeah,
that's literally what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you talking about Frankie Topanga or like what's good?
No, dude, he doesn't fucking let me. So no.
Frankie, your thoughts?
No, what thoughts? I'm gaming.
He's gaming.
He's gaming. I don't even know what he's fucking doing. What are you doing?
Plants vs. Zombies, I think, probably.
I'm playing Hitman.
Hitman. Yeah. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard of that interesting series. I heard there was I saw one video where someone was completing the mission without breaking any laws.
Are you in Germany or are you in America?
I'm in Germany.
What part of Germany?
Southern Germany.
What's your exact address, Ivor?
Okay, so are you near Frankfurt or are you near are you near Italy? Because you said you're southern Germany, so you're near Italy, correct?
I mean, there's an entire Switzerland in between.
Okay, so then
all right, so
not that far away from Italy. Closer to Italy than to Denmark.
My mother's maiden name is Schindler, so I am very German. My grandfather, he was born and raised, like he lived in fucking Germany. That whole family is from Germany. Like his name is Schindler.
Yeah, I've definitely heard of that name.
So I'm a fucking Nazi. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Where am I?
But yeah, latitude, longitude, I think it's about 50-10 or yeah, either 50-10 or 10-50 rounded to the nearest multiple of 10.
Okay. Sorry, Confluence has to go to bed right now. Okay.
All
it's
right,
like
good night.
it's late for Confluence, you know.
I'm gonna head out as well then.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Okay. Thank you all for being here. Good discussion.
Yeah.
God bless all of you. 07s.
Good night.